Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second day of the 17th Hindustan Times Leadership Summit. May I request all of you to please be seated. Kindly keep mobile phones in the silent mode. A reminder to please write down the questions you wish the speakers to answer on the cards that have been provided on your tables and hand them over to the hostesses on the floor, and we'll have them sent to the moderator for each session. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Honourable Minister for Finance and Corporate Affairs, Ms. Nirmala Sitharaman, who will be in conversation with R. Sukumar, Editor-in-Chief, Hindustan Times.
Okay, good morning, and it's good to see a full house on a Saturday morning, but we have, the most important person in the country right now as far as I'm concerned, right? The economy is on top of everyone's mind, and Mr. Sitharaman knows this better than anyone. When times are bad, everyone becomes an economist, right? So this room is full of economists. I've had lots of suggestions on what questions I should ask. But I want to start off by not looking back, but looking ahead, right? Because after all, the theme is conversations for a better tomorrow. The Prime Minister has articulated this intent of building India into a 5 trillion economy. So looking forward, what is your vision? What are the building blocks of this 5 trillion economy? If you could just tell us about that.
Good morning. First of all, thank you for having me here. My job in answering this question is made far easier because of the Prime Minister's speech yesterday here before you. I think he's elaborated on most of the things that this government has been voted in for in 2019. The vision has been expressed in very many different ways, but the 5 trillion is the one which gets repeatedly mentioned. But the vision is not really at the abstract macro level. It translates into several things, such as making sure everybody has a home, give a house to every Indian citizen, make sure that house has a toilet, make sure that house has electricity, and make sure that this country has healthier people, ensure that they have good health insurance, Ayushman Bharat, and so on. So everything which is normally macroeconomically stated as to what is your vision is also linked backward towards what exactly is it going to mean to an ordinary Indian. And in that skills and in that education and so on. But okay, you have said that, and how are you achieving that target? For that, of course, the Prime Minister himself does a Pragati program. We were just talking with Ms. Bhartiya as to what this Pragati is all about. The Prime Minister himself talks to the district level administrators to say, in your district, what are the kind of central schemes which are reaching, how efficient are they, and in achieving the goals, what other help would you need, and so on. So it's not waiting for an indirect monthly report or once in 2 months report. It's hands-on down to the grassroots level. Now, if it is so micromanaged, you would think, are we losing out on the larger gains of better commitment to environment, ensuring we use safer and environment-friendly electricity and so on, energy consumption of the country. Even on that, the commitments which have been made globally are being fulfilled because of the ways in which we have renewed our investment for such sectors and underplaying definitely on the fossil fuel-based thing. So the building blocks are home, energy, environment, making sure skills and skills-driven jobs and so on. So for which you would say today, probably the private investment is not happening, so how would you do it? We've made repeated commitments, and this is also being very clearly monitored by most of us in the ministries, is public expenditure. Public expenditure in sectors which can immediately have a ripple effect in terms of jobs, in terms of local consumption, in terms of core sectors revival, infrastructure investment through public expenditure. That is going on in a very big way, and I think the amount was very clearly declared, 100 lakh crores for the next 5 years. And I'm glad to tell you that the task force which is looking into this has already listed some of the big ticket expenditure which public sector has to undertake, public sector meaning government has to undertake in terms of infrastructure building. So I can go on like this. So the focus is the larger picture which may have abstract, philosophical, plus objectives which are stated as targets, and the building blocks towards it, and the way in which we're going to spend to ensure that happens. And if all this eventually can trigger private investment, it's going to be a greater synergy which will push the economy forward.
I think now that we have this vision laid out, when you come back to the current environment and the current situation, there's been a lot of concern about slowing growth. The fact that growth was 5% in the previous quarter, in 2 quarters back, and then last quarter it was 4.5%. At the conference to announce the 4.5% results, Finance Ministry officials said that they see a bottoming out and that things will get better from here on. Is that what you're seeing? Do you think that the economy has bottomed out and we are beginning to see a recovery, or do you think there's still some time to go before we start seeing a recovery?
I like to believe that, and I like to believe that that's true of some sectors in specific. But in some other sectors, maybe they would want some more help. So I don't want that to lead me to a state of lull. I'll certainly not get influenced by that. If it happens, so be it, and I'll be happy for it. But I think my attention will be only on making sure more is done towards greater stimulus. So if that message of it is bottomed out is coming through, good. But I'm not going to allow that to distract me.
I'm glad you spoke about the stimulus, because clearly, right, I mean, while there's been lots of argument about the nature of the slowdown and everything else, I don't want to go there, right, because then it ends up being an academic discussion. But what we are seeing on the ground is clearly that consumption is down, and investment, private investment especially, is also down. So there needs to be a demand push, and there also needs to be an investment push. And in Parliament, in your speech in the Rajya Sabha, you spoke about 32 measures that you would actually put in place to ensure that some of these things are addressed. Will there be more? Because especially after this 4.5% came out, there has been a significant demand from industry, from analysts, that right now the only way out seems to be a very strong fiscal push, very strong fiscal stimulus.
I like to tell myself, and also through you to the audience, that this 4.5 relates to the period July, August, September. And post-July, actually through September, August and September, we kept coming up with a lot of announcement about some interventions that we are taking. And concrete figures for what has happened in October and November through the public sector banks reaching out. And I don't want to underplay the role of the private banks also. They enthusiastically on their own joined this outreach which we had designed for the public sector banks. nearly 5 lakh crores have been distributed, in the sense have been given following every prudential norms to those who want to take the credit and also do newer business, buy newer things, buy their homes and so on. So, and this has happened in 400 districts of the country, which means we are talking about money reaching directly for consumption purposes in those hinterland and not in metropolitan cities. So one concrete step where I'm giving you the figures about how we have made sure money reaches people for consumption. The other way in which I can reach money for consumption is to send more money through direct benefit transfer into the accounts of those beneficiaries who should get it. Farmers or MSMEs or people who are otherwise receiving government entitlements. That's also happening. In fact, the figures which I had given out, in the first 2 tranches of the farmers getting the PM Kisan, we had nearly 7.2 crore farmers who received it. The number has come down a bit, but we are also making sure they are all Aadhaar seeded so that it doesn't really go into ghost accounts. So there are ways in which, for giving stimulus, for consumption, we are adopting a direct method and also the method through which we are spending on infrastructure, whose spillover can go over to other core industries, labor, and so on.
Will there be more?
Will there be more?
Right.
If I say yes, it will be when. And if I say yes, it's also going to be back to me saying, are you not too close to the budget? So I don't want to say yes, although I'm wishing I can say. At the same time, I will not say no, because we are working on more.
Okay,
Does that help?
We can read your lips. One of the things that has been spoken of is a personal income tax rate cut, rationalization, whatever you will call it, to sort of put more money in the hands of people, because that could definitely boost consumption. Is that something you're thinking of?
One among the many things that we're thinking of.
And is it something on which we could see some action, perhaps not now, perhaps in the budget?
Then you'll have to wait for the budget.
What else can be done to boost demand? And I'm asking this because if you look at consumer confidence numbers and if you look at business confidence numbers, both are down. And I want to break this question up into 2 parts. What can be done to boost consumer confidence? Because that's clearly very low.
You know, that's the question which I ask everybody who I get to meeting wherever I've been in the last 3 months. It's one thing for the government to think, yes, we know what to do and keep doing that. But it's completely another. If I've been told as to what are the kind of things which will help in boosting consumer confidence. So I do not for a minute want to believe I know it all. I do not for a minute want to think that what I've done is enough. I want to know that answer from all others, and that would only add to what we are doing. So that's a question which is, if you don't mind, Sukumar, not to be addressed to me.
Okay.
You should get the answers and give it to me.
On business confidence, leave aside consumer confidence, and this, clearly there is at one level an aversion to risk, which comes from many factors, right? And one factor is policy certainty. I mean, I know that our policies are evolving, but if you look at some sectors, for instance, there have been changes that have made without grandfathering previous investments. And then there are issues. I don't want to go into specifics, but just to make myself clear, if you look at Walmart and Flipkart and you look at what happened to them after they made the investment, and I think that's one. The other one is there is still, despite everything that your government has done on the tax side, there is still a fear of the taxman. Right? There is this, you could call it nervousness, you could call it anxiety, but it is very much there. And at a third level, Your predecessor, the former finance minister, Mr. Jaitley, was here last year, and he actually mentioned this. He spoke about the adventurism of some of the central agencies. And that adventurism clearly hurts business in some ways because there is fear. So how do you address business confidence? How do you make businessmen feel it's all right, you can take risks, a bad business decision will not be treated as malfeasance or corruption or something else. So, and I think that distinction has stopped being made at so many levels. And it's not just you. I think, just to complete the loop, I think it's even the media, right? I mean, something goes wrong in a company, the first thing that media invariably ends up saying is to look at whether it is malfeasance, while it could just simply be a bad business decision.
Yes, absolutely. And you've packed so much in that one question. The effort to make taxmen understand that there were ways in which they could achieve the same end, in the sense obtain more credible information from a tax assessee, rather than appearing to breathe down their neck, or rather than appear to be pressurizing them, leaving them to feel that they are being harassed. And this effort had started even much before me, and particularly during my senior predecessor, who I respect immensely and whose absence I can't say how much I do feel, Sri Jaitley. And at his time itself, during his time itself, this effort to make taxmen understand that it is not necessary to harass had commenced. I am duly following it now, literally, physically also going over to the different circles and meeting with officials to say, even if you think that the targets which are given to you are something which you won't be able to achieve unless you're going to strain yourself, I'd rather you not strain and you not pressure tax assessees. And that has been happening more than one round, and I shall continue to do that. But not just physically going and appealing to them, but we've now moved that largely to technology. We've moved that largely to say assessees will now be questioned through the system. They can answer to the system, as it were, and if necessary, further questioning or further information requirement will be done on a faceless method. That's already commenced. And we have already received a lot of people who are saying, this is at least giving me some relief. I hope further prosecution and other things are also simplified like this. So we are going on that mode. If it started on the direct taxes, now we have already started extending it even to indirect, the GST related queries. And therefore, that is going to be one way in which we can get out of this fear, because now you'll be so impersonally handling it with only answers to be sent in some form or fashion, rather than have visitors come to your house and knock at your door. So we are removing that element. And even for cases which have been pending for a very long time, I have come up with a scheme that by December 31st, if you just tick some boxes in the inquiry that comes to you, we are willing to settle the cases and get you out of the court, get us out of the court. So that is also the second way. Third is, I think, to a large extent, I would appeal to the assessees that they should feel comfortable to directly approach my office or the Revenue Secretary's office, where we assure you that if you have a problem at the ground level and you're just not able to get out of the situation, without revealing your identity to concerned circles or officers, we shall make sure your problem is addressed. If this is the way in which we are looking at addressing the issue of harassment, in the long run, we want to make sure that the entire taxation structure is simplified. There are no ifs and buts in it. And ifs and buts are the ones on which subjective interpretation come in. So we want to make sure that ifs and buts are removed, exemptions are removed, and we proved our intentions when we came up with the corporate tax rate cut. We said no exemptions. You come straight, give us the least that you can for business's sake. And in that, we also made it sure we are not denying those who are in the exemptions regime. You continue to be there, and once you finish the credit for those exemptions, move on to this one, which has no exemptions to offer. So that will be the philosophy with which every tax is going to be now framed. So from now on, we are moving towards a greater simplified and exemption-free, therefore harassment-free, therefore subjective interpretation-free taxation regime.
Thank you. I know I sort of asked you too many questions together.
My answers are also not short.
The policy certainty bit. How do we ensure that when you're framing policies, especially in evolving areas, you don't affect an investment that's already been made?
How do I?
When you're evolving policy, when you're creating policy.
That's where you spoke of the grandfathering, didn't you?
That's right.
So, in fact, even in this, haven't we given enough option for grandfathering? Whether it's your buyback of the shares that you had announced, whether it is the taxation relief that we're giving, grandfathering is now everywhere making sure that we don't exclude or affect people who are already in a certain regime. So that'll certainly be the margin given to people who exist in a regime. We are not going to simplify it to that extent that we forget a whole lot of people who are already in some framework.
And that will be the norm, right, going forward?
Obviously.
Yeah. Okay. You mentioned indirect taxes, GST, and I have a couple of questions on GST. And I'd like to start off by asking you, there's been, originally when GST was framed, the direction was always that it would be simplified over time, it would be rationalized over time, and depending on how revenues look, if they look good, that there could actually be a reduction in rates. And there was significant simplification both on the process side and in terms of rates and grouping of various products and everything else. But of late, there have been two issues that have come up. The first one is an issue that's been raised by the states, and they've raised it with you, which actually affects the federal compact between the center and the states, because the states are saying we have not been paid, and they've been told that there might be a little bit of a delay in that. So
have they been told that?
At least that's what they are suggesting, right? I don't know whether they've been told that, which I'm hoping you will tell us now.
Yeah, so the compensation is one. Will you ask me the other two later?
I will, once we finish this, yeah.
GST, I think, is a good law, and it is very required for a country as large as India. It is required also because we've had more than 50, 60 years of looking at India as one market, but India as several markets. Each state becoming a market, each state having its own law on a certain, taxation on goods and services. So it was only right and timely that we got the GST Act. All right, even as we brought it in, there were a lot of pushes and pulls, which, of course, again, I'll go back to recalling that it was only the personality of Shri Arun Jaitley, backed by the Prime Minister, which could bring all states together to have a consensus and agree to what could be the first version of a GST. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible, considering even then the pressure was on the government saying, you can't even get a GST through. Repeatedly questions were being asked. And I think at that time, due to this kind of a very taking everybody on board approach, it was possible. At that time, states had applied their mind. I'll be fair to everybody. Every state had applied their mind to say existing VAT regime, existing excise regime, and therefore with a revenue neutral mindset, what could be the taxation band to which a certain set of commodities could come in. All this was in detail discussed over several meetings of the empowered committee which existed before the GST Council. The GST Council consists of all the finance ministers. It was all agreed, and a certain framework was given which was acceptable to everybody. Now, post that, and I'm not blaming anyone here, equally all of us went about in every meeting of the GST Council reducing the taxation rate of certain set of commodities, another set of commodities later, a third meeting, a third set of commodities. So end of the day, the intentions were good. You kept reducing. Now, reduction per se is not bad, but the GST structure is such that when you have a certain rate and you have also the input tax credit being passed. Just to put it simply, I buy some raw material, I pay tax for it. With that raw material, I produce something else, I pass that on to the buyer. But when I pass that on to the buyer, for the tax that I paid, I reduce a certain sum and only carry forward that excess of tax to the next buyer from me. So that input tax credit each time is loaded onto the tax that you would pay and set off to that extent, and it goes. Now, if because you're looking at wanting to reduce the tax on certain number of items, you kept reducing, reaching a stage where the credit was no longer a credit. Credit was minuscule because you reduced the item of the tax on the raw material. The offset, therefore, was lesser. You ended up transferring more taxes to the buyer because the credits were lesser here. End of the day, now you have a new set of people saying, why are you taxing us more? It wasn't like this before. We are not taxing them more, but this reduction here on some items has ended up passing the burden on to the final one, which was otherwise earlier taken care of. So I'm not saying people did this thoughtlessly, but in an enthusiasm to reduce more taxes, that framework which was originally agreed at stage 1 of the GST has got distorted. As a result, you suddenly feel, oh my God, it is much worse than what happened in stage 1 of GST. That was after a lot of consideration of how much eventually will go to the consumer, because it's a consumer consumption end tax. So those distortions have crept in. Now, in the meanwhile, you're also looking at wanting to get more information so that there is no discrepancy between one and the other, one state and the other state, because after all, goods are moving from one state to another state. This meant that more information in the form of filing forms also got in. People thought when you're bringing in technology, it'll be a couple of keystrokes and finish. I've filed my return. Yes, that should be the end goal. But if you're also wanting to gather more information because you want to pass the benefits here and there, and you kept enthusiastically asking the SSC to give one more information each time, one, the tax per se is getting complicated because of this unstructured bringing down of rates. Another, it's also getting complicated because you want to be sure that you're doing everything correct, but ending up asking for so much more information in a technology-driven system. People just get fed up of wanting to give so much information. So we have problems in both the hands. That is where it's got into a stage where today, gladly I must say, all over the country, we've asked anyone who wants to talk on the simplification of filing processes to please go tell the officers. If you're physically not going, please through email or through some addresses that we've given, let us know through some kind of a digital way what you want to do to simplify the forms. Rate structures are GST Council's business. I'll take it to them. Eventually, we'll of course have to rationalize. Do we want so many slabs? Do we want to have just 2 or 3 slabs? Original intent was that we'll have just the 3. Merit, sin, and the standard. Just the 3 rates. Today what has happened is, in a sense you have 3 rates, but you're having too many complications. So we are addressing that. I can only give a confidence to the audience here and through you to many others that we shall have a very good streamlined GST and address the issues for the SSCs.
But what about the...
Sorry about the long answer.
Yeah, no, but what about the payment to the states? Because...
A 14%, and that will get compounded every year, compensation was assured for the states, which we are honoring, which we shall honor, which we shall continue to honor. And that compensation was going to be through the collection of a certain cess, GST cess. The cess would be collected, and clearly from the cess collected, states will be given the compensation 14%. Unfortunately, in the last collections, the cess component has been not so adequate to compensate the states per 14%. So, if we've reached a stage now where the collection was inadequate to give, this is an open fact, because anyone can go into the GST collections and everything else and see it. So, obviously, the compensation has not gone through to the states. That's not to take it to the level of saying, oh, that compact has been broken. Oh, no. The cess fund, if it's there, I'm going to give it. It's not there, but we are also making clear to ourselves as to how we can do it. We are not talking about even touching the compact. We have to honor the compact. So let there not be any doubt about what's happening to the compact. Oh, no. We shall honor it. But the reality is this. So I just want to put that in. And states, some of the finance ministers came and met me. I've heard them out. And what they're raising as an issue is absolutely genuine. There's no question about its genuineness.
All right. On GST, and I know this is a council decision, it's not, you're not going to take it unilaterally. Is there also going to be a rethink to take up some of the rates because collections are low?
Well, as you said, yes, it is the GST's call, council's call.
But directionally, is that something you would consider, which you would think of doing?
I may not be able to preempt the council on this by saying anything now.
All right. One of the things that's become very clear over the last 2 years and more so over the last 6 months is that we are very, very focused on the deficit, right? And there is a school of thought that says maybe for 12 to 18 months we should not look at the deficit because that would actually help the government to go out and provide the kind of fiscal stimulus that is needed. And then after 18 months, 12 months or 18 months, you bring back the discipline when growth is back on track. Why would you not do that?
You're again putting me into a situation where I have to state things which I'd rather reserve to say in the budget. Why would I not do that? Technically, nothing stops me not do that. But am I going to do that? I can't say now.
But is it something you're opposed to?
No, not in principle. I mean, fiscal discipline, of course, is a law. I have to go by the FRBM Act. I have to obey the Act. So I have to go by the glide path which has been given to me from 2014, if not even from 2004. The glide path has been given from 2004 after the passing of that Act in 2003 or something. So I'll have to confine myself to that glide path even if it is strictly difficult. But that is a law and therefore I have to obey it, is one story. The other is the view of the learned economists who are all telling us now is the situation where you may want to pause on that fiscal discipline angle and see how you can, have some forbearance, move towards funding and giving the stimulus, and therefore possibly bypass the FRBM, are all being discussed. May not be the time appropriate for me to comment whether I'll do this way or that way.
No, because see, one of the things, and we've often talked about how everyone gets caught up in definitions about something is cyclical or structural when it comes to the slowdown. And there is this school of thought that we have now moved on to an economic situation which is very different and probably calls for fairly radical ideas. And I know I'm going to get a lot of flack, especially from people like Ajit who's sitting here. But there are some economists who actually suggest things like helicopter money, right? I mean, they're saying things are bad. Government should work closely with central banks at one level. No, helicopter money is not such a bad idea. But we seem to be, at least from where I sit, we seem to be averse to doing things like that because I think we're still playing by the book in some ways.
I'm glad to hear this comment because there's a sort of margin given that you don't need to play by the book. It's nice coming from a journalist. And if it hadn't come from the journalist and if it had come from me, I would have at least 10 other journalists telling me, the minister is so careless, she's so laid back, she's not even going by the book. So I don't mind, I'm not faulting Sukumar, but I'm also not sure if this is the best place for me to say whether I would go by the book or not.
All right. Of all the sectors, and this is, again, it's not new, you've known this. Over the last year, the two sectors that have seen the most pain, one is real estate, which is not just last year, but for a fairly long. India has been in a very, very bad shape when it comes to the construction and real estate business for some time now. And the other one is the NBFC sector, where there was a problem with the island affairs, and everyone thought that that was it, but then it emerges that that's not it, and there is a deeper problem. And there are still fears, especially in Mumbai, that what we've seen is just the tip of the iceberg, and there is a huge mess. I know that in your budget, you announced a one-time window to sort this out for NBFCs, but it was a limited window. Do you think you sort of need an unlimited window or, let's say, a bigger war chest of money to sort this out?
See, post the budget, I've had quite a few sessions with the NBFCs. And when I say NBFCs, I know there are thousands of them in this country, but maybe the top 5 to 10 are the ones who are dealing with a vast section of the funding through the NBFCs. However, even for those who are below those 5, below top 10, top 20, I've had varying stages of meetings. Now, one thing it is for the RBI as the supervisory and regulatory body to constantly monitor the health of many of these NBFCs without really becoming too intrusive. So they are monitoring, and I'm closely in touch with the RBI as regards NBFCs. My one-liner, even if it sounds a bit pedestrian, is I don't want anyone falling off the cliff. So that is the extent to which RBI and the Ministry of Finance are watching them, but at the same time not getting in their way from doing their regular business. Now, with this said, I'm also making sure that funds reach NBFC. Now, if we can just understand this problem, over last 15, 20 years, if I can put it that way, roughly, public sector banks and scheduled banks, commercial banks, were supposed to carry on with their core business of lending, keeping savings, and for short and medium term. But the long-term finance for particularly infrastructure kind of activities were to be done by a development bank, which was what IDBI was, and we know the story of IDBI. Strictly speaking, public sector banks do not have the expertise or capability for long-term, different kind of risk involved infrastructure lending. But many of them did exactly that. And then NBFCs were carrying forward with what was essentially the banking, commercial bank's job, lend for short and medium term, but then they also started lending a bit longer and with short-term funds. So you ended up in both the places with asset liability mismatch. As a result, when banks had NPA, they didn't want to venture any further into lending. They moved it on to the NBFCs. NBFCs went on a spree of lending. If you see, there is a real connect between all these. And once the banks got very wary of lending, and I'm glad the Prime Minister said, we shall not inquire into bona fide commercial decisions. Even if it results in commercial failure, we shall not go on a fishing expedition putting everybody under inquiry. And that is what we are now going back to. Infuse equity into banks, give them money. They can go on getting the monies from all those defaulters back sometime, but give them money to carry on with their regular business. Give NBFCs monies, and not just the top 5, even those who are below it. Not just the 5 to 25, but even those who are below it. for which I've had meetings with the banks to ensure that they're not just looking at AAA rated assets, but they can look at even assets slightly at the investment quality level, for which the government has announced this, partial guarantee. Today, in fact, in the newspapers, you would have seen that the first closures happened in the first tranche of partial guarantee that we want to give these NBFCs. So we are attending to NBFCs. I wish the doubts in the minds of people after ILFS is removed. Both the regulator and the government are making sure liquidity reach them. We only want people to go demand the credit that they need to carry on with their business, and private sector should now take this opportunity to get to these institutions and take the money you need to start your business all over again.
The other sector, of course, is real estate, and there you announced a fund for incomplete projects, which you then subsequently expanded from 10,000 crore to 25,000 crore. And I think the first projects are going to...
Absolutely. In fact, we had, even as we announced the last mile connectivity money to be given by an alternative investment mechanism that we brought in, there were more than 150 projects which approached. They've all been vetted for what they are. They've all been vetted for how much they would need. They've all been vetted to ensure that the RERA compliance and everything else is in right place. And by 15th of December, which is actually T plus 40th day, T is the time that I announced, to the 40th day, monies will go into the escrow account towards completing these projects. We start with 5, we start with 10, we go on. And hopefully by February, and this is not just in Delhi and Mumbai, we've got lists from Hyderabad, we've got lists from Bengaluru, Guwahati, Patna. So all over the country, incomplete projects are all coming. So I want to assure the home buyers who've been left in the lurch for a very long time, who've taken EMIs, who've borrowed from the banks, who are also giving their rents. We are fully seized of your problem, and that is where this has come through. You are getting the results for your long pending demands.
I really think you should say something about income tax, because 60% of these questions are about a tax cut, right? One of the things one has noticed about the Indian economy, if you look at the numbers over a significant period of time, is the years when agriculture does well, economic growth is good, because it forms that foundation on the basis of which it does. And then you have growth drivers which sort of propel the economy. Through the 2000s, for instance, the mid-2000s, when India grew very fast, a lot of it came from exports. And we are having problems in both areas now, right? I mean, what exactly do you think we can do to drive exports? What do you think we can do to bring agriculture up to scratch?
There's a lot of work going on in encouraging agriculture towards like what it was before, to have greater exports, for farmers to get better prices, and to ensure that the strengths that we had in oil seeds, the strengths that we had in coarse grains are brought back. So it is being done through various different ways. But the most critical is agriculture has suffered, and this is something which is not so glamorous when you talk about agriculture, has suffered for want of adequate infrastructure. It's not just connecting that last village to the market, but it's also trying to get the right kind of storage for the various agricultural products. Some don't need air conditioning, some need air conditioning, but some need dehumidifiers, some others need just pest control. So the various types of storage facilities, depending on where what is required, rather than blindly going and giving silos everywhere, is one approach which the Prime Minister is guiding it himself. And I've been a witness to many such meetings where agriculture and the storage matters have been taken up. The second, of course, is a question of value addition to the agriculture products. Now, when you talk of oil seeds, we need a large quantity of edible oil. But post that, the oil meal cakes have a great market outside. And China, for instance, has been steady in demanding our oil meal cakes. If only we can focus on that and think in terms of those traditional oil seeds that we've been growing, and again for which this government has announced MSP and made sure that we get adequate oil seeds. Now for them the processes are not just the oil extracting units, but also a question of processing and packing to a certain standard and exporting the oil cakes. So there is a very clear, a large canvas in which not just the procurement for the farmer, but reaching to the market, and this whole debate in this country, I wish and I appeal, if the media can look at it from the point of view of every time there's a spike in the price of any commodity, does that help the farmer? Or are we every time debating only because today when the prices go up, we are worried about the urban consumer? Yes, we have to be worried about them too. But does that price advantage get to the farmer? And when the prices come down, do we talk about, oh consumer, you're getting it now at a low price, but how do we help the farmer now to get a better price than this low price which you pay? So the debate should be, ideally, the opposite of what it is now. Prices have gone up, oh my God, the consumer's struggling. Yes, he's struggling, we'll have to help them. But does that price help the farmer? That should be the debate.
Correct.
And the other way around, when it comes down, yes, the consumer benefits, yes, it should be talked about, it should be good, but then how do we help the farmer without bringing market distortions? So the debates are all now not helping us, not just the government, any one of us.
Okay, we are almost out of time, and I have two more questions that I want to ask you. The first one is about data. There has been a lot of skepticism about data that is coming out from the government in some quarters. The fact that, for instance, a consumption report that was recently leaked in some media and then scrapped, and then the government said it would work again, doesn't reassure people that the data is sacrosanct and the data can be taken as authoritative and respected and is credible. What are your thoughts on this?
There's no doubt we need to bring credibility back to the data. We need to assure people who need the data, and lots of people need the data, even government needs its own data. But the fact is, sometimes when genuinely something has gone wrong in the ground, and therefore the survey results are being held back, it's not to cast aspersion on every such data which is being collected by the government. So that I think we should keep in mind. Overall, I think the government is fairly seized of the debate which is going on data and its credibility. The intention is to make sure that any kind of inappropriate methodology which is common into the data will have to be addressed. But that is not to deny data as something which all of us do take as a position. So we'll have to work towards better credibility. We have to work towards making available data without any obstruction.
Couple of people have asked this question, and I think it's a good question. Personally, you've received a lot of criticism, and much of it has also been targeted at you directly. How have you dealt with this?
I don't allow it to worry me. I'm not inhuman. I sometimes do get affected by it, but I suppose it's part of the job, so I can't really wish it away. Let it come. Let it keep coming. I'll handle it.
All right. Let it come is a good note to end the session on, right? Thank you very much, Finance Minister.
Thank you very much. May I request Mr. Priyavrat Bhartiya, Director, Hindustan Media Ventures Limited, to please present a token of appreciation to Ms. Nirmala Sitharaman. Thank you very much, ma'am, for gracing the 17th Hindustan Times Leadership Summit. Kindly remain seated, ladies and gentlemen. We just quickly make the changes on the dais and we move on to the next session. Please remain seated. Please be seated. Thank you. Request you to please be seated. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. We're moving into our next session. May I request those who are standing to kindly resume their seats, please. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to please be seated. We're on to our session that has Hollywood's power couple Michael Douglas and Catherine Zeta-Jones in conversation with Hindi cinema actor and producer Anil Kapoor. Please put your hands together to welcome all of them on stage.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a privilege and honor to be here. And when Hindustan Times asked me to do this chat, I thought, why me? I'm not a journalist. Then I said, let me jump into it. Why not? Where will I get this opportunity to sit next to the beautiful Catherine?
Thank
and of course,
you, Anil.
You know,
The beautiful Michael. Even more beautiful, Michael.
of course. And of course, you know, actors who have influenced, motivated, inspired, and of course, entertained the entire planet. The stunning Catherine, and of course, the one and only Michael Douglas.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael, thank you, all of you, for both of you to come to our country, to this beautiful capital. My first question to both of you is, you all have been together since 20 years, you've been married for 20 years, so I've been married for a long time too. So I want you to reveal, what's the secret of a happy, loving marriage? Catherine, you go first because you're the boss.
Okay, I go first. First of all, thank you so much, everybody, for coming and having us here. We're delighted to be back in India. It's a country that's very close to our hearts, and we just love coming here. So thank you very much for your hospitality and the invitation, and to meet Anil, which has always been a treat. Well, yes, we have been married for nearly 20 years, and they said it wouldn't last. But it's been a wonderful journey of real love and friendship. I think I was lucky enough to marry my best friend, and we were together through thick and thin. And I think the secret is, for our relationship, is just being kind to each other, retaining our sense of humor. We've just been blessed with two amazing, beautiful children who inspire us as grown-ups every day, and rejuvenate us all the time. But truly, the depth of our relationship is that we're kind to each other, and we're best friends.
First, you marry somebody 25 years younger. Then you find out the first time you meet her that you have the same birthday. We both have the same birthday. 9/25, September 25th, 25 years apart. And then you tell her on the first night that you met her, I am going to be the father of your children. And then you see how that goes over. And then you remember and you remind yourself that no matter how much effort we make to strangers, because we all tend to make more of an effort to strangers than we do to the person that's closest to us, and remind yourself just how important he or she is, and don't forget it. And then finally, happy wife, happy life. So,
Michael, I want you to, I read somewhere that your dad, the great Kirk Douglas, wrote a letter on your 19th or 20th anniversary? 19th anniversary. What was the letter? I want you to share the letter. I follow you, so I read the letter.
First of all, they gave us a beautiful vase, and inside the vase was a letter from Kirk, from Michael's dad, that said, Michael, you have learned very well from me, I'm paraphrasing, that your wife, you always listen to your wife. That's what it was, a happy marriage. Like, just like me, I've always listened to my wife.
That's my secret too. I just listen to my wife. That's my secret too. Of course, yeah.
That's true. With all the things that have happened in the 20 years that we've been married, FaceTime is such an amazing source. It's much better than telephone services. We can talk to each other all over the world. And I guess it also helps because my father calls 6:30 every evening. It doesn't matter what time zone we're in. He calls at 6:30 in the evening, every evening, and he really will speak to me briefly. Then he says, "Where's your wife?" And so it also helps if you have a father-in-law who adores his daughter-in-law.
Well, he's an outrageous flirt. Outrageous. And if he wasn't 103 on Monday, I'd be very, very, very annoyed. But when you're 103, you're allowed to flirt with any woman, especially your son's wife.
I just, because, in this kind of business, show business, of course, there's a lot of media intrusion, there's the paparazzi, and so how do you deal with that, in this situation, to keep the, the love, there's the gossip written, so how do you deal with that when that happens?
Well, for us, we do have, put it this way, when we got together, when we were dating, and then when we consequently got married over these years, as Michael always says, 2 celebrities make 20, So what we've done and what we've been very proud of with our children is keeping our family life as private as possible. Of course, we're in a business where we walk down a red carpet and we go to events and people are interested and very happy to see us, and we're very humbled by that, and we're very happy to take the selfies, and we're very happy to speak to the press when we need to promote movies or we're doing work. But when we go behind our closed doors for our home, we're just regular people, and we've really maintained the privacy, and Michael will talk more about us living on the island of Bermuda for many years. One, because Michael's mother was Bermudian, but it gave us solace and it gave us privacy, so that when we went out into the world as celebrity Michael and celebrity Catherine, it was easier. It wasn't an everyday battle. Wouldn't you say, honey?
I do. I think logistics play an important part of it. We live back east in both New York City and in a place out in the country, which sort of separates us from the constant, Hollywood culture, business meetings at breakfast going all the way through and everything. It's one of the reasons why both of us choose not to live in Los Angeles. It's just a very serious industry town, and it's hard to get away. I was fortunate, I think, if of all the advantages of being second generation, of having a father who was a movie star, and being able to watch how he conducted himself in front of the cameras in public versus having a home life and understanding that separation. And I think that's helped our kids. And getting back to our marriage, I think it really helps when you're both in the same profession. It makes it a lot easier. We try to schedule our work life so that one of us is home. Of course, that doesn't matter anymore because we just recently become empty nesters, which is a whole other world, as many of you might know, as Catherine and I get to know each other all over again. No more conversations about our children, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and we get to come to India, so we're very happy.
So now, talking about...
Thank you.
This is a question of father to a father. Okay, I'm a father. We've been in this business for many years. My father was a film producer. I'm an actor. My daughters are actresses. My son is an actor, and there's a lot of talk about nepotism. You've been, a person whom I've admired. You've been my role model. You were a son of the great Kirk Douglas, and your achievements have been absolutely respected all over the world. How did you, deal with this being a son? Was it a curse or was it a gift with the Douglas name?
That's a good question, Anil. I think, well, first of all, I was a late bloomer to becoming an actor. It was not some passion I had. It was probably a rejection to my father, the fact that he was gone a lot working, so I was not one of those who always wanted to be an actor. I was in the university and I was undeclared. I didn't have a major. This was in the 1960s, and I guess you could call me a hippie. And I was finally in my junior year of college when they said, you have to declare a major. You can't. And so I thought, okay, man, I'll do theater, because my mother's an actress and that. So I started late, and I was not good. My father, I must say, was wonderful. He came to all my college productions, and the first time he saw me, he said, Michael, you were terrible, So I began from there and sort of just worked hard at it and became better, but I was always in the shadow. I'm sure, Anil, you had that earlier in your career. I always felt in the shadow. People would say, oh, that's just like your father. And thank you very much. I appreciate that. But the reality is you're trying to create your own identity. You don't want to be told that you're just similar to your father. So for me, it didn't come like 20 years into my career when I won the Oscar for Wall Street that I finally felt, and why the Oscar probably was more important to me, maybe even than other people, that I felt like I stepped out of the shadow of my father and kind of created my own identity. I think that, and the fact that early on I was able, he had acquired in a book called One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, right, yeah, which he had gone back to Broadway, and it made it into a play, and at the height of his career, it was right after Spartacus, he went back to do this play, and yet he could not get it made into a movie after that. He tried for a while. And then I was out of college and was beginning to work, and I had read this book, and it was fantastic. And I said, listen, he's trying to sell it now. He couldn't get it made, and I said, let me try to get it together, Dad. Just give me a chance. Let me run with it for a little while. And he said, well, what are you going to do? I worked 5-6 years to try to get this movie made. You're going to get this? I said, let me just try. And a couple of years, I was able to get the picture made, and he looked at me with a whole new look in his eye, and that sort of changed. Of course, unfortunately, by then, the idea was that he was going to play the part that Jack Nicholson played, but he was a little older and things had changed by then, so he's never forgiven me for that. But he did
still
share,
mentions it.
Right.
He really does. He still mentions it.
He still mentions
from time
it.
to time.
So you were 32 when you won the first Oscar as a producer, right? You were 32 years old. That was your first Oscar. You were 32.
I was 32, 31, who's counting? And One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, that's
Great.
correct.
So what would your advice be to, children who are children of, celebrities and famous fathers? What would your advice be?
Be very appreciative and very humble. There's a lot of ways that you can grow up in this world, and my father has a tremendous rags to riches story. My grandfather was from Belarus, and he arrived during the Russian Revolution in 1914 in the States as an immigrant, illiterate. My father was born in 1916, and he worked his way up hard. His folks did not speak. My grandfather was a junk man. He had a horse and wagon. And so it's a wonderful American story about working your way up. And I think if he's taught us anything, it's tenacity, ethics, and hard work, and humility.
Kathy,
and I'll add actually his philanthropic world and commitment. I mean, I think that's something that has definitely been instilled in Michael with his philanthropic endeavors and his desire to make the world a better place, a more peaceful place, a safer place. And I think that's been instilled in our children too, which of all the things that, you know, a dynasty, a generation of Douglases, I think that's what I'm so proud of. You know, is that they really are committed to the world and making it a better, peaceful place.
But you've been an outsider and you broke into Hollywood. You from Wales and, you know, you broke into Hollywood. So what would your advice be to outsiders who want to make it in the mainstream cinema or mainstream industry?
Well, for me, I'd never had the daughter of or I had no family connections to the industry, so I was out there on my own, you know, and there was I think a fearlessness that I had of wanting to make it. You know, for me, movies were something so far removed from my life. Growing up in Wales, for me, it was going to London, to the theatre. I wanted to be on the stage in any capacity. And I started very young. My first professional engagement was when I was 9 years old in the professional theatre in London in the West End. And so I had a fearlessness about you know, ambition, you know, and so as you get older, you get that kind of diminishes. I find, you know, because you've got more to lose. You wonder what people think. Sometimes, as a woman in any industry, the word ambition is something that's you're not supposed to say. That I'm ambitious, you know. And but I certainly was, and I still am. And I think my advice to people coming up in the industry is never lose track of your dreams, you know, and once you've fulfilled what you think is a dream, then you have to dream again, and you have to dream big. And there's nothing wrong with being ambitious, especially a woman.
Wait. Now let's come to a very exciting question, I think, because, you know, I've been known as being, you know, in India, being ageless or forever young. But the
Quite
truth is,
right.
I would agree on you.
I would agree with
no,
that.
no, but the truth is, you're my role model. Honestly, you've been my role model. You are my role model. You look great. You look amazing.
Thank you.
Fantastic, you know, and you look beautiful.
Thank
Mother
you.
of two, look beautiful.
We like our work.
Absolutely. Your father's 103. Your mom, I've met your mom. You know, we traveled together.
She's actually, that's my stepmother.
I know.
But she says she's my mom
Yes.
when I have a good movie.
Yeah.
But, but when I have a bad movie, oh no, that's my stepson.
No, I could feel that, you know, she had, you know, because we were traveling from London to LA, and we started, she didn't know who I was, and
Right.
we started chatting with each other, and we had a great, you know, the flight just went, and so I just want to know what's the secret, what is the Douglas secret of looking like this, you know, the whole family, father's 103, mother's 100, you're 75. Is it some special tea which you drink, Douglas tea? Can you share that tea?
I think the Russians, I know my father has a good head of hair. Anil, you're doing pretty good yourself, I think. So I think it starts with the hair, you know, and I think there's certain, you know, genetics, you love your work, makes a big difference. But following up on what Catherine said, you know, our children want to be actors. Well, my oldest son, he's 40, Cameron, he is an actor, but ours, 2 children together, Dylan and Karis, are 19 and 16, they want to be. And I think if you come from a successful family or you're entering the same area, you have to work twice as hard, not half as hard. You have to work twice as hard because people, they know you, they can identify you. I think the most difficult thing about being in a family, 2nd or 3rd generation, is when you're in school, they can assume things. I know you, so therefore I know your income, I know your background, and they can make certain assumptions about you in school that they don't make to a normal kid, and that's the reason why I think you have to work a little harder.
But you're telling me about the tea, the Douglas tea.
The Douglas tea.
Douglas tea.
What
is this? What is the secret? Secret. You look.
What tea are you drinking?
Drinking. What is
tea.
the Douglas? Yeah. What is it?
Start drinking tea. I'm a coffee.
So
drinker.
what's the secret? How do you keep top of the game? You're master of your craft.
Well,
and children
again, you learn. I think you learn. My father has always worked out.
Yeah.
He's 103, and he still has a trainer come to the house. And I remember he had a trainer for about 40 years, Mike Abrams. And when Dad was about 90, I called him and I said, I listened to him. I said, Dad, what's wrong? You don't sound good. He said, Mike died. I said, oh, I'm sorry. You were with him a long time. He said, yeah. I said, how old was Mike, your trainer? 94. So I don't know. I think certainly having a wonderful partner like Catherine helps a lot, and doing what you like to do, and not stopping. The whole idea of retirement doesn't appeal to me, and thank goodness there are still parts for older actors, and I'm planning on doing it till they take me out.
Wait.
He'll be 110 by that point.
So 103, 100, 75, and of course, so it's about 300 years, right?
That's right.
Absolutely. That's
I think we looked at it last time between Catherine and I and Kirk. We have 250 movies.
That's right.
It's even close to your numbers.
Me alone, I've done 150 films.
I know. It's fantastic. It's amazing.
Well, Michael, I've seen, I think, most of your films. You've done some great, successful films, created some iconic characters. But, of course, my most favorite is Gordon Gekko, which you did in Wall Street. And I just loved the film. I loved your character. So, when you're working on the character, when you were, in the process, when Oliver Stone, when you read the script, because you have an instinct for script, I feel you have an instinct for material. You proved yourself when you won the first Oscar. So did you get a feeling when you were processing that character, when you're working, putting the pieces together, that this is something special you're working on?
Yes. Oliver Stone is a wonderful director, wonderful writer, and I did not know him. I found out later that he was looking for an actor that had some business proficiency. Neil, I am like you, a producer also, and so I think he was looking for an actor that understood business to some extent. And it was a great script. It was a wonderful script. However, we got off to a little bit of a rough start. It was about the second week of shooting the movie, and I was in my trailer, and there's a knock on the door, and Oliver Stone comes in, and he says, "Can I sit down?" I said, "Sure." He says, "Are you okay?" I said, "Yeah, I'm okay." He said, "Are you doing drugs?" I said, "No, I'm not doing drugs." "That's because you look like you never acted before in your life." And Gordon Gekko, my character, I was like, "What?" I said, "Yeah." I said, and I don't like to look at dailies. Dailies are the film that you shoot every day before they edit it, because you always look at the bad stuff. At least in my case, you never look at what's good. You're so critical. So I said I guess I better look at the dailies. He said, "Yeah, you better." So I go look at some dailies, and I am very critical of myself, but I'm looking at thinking, this is pretty good. I saw the scene with Charlie Sheen in the back of a limousine, the seduction scene where I seduce him in a scene. And I go back to Oliver, and I said, Oliver, I thought it was okay. He said, it is, isn't it? Yeah. I said, what are you doing? And Oliver wanted just a little more nastiness in the character. And he was willing for me as the actor to project my nastiness for the rest of the picture at him. And I've always been really impressed, because a lot of times directors treat actors like the director is the father and the actors are children. You know, they really don't know how to behave, and I'll take care of them, and acting is a very insecure profession. But Oliver, who fought in Vietnam, and always used this expression, he liked to be with people that were in the trenches with him. And he was not afraid for me to vent my additional anger towards him, just to create that little more of a twist. So I'm eternally grateful. As you know, not that often that you get a really good part with a great cast and well directed.
So I must tell you a story about Wall Street. Wall Street 2.
Uh-huh.
I auditioned for that film.
Oh, you did?
I did, yeah. And I met Oliver 4 times. And I was desperately trying to get into Wall Street 2. So I met him, and so I tried to impress him. I said, I want to show you my work. And I said, I have this film, and we ripped off your film without taking the rights, as we do in India. We used to, but till the Copyright Act came. And so I showed him this film. I said, this is U-Turn. And he had a look at the DVD and started laughing. And he talks like, it's too funny. This film's too funny. I said, funny? I said, yeah. I said, what about me? I said, because the bad guys were Russians. I said, make them Indians, make them Indians. Yeah. Cast me in the film, I said, no, I'll think about that. But I don't know, but I like the other guy. Who's that guy? And that is Sanjay Dutt. So, I said, and then I met him again at, I think, Angelica Houston's house. She has this dinner, so I met her there. So I asked him, I said, Oliver, that guy, great face. Then I met him in New York. Then I went to New York. So my agent fixed a meeting in New York. So I was pursuing him. I met him in New York in one of the restaurants. He was doing the recce for the film. And I met him, and I said, I knew that he's not going to cast me. So I said, let me have the last chance. I said, the other actor has got immigration problems. He can't travel to America. I said, what about me? I said, no, I think, Anil, it has to be Russian. So unfortunately, I was not part of one of your films. Wow. But in future, I hope, and I'm sure I'm going to work with you.
Wall Street 3.
Wall Street 3, yes, of course.
That's a good story.
And, of course, you won 2 Oscars, but I feel somewhere, Catherine, that if, I love musicals, and I love musicals. My favorite musicals have been Singing in the Rain, and of course, the recent La La Land. But Chicago, I feel is the best for me. I really love that film, and I feel you deserve 2 Oscars for that. So that it becomes 2 and 2, because I think 1 for acting and 1 for dancing.
Oh, thank you.
It was absolutely spectacular. I saw the song again twice last night, all the jazz. And how, is it because, we do a lot of musicals, we do Bollywood films, and we don't really, all my films, we go on the set and just, start singing and dancing. We don't really rehearse so much or prep so much. So you had to go through a lot of prep. What was the process?
Yes, we did. We did. Well, first of all, I started my career in musical theatre, and it was a, in Britain at the time, it was like, oh, you're a dancer, you can't really sing or act. And so I was singing and acting in a musical, and it's like, oh, no, you can't really act. And so after doing musicals, all my childhood and up into my late teens, I kind of stopped doing them and wanted to be a serious actress, but never thinking that the whole genre of musicals would have a new life, a new, a rebirth in Hollywood. So when Chicago, I had the opportunity to play Velma Kelly in Chicago, it was just a dream come true for me. So I could put singing and dancing and acting for me on celluloid forever on film. I thought it was a dying genre. And when I was younger, I always thought that I was born in the wrong era. I should have been born in the whole golden age of Hollywood, where I would be singing, you know, Singing in the Rain with,
or in Bollywood,
or in Bollywood. It's like, why wasn't I born then, or why wasn't I born Indian, and so I could do Bollywood movies. So it was a real treat for me to be able to put Chicago on film, and the whole process, and we did a lot of rehearsals. And we rehearsed so much that we could have put it on live.
Oh, great.
You know, so anyway, I'm a huge fan of Bollywood. Om Shanti Om is one of my favorite movies.
This is for true.
No, this is for true. This is not because I'm in India. My kids have been brought up singing Om Shanti Om since they were this high.
Oh, great. My friend Shah Rukh and Farah are going to be very happy.
I know it. I know it inside out, and so does my mother. So we're big. I'm a big Bollywood fan. I think because I knew I would have loved to have done a Bollywood movie in my career. Anyway, so anybody out there who wants to cast me,
Everybody, you know, in Christmas, in our country, they sing Christmas carols. Our household sings all the songs from Om Shanti Om. Everybody.
it's true.
That's great. Yeah, that's great. Yeah. So where do you keep your Oscars? Where are the Oscars placed?
On the bookshelf.
Oh.
Michael, I have to say, my husband has so many awards, we don't know where to put them. As he gets older, he gets more and more and more and more. And so we have a closet, in a cupboard in the apartment, and they're there. But everyone likes to come to the apartment and ask if they could have a photograph with the Oscar. It has its own little life.
Okay, great. So
50 years.
Sorry?
50 years. You wake up, next thing you know, your career at 50 years, they got to give you something.
Yeah. So, obviously you have done a film together, Soderbergh's Traffic, but there were no scenes. You didn't have any scenes together. So are there any future projects or anything both of you are going to do?
I would love to work with Michael.
We came the closest to develop and working on a project that was going to be actually shot here in India. And I was one of my first visits here about 8 or 9 years ago. But we had difficulty getting the train. If you have any help here of getting the train between Mumbai and Delhi, we needed the train. But then, of course, I realized a lot of people need the train, not just a movie company. And we couldn't shoot during monsoon season, so we had a logistic issue. But I hope we'll do something.
Michael found a script that was very reminiscent of the Romance in the Stone kind of series.
I love that film,
and we were going to do it together. But, I mean, it's very hard. For me personally, maybe not for everybody, but when there's a married couple and you see them on the screen, there's something, the project has to be very specific. I find if it's, a love story, it becomes a little voyeuristic, I think. There's something unsettling to me as an audience member watching other married couples on screen. So I think there has to be, the project would have to have a dynamic with some humor, some action, some fun in it. And I think what Michael produced and starred in, The Romance in the Stone and Jewel on the Nile, has that wonderful kind of romp, kind of slapstickness to it. Right. It's a fun adventure story, and this project that Michael found would have been perfect. So maybe we will try to resurrect that.
And if not, there's always a War of the Roses.
War of the Roses, yes, yes, of course.
I think that would be what
people would like to see us fighting on screen, I think. Well, I would.
Michael, Hollywood is learning more and more, leaning more and more towards the spectacular special effects, laden superhero films. Intimate dramas, romances, and comedies are few and far between. Martin Scorsese, Francis Ford Coppola they've criticized this trend. What are your thoughts on that?
I exactly understand. In terms of between where movies are at today?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, this is the magic of streaming. I know you had Reed Hastings here yesterday, and I do a series now for Netflix, and there is never in the history of the film and television been a better time for artists, not just actors, directors, producers, writers. Streaming has brought so much more product to the market. It's also, we have a sort of a separation that exists in our industry between television and movies that goes through, permeates through acting in all forms. Television actors, because they're perceived as, because you can see them for free on television, that's a television actor, but a movie actor, you have to pay to go to the theater. And there's always been this sort of separation. Streaming has allowed everybody to cross and has really broken down that barrier. So I think it's a wonderful time. Yes, the big screen is filled in a large part by these CGI special effects movies, but I don't know how difficult it is in here, but it's part of the success, I think, of Bollywood too, is you go to a theater where you have to, you know, either pay for parking or have a meal. The tickets are not cheap. It becomes an event.
Right.
And you need to have it on a screen, an event. And that's why I think it's made it very difficult for the more personalized picture. I was just told this morning, we just had a couple of our award season's nominations come out, and 2 Netflix movies are leading the candidates for award season, The Irishman and Marriage. It was The Marriage Story.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just saw it. Yeah, I just saw bits of it last night. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I've heard a lot about it, and it's a terrific film. Yeah. And so, Michael, you're known to have clear-cut political views. This is one political question I want to ask you, if you don't mind. Would you share with us your views on the American governance today?
On the president race? Is that right?
Yep.
Oh, I thought
How long have you got?
No, I thought I thought I was going to get out of India without having to. Do you really want? Does anybody really want to hear that? Isn't it nice to have maybe half an hour of not talking about our American president?
Cool. Okay.
I mean, it's just he just takes the air out of the room.
Okay.
It's a crazy time, you know. It's a difficult, and just as I try to look outside of our own country, because there is a kind of a strange populist movement that seems to be going around the world. Certainly in our country, you're seeing it in a lot of countries in Europe. I know you're dealing with volatile issues here in your own country. I'm not exactly sure where this polarization has come from, but what does really worry me is this fake news. And this idea that facts now can be changed. We deal in our industry with the idea that you can take, with a CGI, you can take my head and put it on anybody's body and have things come out of my mouth that I've never said. And I don't know where this is going to be leading. Certainly we're going to see in our next election in the next year. They've already discovered issues with President Obama where there were speeches that he gave which he didn't give, which was simply CGI'd with the face and using his voice. So the areas of this fake news and what's happening on the internet is really a confusing issue that I do worry about, because I don't know if we all have the patience to get to the credible bottom of what the truth is.
Cool. So there's a question which I want to ask you from the audience. That's one of my favorite films too, The American President. I love that film. And any favorite memories from the movie, The American President? And of course, Catherine, you're working with the great, doing that film, my favorite film again, Entrapment,
Yes.
with Sean Connery. So first to you, Michael, any favorite moment from the
Well,
film,
The American President was written by Aaron Sorkin, who's a leading, wonderful writer. He's on Broadway now with To Kill a Mockingbird.
Yeah.
And out of The American President, Aaron developed the series West Wing. So it was, again, a wonderful, wonderful script, which is what you really look for. I remember thinking when they offered me the part, oh, I'm too young for this part. Little did I know how quickly we age. And I had a wonderful experience. It was really good. Rob Reiner was the director, excellent. It was very interesting. I can't say Annette Bening, who played, and I'm very, very fond of Annette, we were very close, but she has a very professional way of acting, and it was just interesting. We did not have a lot of social interaction off camera, and yet had a wonderful, wonderful chemistry. Chemistry is an amazing thing. So I like the American president. Many politicians enjoy it, but I always remind them, but I know how the script ends. You don't.
I think, Michael, there's a whole bunch of fans out there who still thinks Michael should be running for president right now. And I agree.
Wow. Thank you.
And finally, just tell me what's at the top of your mind at this very moment, both of you? On top of your mind, at this moment, what is top of your mind at the moment?
My favorite film?
No,
No.
what's at the top of my mind?
Top of your mind.
Right now is that I didn't answer the Sean Connery question. I love working with Sean Connery. He was very, very, very influential in my career. In that, for me, coming from Britain and having the chance to work with Sean Connery, who was iconic, you know, and still is iconic, and to have this really great relationship off screen, where I became family to him. He always called me the kid. And Sean is that real Scotsman, you know, and he's got a bit of a temper on him. So if anyone was talking whilst I was acting, he'd go, "Shut up, the kid's acting!" And all these people be on the set, like, you know, and I'd be like shaking in my boots. "Okay, Sean, calm down, I'm fine. But we had a wonderful, wonderful relationship, and the movie turned out really great. And it was when I was shooting that movie that I actually met my husband, because I was promoting Zorro at the Deauville Film Festival, and so I met him, and then briefly, and then I had to go back up and finish shooting with Sean. So.
Do you get a chance to meet him now?
No, I don't. Unfortunately, I haven't seen Sean in a long time. He's living in the Bahamas, very happily retired. So. But I miss him very much.
We all miss him.
Yeah.
And, you know, we all miss him. We love him.
Screen.
And any thoughts about Delhi when you traveled from the airport to Delhi? Did you see anything in the city? Do you plan to visit any of the cities? Do you plan to stay back for a few more days and go to Agra or any of the cities, Rajasthan?
We do, Anil. Unfortunately, we're not going to share our plans of where we're going in India here, but we do have plans to visit, take advantage of this nice invitation to be here. And I must say thank you all for coming, because it is
Thank you
very,
so much.
very nice,
you know, on behalf of
opportunity.
yeah, of course. Thank you. On behalf of HT, our country, and our capital, thank you so much for being with us. Thank you. It was lovely speaking to you all and conversing
And
with
thank you so much.
Thank you.
This interview has
Thank
been
you.
wonderful with you.
Yeah. There's another question from the audience. Yeah. Sure. Lots of questions? Okay. How have you gone? Yeah. Oh. Has Sandy Kavinsky got under the skin of Michael Douglas more than Gordon Gekko, thanks to Netflix being such a intimate medium?
Well, I'll help some of your audience who may not know. I have a series now on Netflix called The Kaminsky Method. You can catch it. It's a half-hour comedy produced and written by Chuck Lorre, who's a very, very successful television producer. Did 2.5 Men, The Big Bang Theory, Young Sheldon. It's a good series. I do it with Alan Arkin. And my character's name is Sandy Kaminsky, and I play an acting coach and teacher. So yes, Sandy Kaminsky is a lot closer and more comfortable for me to play than Gordon Gekko.
I don't know, there's a request. Would Anil like to have a dance with Catherine on the...
Absolutely.
Well, now, just a minute.
She loves Om Shanti Om. I'm a very bad dancer.
I love it.
You love it? Om Shanti. Do we have the track?
I don't think people understand my obsession with Om Shanti Om. I mean,
Yeah, no.
you have no idea. I know it verbatim. I know
Yeah?
the scenes. I always thought it would make a fantastic Broadway musical.
Really?
But I can't play it because I'm not Indian.
I think you look Indian also. I think, yeah. Because I have, my niece looks like you. Yeah.
I'm very honored.
Yeah.
Some of the most beautiful women in the world are from India.
But it's a wonderful story. Catherine, was a child prodigy dancer and performer, was touring when she was 9 years old. And when she was 15, she went on her own to London, stayed with a governor, somebody's house, and was in the chorus of 42nd Street when she was 16 years old. And just by chance, the producer of 42nd Street, she was in the chorus, but she was the understudy for the lead. And just the show had been playing for years, and by chance, the producer, the original New York producer, coming by to check on the show, was there the night that Catherine had to go on, replace the lead, and she went on. And he saw her, and you were 17?
17.
17 years old, saw her, and then gave her the lead in the show based on her performance. So sometimes it combines a little bit of talent.
So, Catherine, are you ready for just a little Om Shanti Om? Can we dance?
All young girls put their hands in the air. Om Shanti Om.
Wow.
I haven't got the right shoes on to dance. But,
So, can I dance then?
Yeah, go on.
Well, I'm always ready.
Oh, well, that's my workout for the day.
Thank you, thank you. That was great, yeah. I think this has been one of my best evenings. Yeah, I get a chance to dance with, my all-time favorite. And of course, thank you so much, Michael. Hope to work with you in Wall Street 3.
It worked for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good.
Any collaboration with India? Any films?
Any films in the...
Any collaboration, future collaboration with India? Films?
Oh,
Would you?
this is an audition. I'm hoping...
I think you better get up and do some Om Shanti Om.
Yeah. My dancing's not going to cut it, but yeah, I would. We love your country. We've always had wonderful visits here. Have good Indian friends in the States, and it'd be a joy and a pleasure. And thank you again to Hindustan Times for bringing us over. It's been just a treat.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kapoor, Catherine, and Michael Douglas. May I request Mrs. Shobna Bhartia, our chairperson and editorial director of HD Media, to please present all of you with small tokens of appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and give them a round of applause. Absolutely delightful. We hope that you keep coming back to India and doing a lot of work with us. Thank you very much to Mr. Kapoor as well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be taking a short break now. Please remain in your places. Tea and refreshments in Shah Jahan, and we will be back with our session on politics.
हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स ग्रुप और उसके पाठकों का मैं बहुत बहुत आभार, क्योंकि मुझे फिर से बुलाया है। प्रयास, और सिर्फ प्रयास ही नहीं, कमिटमेंट भी है कि लोगों की सिस्टम से ये लड़ाई बंद हो, उनकी जिंदगी में इरिवर्सिबल चेंज आए, ईज ऑफ लिविंग बढ़े। छोटी छोटी चीजों के लिए, रेल बस का टिकट कराने के लिए, गैस के कनेक्शन के लिए, बिजली के कनेक्शन के लिए, अस्पताल में भर्ती होने के लिए, पासपोर्ट पाने के लिए, इनकम टैक्स रिफंड पाने के लिए, कब तक ये देश का नागरिक परेशानियां झेलता रहेगा? हम उसे परेशानियों से मुक्ति दिलाना चाहते हैं। साथियों, इस सरकार के लिए करप्शन फ्री, सिटीजन सेंट्रिक और डेवलपमेंट फ्रेंडली इकोसिस्टम, ये हमारी सबसे बड़ी प्राथमिकता है।
You can develop this country if you think in terms of pro-poor, pro-industry, pro-one segment or another segment. Every single person, every single interest in this country has a role to play. Big business has a role to play. You simply cannot bring jobs to India without businesses. It just can't be done. So if somebody thinks that you're going to bring employment to India without business, that you're going to bring employment to India without small and medium business, without trade, that's just impossible. So I don't view the world in these silos. I view the world as a set of partnerships, and there is a space for everybody. The problem today is that the conversation between these different groups has broken down. So even though farmers and industry have a lot they can do in common, farmers and industry in fact have to work together. That conversation isn't taking place, and that's where the real problem is. And it's across the board. So you spoke about Dalits, you spoke about tribals, you spoke about backwards. There needs to be a conversation, a conversation that provides a vision going forward. And that's really what is missing. So you need to speak to all these groups, and you need to bring them together and say, okay, what is it that you require? What is it that you require? You need to work out a compromise. You need to move forward. You will not be able to get everything that farmers want. You will not be able to get everything that business wants. But if you start a conversation, you'll go somewhere.
Our history together, our efforts together, at their best, speak to a common set of values. Values of pluralism and tolerance, the values of openness and the rule of law, a liberal market-based order that places the primacy on our individual rights, including the freedoms of speech and religion and assembly, and relevant to this session, freedom of the press, along with the commitment to the dignity and human rights of all people. Prime Minister Modi and I met an unprecedented 9 times because all of the key challenges we face will be easier to achieve if India continues to play a larger role, not just in the Asia-Pacific region, but on the world stage. The thing is, we know that economies don't work as well when only a few prosper, and the middle class and people who are working hard to get into the middle class are neglected. We can't unwind globalization in the global supply chain. We shouldn't want to. We can't pretend that automation doesn't exist. But we can invest in our people and their skills and their education and the capacity for them to start their own businesses. If India and the United States are working together, I believe there is no problem we cannot solve.
Why does the English cricket team suck?
I don't accept that for a minute. I mean, it wasn't many years ago, as Prime Minister, I had the enormous privilege of watching England versus India at the Oval, and it was a wonderful hot summer's day, and I was able to go into the dressing room afterwards, and 2 English batsmen, Ian Bell and Kevin Peterson, had scored centuries, and when they score a century, they're allowed to have a bottle of lager in the dressing room afterwards, and I was able to hand those. That was a very proud moment. So we've seen ups and downs. I think the exciting thing for both of us is at the moment India is the #1 team, England is the #2 team, and it's going to be a great contest. But I look at our team and I think any global team would have Joe Root in as a batsman. I think Alistair Cook's one of the greatest batsmen in the world today. Jimmy Anderson's one of the best bowlers in the world today. So we've got our stars.
If you could have one player from the English team, from the Indian team.
Well, I don't want to pick someone out and spoil them, but you've got a very strong team, and it's been a great contest. But and I will be.
Doesn't seem much like a contest.
Well, don't. What do they say that pride can come before a fall?
So Devendra Fadnavis, can Mumbai be Shanghai? That's a question Pankaj Rana is asking, saying, how long are we going to catch up? Play catch up.
Why do we want to make Mumbai Shanghai? Let's keep Mumbai, it's better. And I think the way Mumbai is developing now, around 258 kilometers of metro network, the coastal road, the Bandra-Warsaw sailing, the Trans-Harbour link, the elevated corridor on Mumbai Suburban Railway. In fact, for last 70 years, we could create mobility for 7 million people every day. And in next 3 years, we are creating additional mobility for 9 million people every day. So it's more than double which we are creating. So on one hand, we are actually creating huge public transportation system. And it's a 360-degree water transport, the railways, the mono, the metro, and the bus system all integrated on one single platform. So I think a lot of things are happening, and you can see it on the ground. They are not just plans. I mean, I would say that in Mumbai itself, we have started works worth more than 1 lakh crore. And I think Mumbai is changing. So Mumbai has its own distinct character. I don't want to make Mumbai Shanghai. Okay. I want to make Mumbai.
नया टर्म आपने कर दिया अर्बन नक्सल. हाई कोर्ट और सुप्रीम कोर्ट दोनों ने कहा जी ये कौन सी बात हुई है, काहे के नक्सल हैं, और उनको छोड़ भी दिया उन लोगों ने. एक तो छूट भी गए, कुछ और लोग भी छूट जाएंगे. तो आपने मुझसे ही बातचीत में कहा था 3 हफ्ते पहले कि शहरों में संकट पैदा हो गया है उन लोगों की वजह से.
नहीं, देखिए ऐसा है कि माओइज्म को बोलचाल की भाषा में नक्सलिज्म कहते हैं, और इस नक्सलिज्म में मैं बोलचाल के ही शब्द का प्रयोग कर रहा हूँ. नक्सलिज्म ने इस देश के सामने एक बहुत बड़ा संकट पैदा किया है. इसके पहले जो हमारे मोदी जी के पहले प्रधानमंत्री थे, आदरणीय डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी ने, उन्होंने भी कहा था कि देश के लिए सबसे बड़ा कोई चैलेंज है तो नक्सलिज्म का चैलेंज है, और इस चैलेंज को मीट आउट किया जाना चाहिए, इस पर विजय हासिल की जानी चाहिए, ये डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी ने कहा है. आज मैं ये संतोष के साथ ये मैं बात कह सकता हूँ कि काफ़ी हद तक हम लोगों को कामयाबी हासिल हुई. 126 ऐसे डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स थे जो नक्सलिज्म से प्रभावित थे. अब उनका नंबर कम हुआ है, लगभग 52-53 रह गए हैं, और ज़्यादा कंसंट्रेशन यदि नक्सलिज्म का आज भी है. केवल इस देश के 10-12 जिले ऐसे बचे हैं जहां पर कि वह सिमट कर रह गया है. पहली बार इस आज़ाद भारत के इतिहास में नक्सलिज्म के फ्रंट पर यह कामयाबी हासिल हुई है, पहली बार. अर्बन नक्सलिज्म, अब उधर से भगकर कुछ लोग माओइज्म के प्रति एक आकर्षण पैदा करने के लिए इस फिलॉसफी को चलाकर लोगों को आकर्षित कर रहे हैं. या तो वायलेंस में खुद इंडल्ज हों अथवा वायलेंस को पूरी तरह से सपोर्ट करें, प्रमोट करें. इतनी बात मैं दावे के साथ कहना चाहता हूं अपनी गवर्नमेंट के संबंध में. जिसको जो कहना है, उसकी आइडियोलॉजी, उसकी फिलॉसफी डिफरेंट हो सकती है, भले ही हम उससे सहमत हों न हों, सब चलेगा, लेकिन किसी को वायलेंस इस देश में प्रमोट करने की इजाजत नहीं दी जा सकती.
How many of you have taken a railway journey in the last 1 year? And being on the Delhi metro doesn't count, right? So that's about, keep your hands up, please. That's around 30 people out of 300, 10%. Now I know why you're the treasurer, right? 10%. I think the big challenge for you is to really increase this 10% to at least around 25-30%. So can you start off by telling us how you plan to do this?
I think there was just one Mool mantra that drove all the effort and programs that I have worked on, and that has been to bring the charm back to rail travel. I have very fond memories of my childhood when a train journey with cutlets and toast with tea in that thermos being served by a liveried butler was truly a very elegant experience. Sadly, what happened over the last 70 years was that the railways expanded its patronage many times over. In fact, I think in terms of passengers or in terms of freight, we are now servicing about 1,500% more people and more freight is carried than what it was 50, 60 years ago. A growth nearly 15x. Whereas the services or the available infrastructure has grown barely 25, 30%. So in a manner of speaking, we've overloaded an existing infrastructure to the point of breaking it.
One of the interesting statements you made was, make Mulayam the Prime Minister and we're willing to sign off on the deal right now. So why should the Congress agree to that? Because after all, the Congress is a national party and the SP only a state regional force.
नहीं, क्योंकि वो सवाल गठबंधन महागठबंधन का आया और इसलिए क्योंकि समाजवादी पार्टी उत्तर प्रदेश में सरकार में है, तो अब ये अलायंस का तो हम सोच ही नहीं सकते। लेकिन भविष्य का अलायंस अगर कोई कल्पना करता है तो एक बार को मैं ये कह सकता हूँ कि नेताजी या इस तरह के फैसला हो देश के सेकुलर पॉलिटिक्स के लिए, तो मैं उसके लिए सहमत हूँ। इसलिए मैंने कहा कि अगर कोई चाहता है कि गठबंधन हो तो नेताजी को मौका मिले तो हम लोग गठबंधन के लिए तैयार हैं। तो वो एक सवाल के जवाब में मैंने बोला है।
पर अब तो वो हेडलाइन बन गया है, तो क्योंकि आपने वो बात बोली इसलिए मैं पूछ रही हूँ कि कांग्रेस क्यों मानेगी इस बात को, क्योंकि वो तो एक नेशनल पार्टी है।
तो कांग्रेस ने कई बार ऐसे दलों का भी सहयोग किया है देश की राजनीति में जहाँ पर उनकी संख्या बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं थी, क्योंकि ये बहस की बात उस समय कोई सवाल था उसके जवाब में मैंने बोल दिया। अब इस पर बहस हो तो अच्छी बात है और बहस हो तो और अच्छा है।
Almost at the same time that you said you're going to take the plunge into politics, your dear friend, fellow traveler in films, Mr. Rajnikant, also said the same thing. Make a pitch. You're speaking to a Delhi audience. Why you believe the voters of Tamil Nadu should choose you and not your dear friend?
I won't make a pitch like that because I want them to choose a better Tamil Nadu. It doesn't matter. Personalities don't matter. They'll think that, oh, he's missing out on his best pitch with a great audience.
Yeah.
But my thing is, it's even unfair to compare Mr. Rajani's and my party right now as it stands.
And why is that?
We are 8 months old. He's still slumbering in the womb.
He's slumbering in the womb.
Yes.
Where are you? Are you born, yet to be born?
I'm learning
Still
to
born?
walk with the people.
You're walking with the people?
I'm walking with the people.
Yeah, the thing is, as far back as I can remember, the only thing I ever wanted to be was a Hindi film hero. You know, not an actor and all that. I wanted to be a hero. Big muscles, big guns. I was that guy, you know, and this is the only thing I ever wanted to be. And I was cult
in conversation with the Honorable Chief Minister of Punjab, Captain Amrinder Singh, and the Honorable Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh, Mr. Bhupesh Baghel.
If there's anyone who could have been a fitting follow-up to such an exciting session like Michael Douglas and Catherine Zeta-Jones, it's this one, Captain Amrinder Singh and Bhupesh Baghel, Chief Ministers of Punjab and Chhattisgarh. Thank you so much for being here, for speaking with us. Now, before we begin our conversations for a better tomorrow, I think there is something, sir, that so many of us, it's something that, you know, has completely overtaken and something that so many of us are thinking about. It's the events of what has transpired in Telangana, the encounter. And why I speak of that is because it's dividing everybody. Some people say that the police encounter with 4 accused suspects of the rape and murder of the vet, it's justified. It's an apt kind of action in an age where justice seems elusive. Others say it's completely extrajudicial, it's immoral, and it shows a complete breakdown, especially in the kind of reactions that we are getting are stark. Now, I know, Bhupesh Baghel ji, you have already responded. I'll ask you, of course, to talk about your reaction to that. But Captain Amrinder Singh, I wanted to get your thoughts on this first as well. If you were and why I bring this up is because both your states, Punjab and Chhattisgarh, have had a history of encounters, sir. So if you were the Chief Minister of Telangana right now, what would you be telling the police chief about these encounters? Captain Amrinder Singh.
Let me tell you this, that as far as Telangana is concerned, unless you know the details, it's difficult to comment on. But as far as this encounters you talk about, there is no such thing as encounters. Every time there's some action in which somebody is killed, people make it out into an encounter. I've had my orders and instructions to my police are very clear. We have this Gundaism there. We have this terrorist activity which is there. And I have told them that when you engage anybody, ask them to lay down their arms. If they don't lay down their arms, then you have to deal with them. They have to face the consequences. Same here. I mean, do we know that it was an encounter? This is just what the press is saying. What did those people draw weapons on the police? If they drew weapons on the police, then the police has every right to fire back.
Well, sir, this happened. The circumstances are, what we know is that the police says the weapons were stolen, that these accused stole their weapons and then fired on them. It sounds suspicious. And okay, if you're talking about the fact that we don't know exact circumstances yet, I want to ask you in a different way.
I must tell you something.
Do you think the reactions of politicians commending them, celebrating it, do you think that is justified?
No, I am against extra constitutional killings in any case. Punjab has had this in the past and we are not for that. But here it's a different issue. When you engage somebody in the field, how do you know it's an encounter? You say an encounter, suppose the fellow had a weapon and he's fired on the police has every right to fire back. I have done this in the state. I have 1,200 of these gangsters locked up because they laid down their arms. And those that didn't lay down their arms, then they had to face the consequences.
भूपेश जी, अमरिंदर सिंह जी तो कह रहे हैं थोड़ा वेट कर लेंगे. आपने कल ही, सुनते ही, आपने कहा कि ठीक हुआ, आपने इसको तो आप हमें ज़रा बताएंगे, हमारे ऑडियंस को और हमें भी, कि क्या सोचकर आपने ये कहा कि जो हुआ और पुलिस फोर्स ने अच्छा किया?
देखिए, सबसे पहली बात तो ये समाचार जो मीडिया में जो आ रहा था कि उस घटना स्थल पे ले गए और उन्होंने हथियार छीन के पुलिस को मारने की कोशिश की और इसलिए इनकाउंटर हुआ। यदि ये बात सच है तो पुलिस अपने बचाव के लिए यदि फायरिंग करता है तो इसमें कोई गलत नहीं है, लेकिन सवाल इस बात का है कि जो दिखाया गया क्या उतना ही सच था? वो सारी कुछ सच है? यदि नहीं है तो फिर जांच का विषय है। यदि उस घटना स्थल पे यदि छीना झपटी नहीं हुआ, उसे पुलिस पे फायरिंग नहीं हुई, तो फिर ये जांच का विषय है। तो पहले जो हमको दिखाया गया तो उतने ही तो रिएक्शन देंगे, लेकिन जो बात बाद में आ रही है तो कुछ कहानी और भी हो सकती है। तो इसलिए जो पहला रिएक्शन यही है कि यदि पुलिस पे फायरिंग करे तो पुलिस हाथ बांध के नहीं बैठेगी, लेकिन यदि पुलिस पे फायरिंग नहीं हुई तो फिर ये घटना बहुत बड़ी है और इसकी जांच होनी चाहिए।
ये जो पूरे देश में हम लोगों ने पार्लियामेंट में भी इसकी काफ़ी चर्चा सुनी सर, इस पूरे मामले में, और पूरे देश में कई लोग जो हैं वो कानून से और कानून व्यवस्था से और जिस तरीके से पुलिस चीज़ें से हैंडल करती है, कोर्ट्स जितना टाइम लेती है, लोग थोड़ा सा लगता है, और हम लोगों ने सांसदों को भी सुना, लगता है लोग थोड़ा सा थक गए हैं, और काफ़ी लोगों की ये इच्छा है कि जल्दी से हर मामले में जल्दी से कुछ किया जाए। आपको लगता है कि जैसे आप लोगों को रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं, आपकी जो पब्लिक है, क्या आप उनमें ये सब सेंस कर सकते हैं?
देखिए, जो घटनाएं घटती है उसके बाद जो न्यायालयीन प्रक्रिया जो चलती है वो वर्षों वर्षों चलती है, और न्याय मिलते तक के लोगों को घटनाओं के बारे में जानकारी नहीं होती, वो भूल जाते हैं, तब तक कि एक युग बीत चुका होता है। तो ये जो न्यायालयीन प्रक्रिया है निश्चित रूप से उसमें तेज़ी आनी चाहिए। जितने इसके पहले जितनी घटनाएं हुई है उसमें अभी तक के लोगों को न्याय नहीं मिल पाया है, अभी भी मर्सी अपील चल ही रहा है। तो लोगों के अब ये है कि न्यायालयीन प्रक्रिया इतना लंबा हो गया तो उससे अच्छा तो ये ठीक होगा। तो ये देश के लिए ठीक नहीं है। यदि न्यायालयीन प्रक्रिया को शार्ट किया जाए और उसमें जल्दी त्वरित न्याय मिले तो लोग डरेंगे भी और लोगों का विश्वास भी हमारे कानून पे बढ़ेगा।
Okay, I want to switch track a bit right now, and Captain Amrinder Singh and Bhupesh Baghel ji, I wanted to ask you about something which has dominated the headlines and is coming to your states. That's the National Register of Citizens. The way it was carried out in Assam led to trauma for many, many citizens over there, and now it is coming to your state. So how are you, as chief ministers, going to deal with this process which the centre has said very, very clearly is going to be carried out across the country?
What are you referring to?
NRC, sir.
Sorry?
NRC.
Oh, the national...
Yeah.
Look, I find that strange. I'll tell you one thing. You have a lieutenant colonel who has served the Indian Army from the time he was a second lieutenant till he retired. You have subedars who have spent 35 years serving the country, and you suddenly say they're not Indians. I mean, these sort of things, we cannot. I don't think this national, whatever they call it, is going to, I think there's going to be a lot of resentment, and you cannot ask people to just leave the country. I mean, if you ask somebody to leave the country and the other country says we don't want them, then what? So these are all questions that have to be asked. You just can't unilaterally take this decision and say everybody out. So I am strongly opposed to this. I don't agree with this idea.
Bhupesh Baghel ji.
देखिए, ये सीमावर्ती राज्यों में इस प्रकार की समस्या हो सकती है, पूरे देश की समस्या नहीं हो सकती, लेकिन जो मूलभूत जो समस्या है उससे ध्यान हटाने के लिए इस प्रकार से करें। अब झारखंड में जाकर अमित शाह जी कहते हैं कि एनआरसी लागू करेंगे, तो वैसे भी सेंटर में है, वहाँ एनआरसी की प्रॉब्लम कहाँ से आ जाएगी? है तो सीमावर्ती राज्यों में, लेकिन इसको आप लोगों का ध्यान हटाने के लिए इस प्रकार से बात करेंगे तो ये तो देश की जो मूल समस्या है उसे लोगों को भटकाने के लिए इस प्रकार से किया जा रहा है।
And so you talked about the fact that you don't, but CAB, your other parties in the state, the Akalis, for instance, the Citizenship Amendment Bill, they have welcomed. They've said that, we have many Sikhs who we want to welcome. It's a problem. They're refugees from Pakistan. Afghanistan, we need to get them back. This is an issue which needs to be tackled with, and that's why the Citizenship Amendment Bill is really required. Do you agree with the opposition in your state?
Look, as I said, there are people of our state who are living abroad and who are born abroad or whatever they are and want to come home. That's their home, and they are welcome to come home. But as far as what the Akalis have said, I don't know what they say. They say something sometimes and something sometimes. So what they really mean, I mean, this is their government. Who is stopping them from going to the government and saying something to them and talking to them? But when they come to Delhi, they say something else, and to you in the newspaper, they say something else. So we don't really know what they want.
But what do you think you can do? You know, when
I say that anyone who belongs to a state, it's a free country, it's a democracy, it's a state, it's a country that has been 70 years we've had our freedom. Why are we asking our people to go? What is the logic in this? And if any of our people are out and have gone from here to say work in Canada or work in the United States or work somewhere else, and he's decided that he wants to come home, you can't say you can't come home. Now you're an American citizen, go and live there. Or what's happening in Assam and what's happening in Bengal. The people, if Bangladesh says they don't want them, then what do you do? So these are things that you just can't take unilateral decisions on. They are very major issues affecting the future of our people. And everyone has to be on board, and I certainly am not on board.
So when you're not on board, Captain Amrinder Singh, what do you do when the centre starts to, push a particular legislation on you? I mean, how do you oppose that?
Let the time happen. Let it come in Parliament. Let us see what happens in Parliament. Let us see what happens in this. Then it will come to us in the Assembly. But as I said, it's not when I say I won't. I mean, my party also feels that way, and I'm sure the Punjab, we've got 2/3 majority in the House in Punjab, and I don't think my House is going to support such a move.
भूपेश जी, आपने अभी कहा कि आप झारखंड से आए, अभी कैंपेन करके आ रहे हैं, प्रचार करके आ रहे हैं, और वहाँ पे आपने कहा कि कैसे अमित शाह जी बात कर रहे थे पूरा ये सिटीजनशिप अमेंडमेंट बिल, NRC के बारे में, जिसका ऑब्वियसली बस आप तो मुख्यमंत्री नहीं है जो कि अपोज कर रहे हैं, कांग्रेस के मुख्यमंत्री, यहाँ पे ममता बनर्जी बंगाल की जो मुख्यमंत्री हैं, उन्होंने भी बहुत बार कहा है कि ये बिल्कुल गलत है और देयर टू साइड्स ऑफ द सेम कॉइन, उन्होंने ये कहा है। तो मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहती थी चुनाव के मामले में कि हमने अभी 2 राज्यों में चुनाव देखे हैं, और वहाँ पर भी अगर आप देखें जो नैरेटिव चल रहा था और चुनाव के जब प्रचार चल रहा था, जो बातें चल रही थी, तो ऐसे ही नेशनलिज्म के बारे में बातें चल रही थी, और यही 370 काफ़ी ज़्यादा डोमिनेट करता रहा सब, और अभी NRC के बारे में अमित शाह जी बात कर रहे हैं। तो आपके एनालिसिस में, क्योंकि ऑपोजिशन ने दे डिड मच बेटर देन वाज एक्सपेक्टेड, पहले कहा गया था कि BJP विल डू, दे वर एक्सपेक्टिंग मच हायर नंबर्स, 150 they were expecting in Maharashtra, they got much less, and Haryana they fell short of a majority. आपको क्या लगता है भूपेश जी कि ये जो बातें चल रही है, अभी 370 के बारे में बातचीत हुई, ये जो पहले 2 महाराष्ट्र और हरियाणा में, और अब NRC की बात चल रही है, या फिर अभी वो 370 के बारे में फिर से शायद बात करें, तो आपको लगता है कि ये काम नहीं कर रहा भाजपा के लिए स्टेट इलेक्शंस में, या आपकी एनालिसिस क्या रहेगी कि अभी जो चुनाव गए हैं?
देखिए, सीधी सी बात है, काट की हंडी बार बार नहीं चढ़ता, और ये लोग वही काम करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि काट की हंडी को बार बार चढ़ाया जाए। 370 के बाद तब से चली आ रही है, 35A की बात कब से कर रहे हैं, लागू उनके एजेंडा में था, उन्होंने लागू कर दिया। लेकिन महाराष्ट्र की जो जनता है या हरियाणा की जनता, हरियाणा में जितने जवान सेना में हैं उससे ज़्यादा दूसरे प्रदेश के नहीं होंगे, जो पंजाब हरियाणा के लोग जो सेना में भर्ती होते हैं, लेकिन वहाँ उनका राष्ट्रवाद नहीं चला, क्योंकि आपने एक बार उसको कर लिया, पुलवामा घटना को आपने भुना लिया, लेकिन बार बार नहीं चलेगा।
झारखंड में भी नहीं चलेगा आपको?
बिल्कुल नहीं चलेगा, क्योंकि अब लोग अपने मुद्दे पे मतदान करना चाहते हैं। किसान हैं, मजदूर हैं, महिलाएं हैं, नौजवान हैं, तो रोजगार के बारे में कुछ नहीं कहते। देश के नाम से आपने नोटबंदी लागू कर दी, जीएसटी लागू कर दी, लेकिन लोग तो देख रहे हैं ना।
नोटबंदी के बारे में तो बात नहीं करते हैं सर।
क्यों नहीं बात करना चाहिए? उसको बताना चाहिए ना। आज तक के भारत सरकार ये नहीं बता पाई है, आरबीआई ने ये नहीं बताया है कि कितने नोट जमा हुए। आज वर्षों बीत गए लेकिन नोट भी नहीं गिन पाया। तो देश तो जानना चाहता है, भले आप ना बताएं, आपका टेरर इतना है आपसे पूछ भी ना पाए, लेकिन मन में तो है, मतदाता के मन में बातें हैं, तभी तो चाहे महाराष्ट्र हो चाहे हरियाणा हो, रिजल्ट क्या आया? उनको तो एब्सोल्यूट मेजॉरिटी मिलना चाहिए था। और देख लीजिएगा अभी झारखंड में जो रिजल्ट आएगा।
आपको लगता है कि उन्होंने थोड़ी सी स्ट्रैटेजी चेंज की है? हरियाणा और महाराष्ट्र के बाद भाजपा ने कुछ तो स्ट्रैटेजी चेंज की होगी, लोकल इशू के बारे में बात कर रहे होंगे।
इनको केवल उतना ही आता है जितना वो लोग बोल रहे हैं, उससे अधिक आता ही नहीं। ये लोग धर्म के बारे में, गाय के बारे में, 370 के बारे में,
और वो सब आप भी बात करते हैं ना।
हम वो बात नहीं करते। इनके राष्ट्रवाद और हमारे राष्ट्रवाद में बहुत अंतर है। हमारा राष्ट्रवाद परंपरा से चला आ रहा है, जिसका प्रतिनिधित्व गांधी जी करते हैं, जिन्होंने सत्य, अहिंसा और प्रेम की बात कही है। और सत्य है हमारे ऋषि मुनियों के जो खोजा है वो सत्य है, और अहिंसा है वो बुद्ध का लिया हुआ है, और निराकार ब्रह्म के बाद गुरु नानक देव ने कही और कबीर ने कही। उस परंपरा को मानने वाले। तो हमारा राष्ट्रवाद वो परंपरा का राष्ट्रवाद है, पारंपरिक राष्ट्रवाद है। और इनका राष्ट्रवाद है वो हिंसात्मक है, उत्तेजक है, और यहाँ का नहीं है। ये मुसोलिनी और हिटलर से प्रभावित है, जिसमें असहमति को कोई स्थान नहीं। भगवान महावीर ने असहमति की स्थान कही है, अनेकांतवाद की बात कही। वो अनेकांतवाद जिसमें आप भी जो देख रहे हैं वो भी सच हो सकता है। इसलिए गांधी जी ने हमेशा असहमति को सम्मान दिया, और इनके में असहमति में कोई स्थान नहीं है। आप यदि असहमत हैं तो आपको मिटा दिया जाएगा, समाप्त कर दिया जाएगा। तो आज देश में यही हो रहा है। आप यदि असहमत है तो आपको खत्म कर दिया जाएगा।
डिसेंट।
अभी बजाज जी ने क्या कहा? मुझे बोलने से डर लग रहा है। अमित शाह जी के सामने क्या कहा उन्होंने? मुझे आपके सामने बात रखने में डर लग रहा है। आज सारे उद्योगपति डरे हुए हैं। हमारे ऋषि मुनियों ने कभी नहीं कहा। भय से ही मुक्त आदमी सबसे ज्यादा डर किससे लगता है? मौत से। और हमारे ऋषि मुनियों ने कहा कि मौत से नहीं डरना है। और यहां आज उस हिंदुस्तान में जो महावीर के, बुद्ध के, गुरु नानक के, कबीर के, गांधी के देश में हर इंसान डरा हुआ है। ये डर खत्म करना पड़ेगा। हिंदुस्तान की संस्कृति नहीं है डर।
But Captain Amrinder Singh, you know, Bhupesh Patel is saying nationalism doesn't work in elections. But you talk about nationalism a lot, sir. You talk about the forces a lot. You don't think that helps? That's striking a chord with people?
No, as far as nationalism is concerned, I think every Indian is a nationalist. You know, there's nobody here who's not a nationalist. I speak in response to Pakistan's when Pulwama happened, or when other things happened like this, or what they are doing in my state. Yes, I do speak against them, that stop doing these sort of things. But otherwise, what my colleague has also said, basically, firstly, I think the people must, the hopes and aspirations of our people are so great. When you wait for a while, you watch your government, when performance is not there, the next time they want to change. And these changes happening, and I think we are in a process of change now. What you mentioned of Maharashtra and what you mentioned of this is all indications of that there's going to be a change. This, I think, for the better. But that's a good thing in our democracy, that at least people have an avenue to let out their feelings, and that is what is happening. Now, let us see what Jharkhand happens now. I think Jharkhand is also, we are looking very positively at it. So I think these are things that one must remember, that people expect much. And if a government doesn't perform, then they go to the other side. And that, I think, is an important thing for us to do. You look at my own state. 10 years you had the Akali Dal rule and they were wiped out because they didn't perform. And they thought that we were a better bet, and whatever programs we gave to them, they accepted those. And if we don't perform, then we won't be there either. So we've got to perform. Governments have to perform now. Times have changed. It's not the old days. Now your television is in every home. Everyone knows what's happening. And we've got so many youngsters now, they all have hopes and aspirations and they're looking to their own futures. So I think this is something that governments must do. And I think now they have watched this government now for over one term plus. And I think that there is a feeling of change, which I feel, a wind is blowing, let's say it this way.
You know, I know you say that, but, you know, as political reporters, observers, it's a little confusing, sir. Because if you think about it, what's the message from the Maharashtra election? Because you're saying, and Bhupesh ji is saying, people want change. However, the BJP points out, and justifiably so, that they still got the largest number of seats. They got 105, way more than what your party did, sir, or what the Shiv Sena or what the NCP got. So how can you so decisively, because I think what's interesting in all of this is trying to understand the lessons that these elections are throwing up. And that's why I'm curious, because both of you are veterans, you derive the truth, you know, derive your observations from what these elections have thrown up. So what do you make of the fact you're both saying people are upset, they're upset and they're, you know, tired of rhetoric, जैसे आपने बोला भूपेश जी, लेकिन अगर भाजपा को ही सबसे ज़्यादा सीट्स मिले हैं और एंटी इनकम्बेंसी के बावजूद उनको हरियाणा में भी ज़्यादा सीट्स मिले हैं, तो फिर आप कैसे कह सकते हैं सर कि नहीं ये वोट उनके खिलाफ था?
देखिए, सबसे पहली बात तो यह है कि जनता ही देश का मूड तय करता है और ये जो दौर है वो संक्रमण काल है। संक्रमण काल में इस प्रकार के इधर जाएं इस प्रकार की मानसिकता रहती है और ये टर्निंग पॉइंट है हरियाणा और महाराष्ट्र के चुनाव। अब देख लीजिए, पहले भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पास 71% राज्यों में उनका कब्जा था, अब वो घट के 30% के आसपास आ गया। झारखंड होगा तो और कम हो जाएगा। तो ये जब अब ढलान शुरू हुआ है, महाराष्ट्र टॉप में था, वहाँ से गिरना शुरू हुआ है, अब स्पीड बढ़ेगा।
But that's true. As you know,
you're very confident.
One doesn't expect that every time a government comes or changes or election comes, that's going to be 100-0. It's never going to be that. There will be, but indications are there. The very fact that their vote share is dropped, that's indication. And these are the things that are going to be there. I mean, when I remember when Rajiv formed his government, I think it was 425, and at that time the BJP had 2 seats. It was 2 seats.
Yeah.
And now they are up there and we are down. So these are things, this is democracy. So,
Yeah.
and let's see what happens in the next one.
But you have to accept, Bhupesh ji and Captain Amrinder saying that whatever it is, if your party did better than expected in these 2 elections, it wasn't because of any effort that they put in, right? You'll accept that. You will accept the fact that they did it despite themselves, the fact that we didn't know who was leading in both the states. I mean, Maharashtra, there was nobody, sir. There was nobody. People were just resigning one after the other. We just heard people were fighting. In Haryana, you know, the chief wasn't chosen there till 3 weeks before the election. तो अगर आप लोगों ने अच्छा किया है वहाँ पे, तो मतलब थोड़ा कमाल हो गया नहीं, भूपेश जी?
हम और अच्छा बेहतर कर सकते थे, इसमें कोई शक नहीं, हमको स्वीकार करने में कोई संकोच भी नहीं। लेकिन आपने देखा, दिल्ली में ही भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने किरण बेदी जी को लॉन्च किया था, क्या हुआ? तो राजनीतिक दल
वहाँ पे भी आम आदमी पार्टी की वजह से, है ना सर?
मैं ये नहीं कह रहा हूँ कांग्रेस कारण से हुआ, लेकिन जो घटना है केवल उदाहरण के तौर पे मैं ये बात कर रहा हूँ। अभी जो स्थिति बनी, चाहे वो महाराष्ट्र हो या हरियाणा हो, जो हो सकता है ये जो रिजल्ट आया इस चेंजेस के कारण भी आ सकता है, ये माना जा सकता है। तो राजनीतिक दल अपने काम करते रहते हैं। हो सकता है उस समय हम जनता की बात को नहीं ठीक से समझ पाए, जो चाहते हैं हम नहीं कह पा रहे हैं, हम ट्यून नहीं कर पाए।
आप मानेंगे ये? तो
यदि वो ट्यून करते तो बेहतर रिजल्ट आता। लेकिन फिर भी जो रिजल्ट आया, भारतीय जनता पार्टी तो कॉन्फिडेंट थे हमारा एब्सोल्यूट मेजॉरिटी आएगा, 2/3 बहुमत मिलेगी, चाहे वो महाराष्ट्र हो चाहे हरियाणा हो। क्या हुआ? वो भी ट्यून नहीं कर पाए। तो ये स्थिति, अब वो तो जब रिजल्ट आ जाता है तब हम एनालिसिस करते हैं कि हमको ये कर लेना था, हमको ये कर लेना था, ये अलग बात है। लेकिन उस समय हमने जो किया, उस समय जो निर्णय लिए और साथियों ने जो किया है उसके हिसाब से वो ठीक था।
Captain Amrinder Singh, what do you think? Can you help us understand, sir? Because, you know, I think you speak up and speak you're forthright and frank in some ways, which resonates with the public. You know, you've spoken when many other people go into a shell, and we saw your party in a shell for 3 months this year, sir, in an election year. We saw after the loss, after Rahul Gandhi resigned, we saw there was, you know, there was no clarity. Nobody knew. We would speak to your colleagues in the party and we would ask them, okay, what is happening? And they're like, we don't know. We don't know anything. We don't know who to ask. There was a huge vacuum for 3 months, sir. So I wanted to ask you, you know, even during these elections as well, that vacuum that is it completely sorted now? Or as Bhupesh Baghel ji, in fact, very candidly observed now, ki tune nahi ho raha hai. You know, what the public wants, we're not being able to suss out. Would you say that's an apt description of the dilemma that your party is facing right now, that there is an identity crisis and you're all trying to figure out what is it that India wants?
Look, I think, we're going back now some months. The fact is that Rahul ji decided that he had lost the election and he felt that he took the responsibility for that and he decided to opt out. Mrs. Gandhi is back, and in these few months, till such time as some alternatives are decided by the party high command, this is what we have. Now, Mrs. Gandhi's, ever since she's returned, the party has been performing better. I mean, you see, look at my own state. I had, when these elections were on, we had 4 by-elections. We defeated the Deputy Chief Minister's seat. We won from there. A current BJP minister, we defeated him from Phagwada, we won that seat. So we are, I mean, people have changed. Where Mr. Sukhbir Badal had led by 40,000, we've led by 20-something thousand. What does that indicate? These are things that indicate that the change is there and response is there to the party. I mean, it's our party people, out of 4 seats, we won 3. And we lost 1 in a small
And that's all because of Sonia Gandhi, you're saying?
Sorry?
That's all because of Sonia Gandhi?
No, because they still have faith in the Congress party. And if we have an internal problem which lasted a few months, when Rahul
Thank you for correcting
opted
me.
out.
I thought 3 months, you're right, 4 months.
Oh, well, whatever it was, when Rahul opted out, she came in, and the party wanted her in. And it's not because of Mrs. Sonia Gandhi, I think it's because of the confidence they have in the Congress party, which she is currently leading. Now, when she decides to opt out and somebody else to come in, that will go to be the future. But she is the president now when we fought these elections. And she is the president now as we fight Jharkhand. She was there when we fought Maharashtra. She was there when all these elections have been on.
But sir, she is interim, and we didn't hear anything from either her on the 2 election results. We didn't. So it seemed to us, sir, I may be wrong, but it seemed to us political observers that basically it was left for the local unit to deal with. I know that you're being generous, but I'm just saying because we didn't hear any reaction from them. Bhupesh ji, आप मानेंगे?
देखिए, आज जो आप कह रही हैं, चर्चा तो सत्ताधारी दल के लोगों की होनी चाहिए।
जी।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी है, आरएसएस है, 32 संगठन है, केंद्र में सरकार है, उसके बाद भी परफॉर्म क्यों नहीं कर पा रहे हैं? चर्चा तो इसकी होनी चाहिए। हम तो विपक्ष में हैं, हमारे अपने एजेंडा हैं और हमारे 107 साल 8 साल पुरानी पार्टी है, उसके नीति तय है, हम उसके हिसाब से चल रहे हैं। जनता ने हमने दूसरे बार नकारा है। लेकिन आज जो सत्ता में बैठे हैं, उनके एजेंडे पे चर्चा होना चाहिए। उनके स्वच्छता अभियान, उनके नोटबंदी, उनके जीएसटी, उनके देश की नीति, विदेश की नीति, उसके अर्थ नीति, उसके प्रशासन, इसकी चर्चा होनी चाहिए। हमारा तो तय है, हमारे नेता हैं, सोनिया जी हैं, राहुल जी हैं, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं। और साथ ही हमारे जो नीति है, कार्यक्रम है, सिद्धांत है, वो भी तय है। हम उसी आधार पर चल रहे हैं और फिर हमको सफलता मिलती जा रही है। जिस प्रकार से अमरिंदर जी ने कहा कि उनके यहाँ जो बाई इलेक्शन हुआ जीते, हमारे यहाँ बाई इलेक्शन भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सीटें थी उनको हम लोग जीते, राजस्थान में जीते, तो पीटते ही जा रहे हैं।
तो जीएसटी की बात की आपने सर, कैप्टन अमरिंदर सिंह एंड यू भूपेश बघेल जी, आई वांटेड टू आस्क यू कि आज सुबह फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर spoke with us here at the HD Summit and she said something very significant. I know many states have been complaining that they haven't been paid given their GST dues, and she said it's simply because the collection hasn't been enough because the rates were changed so many times. And she said, of course, she understands the problems that the states have raised, the complaints that they've raised, yet, there isn't that much they can do about it. How would you?
I don't think she understands the problems the states are having. Let me tell you this. We are facing it every day. Now, my colleague here has some revenue coming in from mining and other things. I have nothing. I have only excise duty, and I have a little bit of mining, which is sand, which is a couple of crores, and that is all the revenue. All the revenue sources we have passed on to GST. And that is the responsibility of the government with the finance minister to ensure that in the first couple of days of the month, that should come to us. Now, I have not received my GST since August. I have now just paid salaries late, and that also by borrowing money. Is that the way the states are supposed to be functioning? And what does she mean by saying that she doesn't know that there is some the states are not collecting? We have given whatever GST has been collected, and what has to be given to the center has been given by Punjab. If some other state has not given it, I do not know. But certainly, my finance minister must have met her, I think, 6 times. The last meeting they had was 3 days ago. And every time the promises are made, yes, today, tomorrow, and day after tomorrow, then what do I do? How can our states function this way? We can't keep borrowing to pay salaries.
भूपेश जी वो कह रहे हैं कि जेन्युइन प्रॉब्लम है, वो समझती है आप लोगों के प्रॉब्लम्स हैं, लेकिन कलेक्शंस ही इतने नहीं हुए हैं, तो फिर वो कैसे पैसे दें?
अब सीतारमन जी, अब प्याज के बारे में नहीं समझती तो अर्थव्यवस्था के बारे में क्या समझेगी? देश को कब प्याज की ज़रूरत पड़ेगी, कितने प्याज की ज़रूरत पड़ेगी, वो नहीं समझती तो देश का अर्थव्यवस्था कैसे समझेगी? आज देखिए, हम लोग उत्पादक राज्य हैं। छत्तीसगढ़ में आयरन स्टील का उत्पादन होता है, सीमेंट का उत्पादन होता है, एल्युमिनियम का उत्पादन होता है, हमारे टीन भी है, सब कुछ है हमारे यहाँ। लेकिन हुआ क्या, जो उत्पादक राज्य है वहाँ जीएसटी हमको लाभ नहीं मिलता, जो उपभोक्ता है उसको मिलता है। तो हमको तो सबसे ज़्यादा नुकसान हुआ, जिस प्रकार से कैप्टन साहब ने कहा। अभी हमारे यहाँ भी पैसा नहीं दिए हैं, हमको 900 करोड़।
पैडी प्रोक्योरमेंट की भी प्रॉब्लम है
हमारे यहाँ। भाई हम तो उसे पैसा भी नहीं मांग रहे हैं। हम अपने किसानों को यदि 25 रुपये देना चाहते हैं, भारत सरकार के एक बात लिख के देना है कि भाई ठीक है, वो एक तुगलकी आदेश निकाल दिया जून 2014 में कि यदि आप किसानों को बोनस देंगे तो हम आपके राज्य से चावल नहीं खरीदेंगे। हम आपसे बोनस के लिए पैसा नहीं मांग रहे हैं। मनमोहन सिंह जी प्रधानमंत्री थे तो उन्होंने एमएसपी बढ़ाया भी और उसके बाद बोनस भी दिया सेंट्रल से। हम सेंट्रल से बोनस की उम्मीद भी नहीं कर रहे हैं। हम तो इतना ही कह रहे हैं कि भैया हमको केवल अनुमति दे दो, हमारे जो चावल हर साल लेते थे वो ले लीजिए, है ना, जैसे लेते थे। हम उसके बोनस के लिए पैसा नहीं मांग रहे हैं, उसके लिए अनुमति नहीं दे रहे हैं। लेकिन हमने किसानों से वादा किया, हम आपके जेब में 25 रुपये देंगे, मतलब देंगे, आप उसको दूसरे तरीके से दूसरे हेड से दे देंगे। मान लो उड़ीसा में कालिया चल रहा है, रायतू चल रहा है, आंध्र प्रदेश, तेलंगाना में, तो हम उसी प्रकार से दे देंगे, लेकिन अपने किसानों को देंगे। इससे फायदा ये हुआ है कि हमारे प्रदेश में मंदी का कोई असर नहीं हुआ। किसानों के जेब में पैसा डाले, मतलब सीधा सीधा उपभोक्ता की जेब में पैसा डाले, और उपभोक्ता के जेब में जब पैसा जाता है, किसान के जेब में जाए, मजदूर के जेब में पैसा जाए, तो बैंक में रखता नहीं है, वो सीधा पैसा बाजार में आता है, दूसरे महीने उसका असर दिखता है। और देश भर में जहां 19% के ऑटोमोबाइल सेक्टर में गिरावट है, छत्तीसगढ़ में मार्च महीने में 35% तक उछाल था, और टोटल में जनवरी से लेकर आज अक्टूबर नवंबर तक देखें तो 25% उछाल है छत्तीसगढ़ में। सराफा में 84% की उछाल है, रियल इस्टेट में 1.5 गुना उछाल है। तो इनको नहीं समझ आता तो कम से कम मनमोहन सिंह जी से सीख लेते हैं। हम लोग मनमोहन सिंह जी सीख के किए हैं। आम जनता के जेब में पैसा डालो, आपने 1,64,000 करोड़ रुपया आरबीआई से निकाल लिया, कहाँ है मंदी का असर? किसको दे दिए पैसा? यदि उसी आम जनता को पैसे देते, वो बाजार में आता, बाजार है तो दुकानें, व्यवसाय चलता, व्यवसाय चलता मतलब उद्योग चलता। तो आज आपने उपभोक्ताओं के हाथ बांध दिए हैं। अब उद्योगपति कहते उद्योग चलाओ, कैसे चलाएगा उद्योग? डिमांड ही नहीं है, खाना कम हो गया है, भोजन कम हो गया, औसत भोजन लोगों का। तो देश को अब केवल भावनात्मक आधार पे नहीं चला सकते। अर्थव्यवस्था तो अर्थव्यवस्था के सिद्धांत पे चलेगा।
तो सर, ये अर्थव्यवस्था की बात कर रहे हैं, आप कर रहे हैं और लोग ताली भी बजा रहे हैं, लेकिन मैं आपको ये पूछना चाहती हूँ, बहुत लोग तो ये भी पूछ रहे हैं कि अगर कांग्रेस मतलब इकोनॉमिक उस पर प्रोटेस्ट कर रही है तो ठीक तरह प्रोटेस्ट करें। आपको हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि वो कहते हैं अभी अक्टूबर में करेंगे एजिटेशन, फिर उन्होंने कहा नवंबर में करेंगे, अब दिसंबर में टल गया है। तो कांग्रेस तो ऑपोजिशन जो है वो तो एजिटेशन भी नहीं करते हैं सर।
प्रोटेस्ट तो कर रहे हैं,
नहीं कर रहे हैं
अभी
सर।
14 तारीख को होगा,
प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस होता रहता है कि अब अगली बार करेंगे थोड़ी देर बाद।
समझदार को इशारा काफी होता है। क्या भाई विरोध करने के मतलब क्या झापड़ मारना होता है? हमने मनमोहन सिंह जी ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस कर ली, या चिदम्बरम साहब ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस कर ली, हमारे मुख्यमंत्री ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस कर ली, हमारे प्रवक्ताओं ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस कर ली, धरना दे दिए, प्रदर्शन दे दिए। अब 14 तारीख को दिल्ली में आप लोगों को भी मैं आमंत्रित करता हूं, आइए। देश के अर्थव्यवस्था सुधारना है तो हमारे साथ जुड़िए। अब सन्नाटा हो गया।
I was waiting for Captain Amrinder Singh to add to that. Like, respond to my question that many people are saying, why doesn't the Congress, you have now a lot of the states, you have Punjab, you have Rajasthan, if you really wanted to create, because many people are saying, where is the opposition? We don't see an agitation. And so it's true. I know Bhupesh, she made fun of it.
बिल्कुल सही कह रहे हैं, लेकिन सवाल इस बात का है, हम लोग विरोध करते हैं तो दिखेगा कहाँ? या तो पेपर में दिखेगा या टेलीविजन में दिखेगा।
हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स में
यदि मैं राजस्थान के हमारे साथी कहीं प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं या पंजाब में कोई बात कर रहे हैं, यदि टेलीविजन में नहीं आया, यदि समाचार पत्र में नहीं छपा, तो दिल्ली के लोग या साउथ के तमिलनाडु के लोग कैसे जानेंगे? मैं कह रहा हूं, समझ रही?
मैं समझ रही हूँ। हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स हमेशा छापता है सर।
धन्यवाद।
Do you want to add to this, Captain Amrinder Singh? Why is it we don't see that much opposition from the Congress? Because many people are asking that, sir. They are कि there is no opposition.
एक मिनट के लिए थोड़ा मुझे याद आता है जब अन्ना हजारे जी प्रदर्शन किए तो सारे टेलीविजन लाइव दिखा रहे थे। आज अपोजिशन के कोई कार्यक्रम हो, लाइव दिखाने की हिम्मत है क्या? तो ये जो भय है ना, उस पहले खत्म करना होगा। भय, आज सारे वर्ग असुरक्षित महसूस कर रहे हैं। सबसे ज्यादा तो राजनीतिक लोग असुरक्षित हैं। हम लोगों को ब्लैक कैट कमांडो, एनएसजी और सारी कुछ चाहिए। फिर आप पत्रकार कहते हैं हमको पत्रकार सुरक्षा कानून चाहिए। डॉक्टर कहते हैं हम असुरक्षित हैं। उद्योगपति ने, बजाज साहब ने कह दिया कि हम डरे हुए हैं। तो आज हिंदुस्तान में कौन सा वर्ग है जो डरा हुआ नहीं है, भयभीत नहीं है? कहाँ बोले नहीं कि जीएसटी, आईटी, पता नहीं कौन कौन सा आ जाए। हम लोगों से कहा जाता है बोलिए मत ज्यादा।
कौन बोलता है आपको?
अब कैसे बताएं?
आपको कौन बोलेगा?
कहा ही जाता है।
कौन सर? बताइए, हम दिखाई रहे हैं अभी लाइव।
अब ऐसा है कि ये तो जब बंद कमरे में बात होती है तो भैया सब कुछ है, लेकिन इन दोनों खिलाफ मत बोलिए आप। तो ये जो भय का वातावरण है उसको समाप्त करना होगा। मीडिया भी फ्री हो, उद्योगपति को उद्योग चलाने की स्वतंत्रता होना चाहिए, व्यवसाय की व्यवसाय करने की स्वतंत्रता होना चाहिए, लोगों को अपनी बात कहने की स्वतंत्रता होनी चाहिए, और जो सही बात कहा जा रहा है उसको दिखाने की भी हिम्मत होनी चाहिए। जिस प्रकार से अभी मैं देख रहा था टेलीविजन में कल की घटना के बारे में जो बात आई, यदि इस घटना के बारे में लाख के विद्यार्थियों के बीच ये बात कहते, वो भी नौजवान हैं, लेकिन वो बेहतर ढंग से रख पाते अपनी बात। लेकिन सामान्य वर्ग के लोगों से पूछेंगे तो इसी प्रकार के रिएक्शन आएगा जो कल दिन भर टेलीविजन में चला, जो मीडिया में चला, जो आज समाचार पत्रों में छपा है। किस वर्ग से पूछ के किस बात को रखना है, ये बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण है।
I think you've made that point very well, Chief Minister Baghel. And you know, we're running out of time. I just wanted to ask one other question. That one thing that your party talks about a lot is that there is a lot of vindictive politics happening now. Mr. Chidambaram, they say, you know, is a major victim of this. D.K. Shivakumar, your Karnataka leader, also spent time in jail. But sir, when the Congress is in power, doesn't the same thing, isn't this like part of politics? I mean, Captain Amrinder Singh, when you came into power, at that time, there were inquiries against the Badals. Bhupesh ji, you have also started inquiries against Raman Singh. तो ये सारे, तो आप लोग क्यों भाजपा को कहते हैं कि वो विंडिक्टिव पॉलिटिक्स करते हैं, जबकि सारे नेता और हर सरकार ये करती है?
कांग्रेस के सरकार में कम से कम हिम्मत थी कि अपने सहयोगी और अपने पार्टी के लोग भी गलत किए तो उसको जेल में डालने की हिम्मत थी। भारतीय जनता पार्टी में बता दे।
आपने मेरे प्रश्न का जवाब नहीं दिया।
यूपीए सरकार में हमारे सहयोगी लोग जब गलत किए थे तो हमारी सरकार में हिम्मत थी, हमारे में नैतिकता थी कि उन लोगों को भी जेल में डाले। मैं वही पूछ रहा हूँ, भारतीय जनता पार्टी यदि केवल कार्रवाई कर रही है तो केवल अपोजिशन के लोगों के खिलाफ कार्रवाई कर रही है, उनके लोग गलत नहीं कर रहे हैं क्या? उनकी शिकायतें नहीं है, उस पर कार्रवाई नहीं होनी चाहिए? और जहाँ तक कि आपने रमन सिंह जी की बात कही है, मेरे समय में कोई जांच नहीं हुई, सब उसी समय जांच किया हुआ है। नान घोटाले में जांच उन्होंने शुरू करवाई, जो अंतर्गत टेप कांड हुआ जिसमें उन्होंने कैंडिडेट खरीदा उसी समय के FIR है।
उनका नाम अभी आने लगा है, नहीं?
उस समय आप नहीं छापे होंगे।
Captain Amrinder Singh, do you want to respond to this about, you know, how vendetta politics, isn't that part of every government?
Look, if some government, when you come in and you find out that something wrong has been done, then it is your duty to make a check. It's not a question of vendetta politics. It's a question of cleaning up the system. If the system can be cleaned ever, I don't know. But at the moment, this is the way that we look at it. At least I looked at it when we came last time. Yes, we did a case against the Badals on certain issues.
The sacrilege issue?
No, just on corruption issue. And there were 135 witnesses who swore under Section 164 and gave those. And when we changed governments, all 135 resigned. So, you know, this is the thing that goes on like this. It's unfortunate that it never comes, because our legal system is so slow.
Yes.
You can never get to the end.
And so we are almost running out of time. I just wanted to take one audience question. Mr. Bagai asked that now that stubble burning has stopped, but Delhi remains heavily polluted. Would you like to talk about the blame, you know, for the pollution and all the...
You know, you keep blaming Punjab. This morning I couldn't come from Chandigarh by chopper because of the pollution in Delhi. And Punjab had bright sunshine. So we are not giving any smoke from Punjab. I don't know where the smoke is coming. It's coming from within this area. And when I landed, the pilot said the visibility was 400 meters. So you can see that this is happening. That is one side of the story. Second side of the story is, what do you do with that paddy? Now, I have 13 million tons of food grain, rice, now which is being just been harvested. I've got 26 million tons of paddy straw. And unless we find a solution for that paddy straw, what does the farmer do? I've got 70% farmers who are less than 5 acres of land, out of which half of them are less than 2 acres of land. They cannot survive.
Yeah.
And you cannot ask them to do something. When I told the Supreme Court, we gave an answer to, that the solution is that the government of India should give 100 rupees a quintal more, so that that money could be utilized for 2 extra operations post-harvest.
Okay.
And the Supreme Court said Punjab should pay. Where does Punjab pay from?
Yes.
It is the government of India we asked for this money to be given, and it's been put on us. So we are now paying. and we don't have money, we are borrowing to pay.
Sir, I'm sorry to cut you short. I can see we've less than 2 minutes, and in those less than, I just want to divide the time between the two of you, and I want you to be your most frank selves. You've been very frank, both of you, and talk about, Sonia Gandhi said she's going to be interim president. I want you to tell me, both of you, nominate, because you've said you want a younger president. Who would you nominate? Who do you see as someone taking the Congress forward? Anyone who you think, not necessarily president if you don't want to say, who do you think would be a great president?
It's not for me to say, not I think for my
Give
colleague
us a
to
name,
say.
Captain
Let me
Amrinder
say this
Singh.
one thing. We have a working committee, we have a system. It's been going for donkey's years, ever since the Congress has been there for over a century. And it is these decisions are taken by our working committee. And they ask us, my colleague will give an answer, I will give an answer. But I cannot preempt a question like this by giving an answer when the decision is not mine, it's that of my working committees.
भूपेश जी, आपने तो आप बहुत कुछ बोल दिया. आप कोई नाम बता दीजिए जिसको आप देखते हैं कि फ्यूचर में वो लीड कर सकते हैं आपके पार्टी को, क्योंकि सोनिया गांधी जी ने कहा है कि वो इंटरिम प्रेसिडेंट है, किसी और को होना चाहिए. आप किसको देखते हैं? आप अगर चाहें 2-3 नाम बता सकते हैं.
फ्यूचर के नेता कोई है तो राहुल गांधी जी हैं. दूसरा नहीं हो सकता, ये बात तो देख लो. वही रहेंगे.
क्यों?
जो देखिए, एक तो उसे सीधा सपाट कहने के उसमें हिम्मत है, ताकत है, और जिम्मेदारी लेने की भी उसमें साहस है. यदि चुनाव हारे तो उन्होंने कहा हाँ मैं जिम्मेदार हूँ और मैं बस त्यागता हूँ, और उन्होंने त्याग दिया. ऐसा नहीं कि हम लोग नहीं मनाए, उसके बाद भी वो नहीं माने. तो यदि कोई फ्यूचर का कोई नेता है, कांग्रेस का नेता और देश का नेता भी कोई बनेगा तो वो राहुल गांधी.
And with that we are out of time, and I'm thinking Captain Amrinder Singh didn't take any names, so maybe that's telling as well. Thank you both so much. Thank you. Great session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I request Mr. Shashi Shekhar, Editor-in-Chief, Hindustan, to please come up and present tokens of appreciation to Captain Amrinder Singh and Mr. Baghel. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our speakers. We're taking a break for lunch, arranged in the lawns. Please be back here by 1:40 for our next session, which will begin at 1:50. 1:40, please be back here. Thank you very much.
आज ही हमारे संविधान निर्माता बाबा साहब डॉक्टर भीमराव अंबेडकर जी की पुण्यतिथि भी है. मैं उन्हें देशवासियों की तरफ से श्रद्धांजलि देता हूं, नमन करता हूं और ईश्वर से प्रार्थना करता हूं कि बाबा साहब ने जिस बेटर टुमारो का सपना देखा था उसे हमें पूरा करने की शक्ति दे, हमें समर्थ बनाए. साथियों, भविष्य में हम जिस दिशा में जाना चाहते हैं उसमें सबसे बड़ी भूमिका आज की है, हमारे वर्तमान की है. और अभी शोभना जी ने एक सवाल रखा कि आप सबको बताइए कि आप कैसे चुनाव जीते. देश की जनता ने जीता है इसलिए जीत गए। और देश की जनता ने क्यों जिताया? क्योंकि सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, इस मंत्र से काम किया इसलिए जिताया। और कई लोगों के न चाहते हुए भी हुआ। खैर, बेटर टुमारो के लिए हमारी सरकार वर्तमान की चुनौतियों पर, समस्याओं पर काम कर रही है। और ये चुनौतियां आज पैदा हुई ऐसा नहीं है, ये दशकों से चली आ रही है। साथियों, आर्टिकल 370 को हटाने का फैसला राजनीतिक तौर पर मुश्किल भले लगता हो, लेकिन इसने जम्मू कश्मीर और लद्दाख के लोगों के विकास की और उनके भीतर एक नई उम्मीद जगाई है। मुस्लिम बहनों को 3 तलाक के दंश से मुक्ति मिलने से देश के लाखों परिवारों को बेटर फ्यूचर का एहसास मिला है। पड़ोसी देशों से आए सैकड़ों परिवार जिनके साथ उन देशों में अत्याचार हुआ, जिनकी मां भारती में आस्था थी, जब उनकी नागरिकता का रास्ता खुलेगा तो इससे भी उनका बेटर फ्यूचर ही सुनिश्चित होगा। दिल्ली की आधुनिक अनाधिकृत कॉलोनी, इलीगल कॉलोनीज, उन कॉलोनियों को लेकर जो फैसला हुआ है उसने भी यहां के 40 लाख लोगों के बेहतर भविष्य का रास्ता पक्का किया है। ऐसे अनेक फैसले हैं जो पास की लेगेसी है, लेकिन न्यू इंडिया के लिए, बेटर टुमारो के लिए उनको टाला नहीं जा सकता है। इसी तरह राम जन्मभूमि विवाद का शांतिपूर्ण समाधान सिर्फ एक विवाद का हल नहीं है, बल्कि भारत के बेटर फ्यूचर का एक बड़ा कारक भी है। और साथियों, हमें याद रखना होगा कि राम जन्मभूमि का फैसला आने से पहले न जाने क्या क्या आशंकाएं जताई जा रही थी। सुबह फैसला आया और शाम होते होते देश के लोगों ने सारी आशंकाओं को गलत साबित कर दिया। इसके पीछे का भाव क्या था? बेटर टुमारो। समाज अब बीती बातों की उलझनों में नहीं रहना चाहता। और मैं जानता हूं कि ये दबाव हमने खुद आगे बढ़कर अपने ऊपर लिया है। आप पत्थर पैर पर पड़, ये मैं कर रहा हूं खुद जो करके। आज देखिए, मीडिया में जितने विषयों पर हमारी आलोचना होती है वो सारे विषय हमने सेट किए हुए हैं। हमने कहा कि हम ये करना चाहते हैं, तो कोई हमें पूछेगा भाई बताओ क्यों नहीं हुआ। और अच्छी बात है, ये दबाव जरूरी है। एक नए कल्चर को हमने प्रमोट किया है, लेकिन इसी ने, और मैं मानता हूं ये रिजल्ट देने का रास्ता यही है, दबाव बढ़ेगा, लोगों की अपेक्षाएं बढ़ेगी और लोगों का बेटर टुमारो सुनिश्चित करने में उनकी भागीदारी भी बढ़ेगी। साथियों, देश के बेटर फ्यूचर की चिंता थी, इसलिए ही हमने देश में स्वच्छ भारत अभियान शुरू किया और अब उतनी ही शक्ति से हम जल जीवन मिशन की शुरुआत कर रहे हैं। अभी ऐसी चीजें हैं, पिछले 50 साल में नहीं हुआ तो किसी ने पूछा नहीं क्यों नहीं हुआ, लेकिन मैंने कहा है तो मुझे हर दिन पूछा जाएगा कहां तक किया। लेकिन क्या ये करना जरूरी था कि नहीं था? मैं भी टाल सकता था, मैं भी बच के निकल सकता था। वो रास्ता मुझे मंजूर नहीं है। आने वाले वर्षों में करीब करीब 15 करोड़ घरों को पानी की सप्लाई से जोड़ने के लिए हम काम कर रहे हैं। इसी तरह आज भारत पूरे आत्मविश्वास के साथ अपनी अर्थव्यवस्था को $5 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी बनाने के लिए जुटा हुआ है।
So the global economy obviously is in a very somber mood, as we all know. Growth forecast for next year has been cut down from, I think, 3.2 to 3%. I think that there's a much larger story to it. It's much more than just a trade war. I think there is a war for global economic supremacy. There's a war for IPR, there's a war for technology, there's a war for who will navigate the high seas. And there's never been an example of this in the past. It's quite amazing that you have two of the largest economies of the world, fighting tariff wars with each other, and history has no parallel or reference to give us that can indicate how this would play out. I think that as of now, we seem to be moving away from globalization. So some economists are calling it slowbalization. And I think what is happening is that you're having a phase where you're seeing more of localization and regionalism.
Let me rewind the clock to September 21, 2018. You were ambushed by a deadly storm in the middle of nowhere in the southern Indian Ocean, and you were hanging from the mast of your sailboat. How did you get there?
Yeah, I remember that date very clearly. It was the 21st of September last year. I was hanging with one hand on a 9-meter tall mast in the middle of a storm, and I was all alone in my boat. And a thought crossed my mind. I was wondering, if I don't come down the mast right now, probably a couple of months later, somebody might discover my dead body hanging onto the mast. That's how bad it was. How did I get there? I was taking part in this race called the Golden Globe Race of 2018. The idea was the entrance, the sailors sail around the world, race around the world in really small boats, 32 to 36 foot boats, and with technology that existed only in 1968, so no GPS, no stuff like that. You race around the world and you come back to France, and they eventually declare a winner and all that. And I was given a special invitation. I was the only person from Asia to take part in the race. I turned up with a boat that was built in India. I was really pushing myself hard. I was lying in third position after almost 11,000 miles of sailing. I had to do 30,000. 11,000 miles later, I was lying in third position when I was hit by a really bad storm. Now my boat, this tiny little boat, 32 foot long, it capsized once. It's called a knockdown. The boom broke of the mizzen mast. I went inside, everything was a mess. The galley had been plucked out. There was gas leaking, diesel was leaking because the diesel tank broke. Everything was, a mess. Cleaned up things. I went back out in the storm. I thought I'd steer myself and control the boat. And that's when the next knockdown happened. And the next knockdown, the boat is like that. It's got a 9-meter mast and a 13-meter mast. When the boat went like that, beyond 90 degrees, when the mast was buried underwater, immediately before that, I held the mast so that I'm not separated from the boat. And when the when the boat was upside down, I slipped out. I reached the end of that 9-meter mast, and suddenly the boat flipped straight, and I was on top of the mast. Okay.
And you were hanging by your watch.
I was hanging by my wrist. I didn't know at that moment, I didn't know if it was my watch that got stuck or it was my hand. I was stuck on a steel wire rope.
Tell us about your reading of India, because you've come to look at India and understand India from a very unique perspective.
Sure.
What people watch, right? So what does that tell you about the country, about its people?
Well, our audience, we launched in 2016. We've continued to invest. So we've got obviously a lot of content from the States and the UK and Spain. And then we're developing our Hindi and local content here. This year and next year, we'll spend about 3,000 crores developing content. So you'll start to see a lot of stuff hit the screen, big investment. We've got about 100 people, employees in Mumbai, and a couple thousand that are working on the different productions. So we're really, trying to invest in that, becoming, more Indian in the content offering. What have we learned? Little Things is one of our top series this week. A new season came out, season 3. So that's 2 young people living in an apartment first time, so very relatable for young people, kind of a honest life. Delhi Crime and Sacred Games have been 2 of our biggest successes here. So people love, big drama, those kind of shows.
When you look at your Indian audience, and I know you're not going to give us a number, you're not going to tell us how many people you have here, but my guess would be anything between
it's
1 million and 2 million.
It's 160 globally, so it's a big number, but like you said, we're just getting started here in India.
Yeah, sure. What do they watch more? Do they watch local content or do they watch your international content more?
The great thing about on-demand service like Netflix, or Hotstar or Amazon is you get to choose what you want. So people watch a mix. It's all over the board. So some people watch Friends from 25 years ago, and others watch Beast of No Nation. So it's an incredible variety, and that's really what the internet's about. And frankly, it brings us back to the book. So people say, oh, Netflix invented binge viewing. But the truth is, the original binge view was the novel. And you got to stay up late at night and read it and take it on holiday, and it was personal, and you have great choice of thousands of great books. And then there was this temporary era of linear TV. And now with the internet, it's coming back to this more personal market, like books are.
Countries around the world have started getting fairly serious about regulating content online, and especially in a market like India, I'm sure there have been requests to censor your shows, which doesn't go through the usual process of censorship. So do you have a lot of that with the government? Do you have to deal with that?
Yeah, I think every country is wrestling with some aspects of the internet, particularly social media, and what those effects are. For curated entertainment, there's many fewer issues. Some people do think, the broadcast standard should be applied to YouTube or Netflix or Amazon, but it doesn't really make sense because, again, in broadcast, it's pushed into everybody's home, and there's no way to control it. And on the internet, you click and you choose each show. So it's, there's much more openness to content that way because the people in their homes are in control of that. So, what the government's done is ask the industry to put together a self-regulation code, which everyone has been working on. And I think that will be a very pragmatic middle ground that allows...
will it be a different self-regulation code for every country? For instance, will India have its own self-regulation code?
Yeah, every culture has different sensitive points.
Which means you will follow a different code for India than you do elsewhere?
We have to comply with all of the local laws and local codes, but there's not tremendous variation. We don't have porn, and we don't have, things that are, that most societies feel like are really bad. So Sacred Games is on, every country. Or, more controversially, we have a British show called Sex Education. And it's very cute because the mom is a sex therapist, and the 16-year-old boy, who of course knows nothing about sex, like most 16-year-old boys, and yet he could talk a great game because he's been listening to his mom do sex therapy. And so, he knows all the body parts, and it's really odd listening to him talk, and he becomes the hero in his high school because he helps all the other kids figure out their issues with sex. So, it's a very interesting twist on things and very enjoyable. And, that's on Netflix in Saudi Arabia, it's on Netflix here, it's on Netflix all around the world. So we're able to do, with entertainment, really opening up people's perceptions. Another great example is Queer Eye, and that show plays all around the world, and some people may find it controversial, but With entertainment, there's always going to be some controversial. With deadly crime, that some people think, that we shouldn't tell that story. But, we're really committed to artistic freedom, to people telling these voices. And again, there are problems on the internet, but they're not with Netflix. The problems on the internet are much more like social media or user-generated content. So I think governments are busy on that sector.
What plans do you have for India? Prime Minister Modi is highlighting tourism's importance. So are you working with Incredible India?
We are hoping to. It's so exciting, really. It's the shift that we're seeing around the world is that traditionally the tourism industry was seen as one of the softer industries. Jobs, economic output growth came from manufacturing, came from the harder industries where they've existed for a long time. But people are now realizing 1 in 10 jobs in the world is in the travel and tourism industry. It is the second fastest growing segment in the majority of countries around the world, and young people that are coming into the workforce are incredibly excited and inspired about the ability to spread the culture out into the world through travel. So we have a huge Indian base. You'll be unsurprised to hear that Indians on social media are very passionate, they're very vocal.
Yes, Dipinder knows all about that.
Touch wood, to date, we've really only seen the positive side of support and really of national pride. And this is something that we feel very, very much about getting behind, of giving voices to Indians and getting out into the world and saying, look at all these amazing things that exist in this country, and we have the ability to tell those stories. So we're not working with Incredible India yet, but hopefully we will be very, very soon.
Hopefully you will.
Yes.
We wish you the very best of luck with that. Let me start by asking you, Dipinder, it's been, 11 years of starting Zomato, of running Zomato, and we've had this conversation several times in the past of what it takes to actually build a business here in India. Take me through the journey so far. You've managed to bring Zomato from addressing very few cities to now, 500 cities across India, and of course, over $1 billion in valuation.
I think the valuation part is sort of a curse right now, but the journey has been great. It's been 11 years. We started off with something very small, and it has actually become something which is beyond what we ever thought it would. We are in 550 cities in India right now. We serve about 48 million people every month.
48 million people every month?
Yes.
Okay.
And outside of India, we serve about another 25 million people as well. So we have a business which runs in 11 countries. And we know the difference in running a business in India and running a business in multiple other markets as well.
Okay, I'll get to the difference in running a business in India and running a business in 11 different countries, which is what Zomato is doing today. But Dipinder, when you started off in 2008, and I don't know how many of you know the backstory of Dipinder, but he was a consultant with Bain, and that's when he decided to get started with Zomato and set up Zomato to address the pain point of people who wanted to order out. So it started off as aggregating menus, and today has become a food delivery technology driven platform. What has been the hardest part of this journey?
I think the hardest part is to actually hire the number of people that we hire.
How many people do you have today?
We have 250,000 people that we hired in the last 18 months.
Wow. Can you repeat that? 250,000 people in the last 18 months. Okay.
And trying to get access to people and trying to explain them that they can actually have a job where they only work with a phone in their hand and they don't need to talk to anyone else, blah, 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 right? So that's been super hard, but we've been finally able to get there.
When you started off, Dipinder, and I'm sure that people in your family would have wondered that, बेटा तुम IIT दिल्ली से पास हुए, ये क्या करने जा रहे हो तुम अपनी जिंदगी के साथ? How much did you have to sort of combat that mindset, and has it changed significantly over the years?
No, it actually still hasn't changed.
It hasn't changed?
They still don't get why people even order food from restaurants or why people don't eat home cooked food. I still get all these questions.
So you haven't been able to convince people about that,
no,
right?
No, absolutely not.
So do they still ask you कि तुम्हारा business model क्या है?
They've actually given up on everything. So it's like do whatever you want. It's okay.
In that stretch from 2004 to 2012, we'll come to 2016 later, were there days when you said, this is just agonizing now, let me go on a binge, cheat days, eat.
Well, eating was a job.
first of all. Eating was a full-time job for me. I was fluctuating between 5 and 10 pounds in a week. So it was something that we just had to stay on top of to maintain that weight. But from 2004 to 2012, I mean, I would change it and go from 2008 to 2012, because that was probably the most difficult time for me in my career. Coming off of the 2008 Olympics, where, you know, I accomplished my dream, my goal of doing something that nobody had ever done, winning 8 gold medals. And then I asked myself, now what? What am I going to do next? I didn't want to be in the sport. I didn't want to swim anymore. I needed space. I needed my own time. And that was something that, you know, it's frustrating to look back on, but it was what I chose to do. You know, I chose to skip a week of practice here and there, 2 weeks here and there, because I didn't care. And in 2012, I got the results that I deserved. I mean, we almost got away with doing no work and having a pretty successful Olympics, but there were 2 races that still to this day frustrate me, and
yeah.
I mean, I probably would have swum a little different, but it is what it is. So
you also announced your retirement then in 2012.
Yeah.
And then
I needed to. I mean, I was just done.
And you went through some tough times.
Oh, of course. I mean, I went through some of the scariest times of my life after 2012. Parts where I didn't want to be alive, and that was, you know, sitting in my room for 3 to 5 days after my DUI and not wanting to be alive. I guess I kind of realized that I needed to do something to change. I needed to get help.
It got as intense as that, you know, matter of life and death. Now this is interesting, you know, mental health of athletes is becoming real. It's real.
Yeah.
It's become an issue. Just, I mean, I don't know how much you know about cricket, but suddenly there's an epidemic of, you know, among cricketers from the age of 21 to 35, 36 who are saying, I want time off. I don't think I can play. I'm going through depression, whatever. So when you say it's real, why, how, what happens?
I mean, I think the biggest thing is that we all need to understand is that it's okay to not be okay. You know, like, we're human beings. We're going to go through ups and downs. We're going to have struggles. It's the way of life. You know, if life was easy, then it wouldn't be as fun.
Yeah.
You know, so it's you know, we kind of have to have those ups and downs to really be able to learn and grow. And for me, my downs were, like, as I said, some of the scariest moments of my life. But, you know, for a long time, I couldn't look at myself in the mirror because I saw myself as strictly a swimmer, not as a human being. And that's scary. So for me, I had to find out whatever it was that I was looking for and find out who I was. So for me, during that process in 2014, I was able to really see and like myself the way I am. And I liked who I saw in the mirror. And for me, I still have days where I go through struggles. I still have depression spells. I still deal with anxiety. It's something that's going to be a part of my life forever. And it's what makes me me. So I've accepted that. And honestly, I just try to grow and to learn from each experience, but prepare myself even more than I ever have before. Because as you said, there are so many other people who are finally opening up and saying that they're going through a difficult time, or they need a break. It's real, you know, and it's people showing their human side.
So let's talk now about your family, the 3 women in your life, and now 3 young men. So
yeah, I mean, without my mom, there's obviously this. I wouldn't be here today. I owe her the world. She helped me through good times and bad times, and you know, helped make me the person I am today. My wife, we've been together. I guess this will be our 13th year, going on 13 years on and off. So we've known a lot, I guess, learned a lot about each other over that time, and we've kind of seen everything that you can possibly see. So she's my everything, and watching her raise the 3 boys, it's a dream come true.
3 boys, and one of them is Boomer,
Beckett, and Maverick. Yeah.
And Boomer's already hit the pool.
Yeah. You can't get him out of the pool. He's the most fearless kid in the water I've ever seen. So it's a good thing, but it's also scary as an adult. I watch him dive down to the bottom of the pool and get rings and his trucks that he throws in there, and he loves it. So it's good for me to see it. I don't know if I want him to be a swimmer.
Why not?
I don't think it's fair. you know, he'd have to live in my footsteps, and that's not fair to a kid, you know. So for me, I'd just like him to find his passion, whatever that is.
But he might get everything that he needs at home, you know, in terms of coaching and advice and mentoring.
I don't know if he wants me to be his coach. That might not be a good idea.
I have this, you know, it's something which is kind of, I've wondered about it all my life as a journalist, is that when you're a prodigy, when you start so young, and when you are at the age at which you are now, 34, do you feel that I've gained so much, but I've also maybe lost out on teenage years, some childhood, the fun of being with, you know, school friends, etc. I've been spending time in the pool.
So throughout my life, I had the opportunity to do anything and everything, and for me, I wanted to take every opportunity that I could to be the best athlete that I could be, because everything that I was giving up, I had the chance to do when I was done. You know, yeah, I missed out on a few dances or, you know, dates, movies, this, that, and the other, but I had opportunities that nobody else ever had. And for me, I'll give up anything to do that. So it was easy for me to give that stuff up because, you know, I mean, now, and it's actually kind of comical. I feel like that Boomer and Beckett and I are probably learning some of the same things at this very time, because, you know, like for me, like I was in the pool swimming all the time, right? I said before, eat, sleep, and swim. That was my job. That was my life. So, you know, I didn't have the chance to have the experiences through the teenage years and on that other kids had. So I'm experiencing some of that stuff now and learning some of the stuff now that I probably should have learned or could have learned at a younger age.
Yeah.
And I'm okay with that. You know, like it's enjoyable for me, and honestly, it's challenging for me too. But I think the biggest thing that I've really learned with kids is I've learned the definition of patience a little bit more.
Yeah.
They're always testing my patience, and they know how to press my buttons better than any human out there. So it's a cool process.
And as far as the paycheck goes, I just want to get paid as much as Akshay Kumar does. That's all, yaar.
Which is precisely why I thought we'll come to you later. Now, Akshay, aapko producer ho aur Kareena aapki heroine.
Look at his expression, because he knew that I would say this.
We are asking for a raise for her on this platform. We are asking for a raise for her.
No, I don't want a raise. I want to get what he gets, yeah.
She wants as much as you're going to make.
100%.
Okay, so let's talk about good news. To begin with, I am a partner with Karan Johar. I am ready in front of everyone to make a film where she does the hero's role and she will be 50-50 partner with it. Is it agreed?
But good news.
No, now don't go back.
I am not going back. I'm saying that in good news,
Kareena,
technically,
मैं
the girl
फिल्म
is also the
बनाऊंगा,
hero of the movie.
नहीं मैं फिल्म बनाऊंगा, फिल्म में पैसे भी लगाऊंगा, पूरा करूंगा. आप उसमें हीरो रहेंगी, आप उसमें रेम्युनेशन नहीं लेंगी. जब हम पिक्चर को रिलीज करेंगे, जो कमाएंगे 50% लेके जाएंगे.
मैं तो हीरोइन नहीं हूँ. मैं खुद बोल रही हूँ कि मैं हीरो हूँ यार. हीरोइन कुछ नहीं, मैं भी
हीरो या हीरोइन कोई भी रहे, वो भी फिर उतना ही पैसा लगाएंगे जितना आप लगाओगे, और उसके बाद 50-50%.
तो कह तो रहा हूँ, मैं तो कह रहा हूँ, आप पैसे भी मत लगाओ.
Sonal has become my agent, as you can see, on this summit. She's negotiating a deal for me.
See, she is so smart. She's not going to sign this deal with me.
I'm not
this is a great
any
opportunity to start your own production.
Because I'm not a hero or a heroine. I'm an artist. So I want to just get what Akshay Kumar gets. So
I'm telling you, this is a great point. I mean, see, my name is AK, Akshay Kareena. Production.
Yeah, done.
Done?
Done. I'm telling you that.
Okay.
In your next film.
In my next film.
Okay, he's announced it.
Where you are playing the hero.
In Good News also, I'm technically also the hero a bit.
Right, you are. Absolutely.
Then,
okay. Hello. Hi.
Okay.
आज ही हमारे संविधान निर्माता बाबा साहब डॉक्टर भीमराव अंबेडकर जी की पुण्यतिथि भी है। मैं उन्हें देशवासियों की तरफ से श्रद्धांजलि देता हूं, नमन करता हूं और ईश्वर से प्रार्थना करता हूं कि बाबा साहब ने जिस बेटर टुमारो का सपना देखा था उसे हमें पूरा करने की शक्ति दे, हमें समर्थ बनाए। साथियों, भविष्य में हम जिस दिशा में जाना चाहते हैं उसमें सबसे बड़ी भूमिका आज की है, हमारे वर्तमान की है। और अभी शोभना जी ने एक सवाल रखा कि आप सबको बताइए कि आप कैसे चुनाव जीते। देश की जनता ने जीता है इसलिए जीत गए। और देश की जनता ने क्यों जिताया? क्योंकि सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, इस मंत्र से काम किया इसलिए जिताया। और कई लोगों के न चाहते हुए भी हुआ। खैर, बेटर टुमारो के लिए हमारी सरकार वर्तमान की चुनौतियों पर, समस्याओं पर काम कर रही है। और ये चुनौतियां आज पैदा हुई ऐसा नहीं है, ये दशकों से चली आ रही है। साथियों, आर्टिकल 370 को हटाने का फैसला राजनीतिक तौर पर मुश्किल भले लगता हो, लेकिन इसने जम्मू कश्मीर और लद्दाख के लोगों के विकास की और उनके भीतर एक नई उम्मीद जगाई है। मुस्लिम बहनों को 3 तलाक के दंश से मुक्ति मिलने से देश के लाखों परिवारों को बेटर फ्यूचर का एहसास मिला है। पड़ोसी देशों से आए सैकड़ों परिवार जिनके साथ उन देशों में अत्याचार हुआ, जिनकी मां भारती में आस्था थी, जब उनकी नागरिकता का रास्ता खुलेगा तो इससे भी उनका बेटर फ्यूचर ही सुनिश्चित होगा। दिल्ली की आधुनिक अनाधिकृत कॉलोनी, इलीगल कॉलोनीज, उन कॉलोनियों को लेकर जो फैसला हुआ है उसने भी यहां के 40 लाख लोगों के बेहतर भविष्य का रास्ता पक्का किया है। ऐसे अनेक फैसले हैं जो पास की लेगेसी है, लेकिन न्यू इंडिया के लिए, बेटर टुमारो के लिए उनको टाला नहीं जा सकता है। इसी तरह राम जन्मभूमि विवाद का शांतिपूर्ण समाधान सिर्फ एक विवाद का हल नहीं है, बल्कि भारत के बेटर फ्यूचर का एक बड़ा कारक भी है। और साथियों, हमें याद रखना होगा कि राम जन्मभूमि का फैसला आने से पहले न जाने क्या क्या आशंकाएं जताई जा रही थी। सुबह फैसला आया और शाम होते होते देश के लोगों ने सारी आशंकाओं को गलत साबित कर दिया। इसके पीछे का भाव क्या था? बेटर टुमारो। समाज अब बीती बातों की उलझनों में नहीं रहना चाहता। और मैं जानता हूं कि ये दबाव हमने खुद आगे बढ़कर अपने ऊपर लिया है। आप पत्थर पैर पर पड़, ये मैं कर रहा हूं खुद जो करके। आज देखिए, मीडिया में जितने विषयों पर हमारी आलोचना होती है, वो सारे विषय हमने सेट किए हुए हैं। हमने कहा कि हम ये करना चाहते हैं, तो कोई हमें पूछेगा भाई बताओ क्यों नहीं हुआ, और अच्छी बात है, ये दबाव जरूरी है। एक नए कल्चर को हमने प्रमोट किया है, लेकिन इसी ने, और मैं मानता हूं ये रिजल्ट देने का रास्ता यही है कि दबाव बढ़ेगा, लोगों की अपेक्षाएं बढ़ेगी और लोगों का बेटर टुमारो सुनिश्चित करने में उनकी भागीदारी भी बढ़ेगी। साथियों, देश के बेटर फ्यूचर की चिंता थी, इसलिए ही हमने देश में स्वच्छ भारत अभियान शुरू किया और अब उतनी ही शक्ति से हम जल जीवन मिशन की शुरुआत कर रहे हैं। अभी ऐसी चीजें हैं, पिछले 50 साल में नहीं हुआ तो किसी ने पूछा नहीं क्यों नहीं हुआ, लेकिन मैंने कहा है तो मुझे हर दिन पूछा जाएगा कहां तक किया। लेकिन क्या ये करना जरूरी था कि नहीं था? मैं भी टाल सकता था, मैं भी बच के निकल सकता था, वो रास्ता मुझे मंजूर नहीं है। आने वाले वर्षों में करीब 15 करोड़ घरों को पानी की सप्लाई से जोड़ने के लिए हम काम कर रहे हैं। इसी तरह आज भारत पूरे आत्मविश्वास के साथ अपनी अर्थव्यवस्था को $5 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी बनाने के लिए जुटा हुआ है।
So the global economy obviously is in a very somber mood, as we all know. Growth forecast for next year has been cut down from, I think, 3.2 to 3%. I think that there's a much larger story to it. It's much more than just a trade war. I think there is a war for global economic supremacy. There's a war for IPR, there's a war for technology, there's a war for who will navigate the high seas. And there's never been an example of this in the past. It's quite amazing that you have two of the largest economies of the world, fighting tariff wars with each other, and history has no parallel or reference to give us that can indicate how this would play out. I think that as of now, we seem to be moving away from globalization. So some economists are calling it globalization. And I think what is happening is that you're having a phase where you're seeing more of localization and regionalism.
Let me rewind the clock to September 21, 2018. You were ambushed by a deadly storm in the middle of nowhere in the southern Indian Ocean, and you were hanging from the mast of your sailboat. How did you get there?
Yeah, I remember that date very clearly. It was the 21st of September last year. I was hanging with one hand on a 9-meter tall mast in the middle of a storm, and I was all alone in my boat. And a thought crossed my mind. I was wondering, if I don't come down the mast right now, probably a couple of months later, somebody might discover my dead body hanging onto the mast. That's how bad it was. How did I get there? I was taking part in this race called the Golden Globe Race of 2018. The idea was the entrance, the sailors sail around the world, race around the world in really small boats, 32 to 36 foot boats, and with technology that existed only in 1968, so no GPS, no stuff like that. You race around the world and you come back to France, and they eventually declare a winner and all that. And I was given a special invitation. I was the only person from Asia to take part in the race. I turned up with a boat that was built in India. I was really pushing myself hard. I was lying in third position after almost 11,000 miles of sailing. I had to do 30,000. 11,000 miles later, I was lying in third position when I was hit by a really bad storm. Now my boat, this tiny little boat, 32 foot long, it capsized once. It's called a knockdown. The boom broke of the mizzen mast. Went inside, everything was a mess. The galley had been plucked out. There was gas leaking, diesel was leaking because the diesel tank broke. Everything was, a mess. Cleaned up things. I went back out in the storm. I thought I would steer myself and control the boat. And that's when the next knockdown happened. And the next knockdown, the boat is like that. It's got a 9-meter mast and a 13-meter mast. When the boat went like that, beyond 90 degrees, when the mast was buried underwater, immediately before that, I held the mast so that I'm not separated from the boat. And when the mast was, when the boat was upside down, I slipped out. I reached the end of that 9-meter mast, and suddenly the boat flipped straight, and I was on top of the mast. Okay.
And you were hanging by your watch.
I was hanging by my wrist. I didn't know if, at that moment, I didn't know if it was my watch that got stuck or it was my hand. I was stuck on a steel wire rope.
Tell us about your reading of India, because you've come to look at India and understand India from a very unique perspective.
Sure.
What people watch, right? So what does that tell you about the country, about its people?
Well, our audience, we launched in 2016. We've continued to invest. So we've got obviously a lot of content from the States and the UK and Spain. And then we're developing our Hindi and local content here. This year and next year, we'll spend about 3,000 crores developing content. So you'll start to see a lot of stuff hit the screen, big investment. We've got about 100 people, employees in Mumbai, and a couple thousand that are working on the different productions. So we're really, trying to invest in that becoming, more Indian in the content offering. What have we learned? Little Things is one of our top series this week. A new season came out, season 3. So that's 2 young people living in an apartment first time, so very relatable for young people, kind of a honest life. Delhi Crime and Sacred Games have been 2 of our biggest successes here. So people love, big drama, those kind of shows.
When you look at your Indian audience, and I know you're not going to give us a number, you're not going to tell us how many people you have here, but my guess would be anything between
it's
1 million and 2 million.
It's 160 globally, so it's a big number, but like you said, we're just getting started here in India.
Yeah, sure. What do they watch more? Do they watch local content or do they watch your international content more?
The great thing about on-demand service like Netflix, or Hotstar or Amazon is you get to choose what you want. So people watch a mix. It's all over the board. So some people watch Friends from 25 years ago, and others watch Beast of No Nation. So it's an incredible variety, and that's really what the internet's about. And frankly, it brings us back to the book. So people say, oh, Netflix invented binge viewing. But the truth is, the original binge view was the novel. And you got to stay up late at night and read it and take it on holiday, and it was personal, and you have great choice of thousands of great books. And then there was this temporary era of linear TV. And now with the internet, it's coming back to this more personal market, like books are.
Countries around the world have started getting fairly serious about regulating content online, and especially in a market like India, I'm sure there have been requests to censor your shows, which doesn't go through the usual process of censorship. So do you have a lot of that with the government? Do you have to deal with that?
I think every country is wrestling with some aspects of the internet, particularly social media, and what those effects are. For curated entertainment, there's many fewer issues. Some people do think, the broadcast standard should be applied to YouTube or Netflix or Amazon, but it doesn't really make sense because, again, in broadcast, it's pushed into everybody's home, and there's no way to control it. And on the internet, you click and you choose each show. So it's, there's much more openness to content that way because the people in their homes are in control of that. So, what the government's done is ask the industry to put together a self-regulation code, which everyone has been working on. And I think that will be a very pragmatic middle ground that allows...
will it be a different self-regulation code for every country? For instance, will India have its own self-regulation code?
Yeah, every culture has different sensitive points.
Which means you will follow a different code for India than you do elsewhere?
We have to comply with all of the local laws and local codes. but there's not tremendous variation. You know, we don't have porn, and we don't have, I don't know, things that are, you know, that most societies feel like are really bad. So sacred games is on, you know, every country. Or, you know, more controversially, we have a British show called Sex Education. And it's very cute because the mom is a sex therapist, and the 16-year-old boy, who of course knows nothing about sex, like most 16-year-old boys, and yet he could talk a great game because he's been listening to his mom do sex therapy. And so, like, he knows all the body parts, and it's like really odd listening to him talk, and he becomes the hero in his high school because he helps all the other kids figure out their issues with sex. So, you know, it's a very interesting twist on things and very enjoyable. And, you know, that's on Netflix in Saudi Arabia, it's on Netflix here, it's on Netflix all around the world. So we're able to do, you know, with entertainment, really opening up people's perceptions. Another great example is Queer Eye, and that show plays all around the world, you know, and some people may find it controversial, but with entertainment, there's always going to be some controversial, you know, with deadly crime. Yeah. You know, that some people think, you know, that we shouldn't tell that story, but, you know, we're really committed to artistic freedom, to people telling these voices. And again, there are problems on the internet, but they're not with Netflix. The problems on the internet are much more like social media or user-generated content. So I think governments are busy on that sector.
What plans do you have for India? Prime Minister Modi is highlighting tourism's importance.
Yes.
So are you working with Incredible India?
We are hoping to. It's so exciting, really. It's the shift that we're seeing around the world is that traditionally the tourism industry was seen as one of the softer industries. Jobs, economic output, growth came from manufacturing, came from the harder industries where you know, they've existed for a long time, but people are now realizing 1 in 10 jobs in the world is in the travel and tourism industry. It is the second fastest growing segment in the majority of countries around the world, and young people that are coming into the workforce are incredibly excited and inspired about the ability to spread the culture out into the world through travel. So we have a huge Indian base. You'll be unsurprised to hear that Indians on social media are very passionate, they're very vocal.
Yes, Deepinder knows all about that.
I mean, touch wood, to date, we've really only seen the positive side of support and really of national pride. And this is something that we feel very, very much about getting behind, of giving voices to Indians and getting out into the world and saying, look at all these amazing things that exist in this country, and we have the ability to tell those stories. So we're not working with Incredible India yet, but hopefully we will be very, very soon.
Hopefully you will. We wish you the very best of luck with that. Let me start by asking you, Deepinder, it's been, what, 11 years of starting Zomato, of running Zomato, and we've had this conversation several times in the past of what it takes to actually build a business here in India. Take me through the journey so far. You've managed to bring Zomato from addressing very few cities to now, what, 500 cities across India, and of course, over $1 billion in valuation.
I think the valuation part is sort of a curse right now, but yeah, the journey has been great. It's been 11 years. We started off with something very small, and it has actually become something which is beyond what we ever thought it would. We are in 550 cities in India right now. We serve about 48 million people every month.
48 million people every month?
Yes.
Okay.
And outside of India, we serve about another 25 million people as well. So we have a business which runs in 11 countries. And we know the difference in running a business in India and running a business in multiple other markets as well.
Okay, I'll get to the difference in running a business in India and running a business in 11 different countries, which is what Zomato is doing today. But Deepinder, you know, when you started off in 2008, and I don't know how many of you know the backstory of Deepinder, but he was a consultant with Bain, and that's when he decided to get started with Zomato and set up Zomato to address the pain point of people who wanted to order out. So it started off as aggregating menus, and today has become a food delivery technology driven platform. What has been the hardest part of this journey?
I think the hardest part is to actually hire the number of people that we hire.
How many people do you have today?
We have 250,000 people that we hired in the last 18 months.
Wow. Can you repeat that? 250,000 people In the last 18 months. Okay.
And trying to get access to people and trying to explain them that they can actually have a job where they only work with a phone in their hand and they don't need to talk to anyone else, blah, 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 right? So that's been super hard, but we've been finally able to get there.
When you started off, Dipinder, and I'm sure that people in your family would have wondered that, बेटा तुम IIT Delhi से पास हुए, ये क्या करने जा रहे हो तुम अपनी जिंदगी के साथ? How much did you have to sort of combat that mindset, and has it changed significantly over the years?
No, it actually still hasn't changed.
It hasn't changed?
No, they still don't get why people even order food from restaurants or why people don't eat home cooked food. I still get all these questions.
So you haven't been able to convince people about that,
no,
right?
No, absolutely not.
So do they still ask you कि तुम्हारा business model क्या है?
They've actually given up on everything. So it's like, do whatever you want. It's okay.
In that stretch from 2004 to 2012, we'll come to 2016 later, were there days when you said, this is just agonizing now, let me go on a binge, cheat days, eat.
Well, eating was a job, first of all. Eating was a full-time job for me. I was fluctuating between 5 and 10 pounds in a week. So it was something that we just had to stay on top of to maintain that weight. But from 2004 to 2012, I would change it and go from 2008 to 2012, because that was probably the most difficult time for me in my career. Coming off of the 2008 Olympics, where I accomplished my dream, my goal of doing something that nobody had ever done, winning 8 gold medals. And then I asked myself, now what? What am I going to do next? I didn't want to be in the sport. I didn't want to swim anymore. I needed space. I needed my own time. And that was something that, it's frustrating to look back on, but it was what I chose to do. I chose to skip a week of practice here and there, 2 weeks here and there, because I didn't care. And in 2012, I got the results that I deserved. We almost got away with doing no work and having a pretty successful Olympics, but there were 2 races that still to this day frustrate me, and
yeah.
I probably would have swum a little different, but it is what it is. So
you also announced your retirement then in 2012.
Yeah.
And then
I needed to. I was just done.
And you went through some tough times.
Oh, of course. I went through some of the scariest times of my life after 2012. Parts where I didn't want to be alive, and that was, sitting in my room for 3 to 5 days after my DUI and not wanting to be alive. I guess I kind of realized that I needed to do something to change. I needed to get help.
It got as intense as that, matter of life and death. Now this is interesting, mental health of athletes is becoming real. It's real.
Yeah.
It's become an issue. I don't know how much you know about cricket, but suddenly there's an epidemic of, among cricketers from the age of 21 to 35, 36 who are saying, I want time off. I don't think I can play. I'm going through depression, whatever. So when you say it's real, why, how, what happens?
I think the biggest thing is that we all need to understand is that it's okay to not be okay. We're human beings. We're going to go through ups and downs. We're going to have struggles. It's the way of life. If life was easy, then it wouldn't be as fun.
Yeah.
So it's we kind of have to have those ups and downs to really be able to learn and grow. And for me, my downs were, as I said, some of the scariest moments of my life. But for a long time, I couldn't look at myself in the mirror because I saw myself as strictly a swimmer, not as a human being. And that's scary. So for me, I had to find out whatever it was that I was looking for and find out who I was. So for me, during that process in 2014, I was able to really see and like myself the way I am. And I liked who I saw in the mirror. And for me, I still have days where I go through struggles. I still have depression spells. I still deal with anxiety. It's something that's going to be a part of my life forever. And it's what makes me me. So I've accepted that. And honestly, I just try to grow and to learn from each experience, but prepare myself even more than I ever have before. Because as you said, there are so many other people who are finally opening up and saying that they're going through a difficult time or they need a break. It's real, and it's people showing their human side.
So let's talk now about your family, the three women in your life, and now three young men. So
yeah, I mean, without my mom, there's obviously this. I wouldn't be here today. I owe her the world. She helped me through good times and bad times, and you know, helped make me the person I am today. My wife, we've been together. I guess this will be our 13th year, going on 13 years on and off. So we've known a lot, I guess learned a lot about each other over that time, and we've kind of seen everything that you can possibly see. So she's my everything, and watching her raise the three boys, it's a dream come true.
Three boys, and one of them is Boomer,
Beckett, and Maverick. Yeah.
And Boomer's already hit the pool.
Yeah. You can't get him out of the pool. He's the most fearless kid in the water I've ever seen. So it's a good thing, but it's also scary as an adult. I watch him dive down to the bottom of the pool and get rings and his trucks that he throws in there, and he loves it. So it's good for me to see it. I don't know if I want him to be a swimmer.
Why not?
I don't think it's fair. You know, he'd have to live in my footsteps, and that's not fair to a kid. You know, so for me, I'd just like him to find his passion, whatever that is.
But he might get everything that he needs at home, you know, in terms of coaching and advice and mentoring.
I don't know if he wants me to be his coach. That might not be a good idea.
I have this, you know, it's something which is kind of, I've wondered about it all my life as a journalist, is that when you're a prodigy, when you start so young, and when you are at the age at which you are now, 34, do you feel that I've gained so much, but I've also maybe lost out on teenage years, some childhood, the fun of being with, you know, school friends, etc. I've been spending time in the pool.
So throughout my life, I had the opportunity to do anything and everything, and for me, I wanted to take every opportunity that I could to be the best athlete that I could be, because everything that I was giving up, I had the chance to do when I was done. You know, yeah, I missed out on a few dances or, you know, dates, movies, this, that, and the other, but I had opportunities that nobody else ever had. And for me, I'll give up anything to do that. So it was easy for me to give that stuff up because, you know, I mean, now, and it's actually kind of comical. I feel like that Boomer and Beckett and I are probably learning some of the same things at this very time, because you know, like for me, like I was in the pool swimming all the time, right? I said before, eat, sleep, and swim. That was my job. That was my life. So you know, I didn't have the chance to have the experiences through the teenage years and on that other kids had. So I'm experiencing some of that stuff now and learning some of the stuff now that I probably should have learned or could have learned at a younger age.
Yeah.
And I'm okay with that. You know, like it's enjoyable for me, and honestly, it's challenging for me too. But I think the biggest thing that I've really learned with kids is I've learned the definition of patience a little bit more.
Yeah.
They're always testing my patience, and they know how to press my buttons better than any human out there. So it's a cool process.
And as far as the paycheck goes, I just want to get paid as much as Akshay Kumar does. That's all, yaar.
Which is precisely why I thought we'll come to you later. Now, Akshay, आपको producer हो और Kareena आपकी heroine.
Look at his expression, because he knew that I would say this.
We are asking for a raise for her on this platform. We are asking for a raise for her.
No, I don't want a raise. I want to get what he gets, yeah.
She wants as much as you're going to make.
Okay, so let's talk about good news. To begin with, I am a partner with Karan Johar. I am ready in front of everyone to make a film where she does the hero's role and she will be 50-50 partner with it. Is it agreed?
But good news.
No, now don't go back.
I am not going back. I'm saying that in good news,
Kareena,
technically,
मैं
the girl
film
is also
बनाऊंगा,
the hero of the movie.
नहीं, मैं film बनाऊंगा, film में पैसे भी लगाऊंगा, पूरा करूंगा. आप उसमें हीरो रहेंगी, आप उसमें रेम्युनेशन नहीं लेंगी. जब हम पिक्चर को रिलीज करेंगे, जो कमाएंगे 50% लेके जाएंगे.
मैं तो हीरोइन नहीं हूँ. मैं खुद बोल रही हूँ कि मैं हीरो हूँ यार. हीरोइन कुछ नहीं, मैं भी
हीरो या हीरोइन कोई भी रहे, वो भी फिर उतना ही पैसा लगाएंगे जितना आप लगाओगे, और उसके बाद 50-50%.
तो कह तो रहा हूँ, मैं तो कह रहा हूँ, आप पैसे भी मत लगाओ.
Sonal has become my agent, as you can see. on this summit. She's negotiating a deal for me.
See, she is so smart, she's not going to sign this deal with me.
I'm not
This is a
signing
great
any deal
opportunity to start your own
because I'm not a hero or a
production.
heroine, I'm an artist. So I want to just get what Akshay Kumar gets.
I'm
That's
telling
it.
you, this is a great point. I said, see, my name is AK, Akshay Kareena. Production.
Yeah, done.
Done?
Done. I'm telling you that.
Okay.
Huh? In
fine.
your next film.
In my next film.
Okay, he's
where
announced
you are,
it,
where
guys.
you are playing the hero.
In Good News also, I'm technically also the hero a bit.
Right,
huh?
you are.
Huh?
Absolutely.
Then,
But
Okay,
next,
hello. Hi.
okay.
आज ही हमारे संविधान निर्माता बाबा साहब डॉक्टर भीमराव अंबेडकर जी की पुण्यतिथि भी है। मैं उन्हें देशवासियों की तरफ से श्रद्धांजलि देता हूं, नमन करता हूं और ईश्वर से प्रार्थना करता हूं कि बाबा साहब ने जिस बेटर टुमारो का सपना देखा था उसे हमें पूरा करने की शक्ति दे, हमें समर्थ बनाए। साथियों, भविष्य में हम जिस दिशा में जाना चाहते हैं उसमें सबसे बड़ी भूमिका आज की है, हमारे वर्तमान की है। और अभी शोभना जी ने एक सवाल रखा कि आप सबको बताइए कि आप कैसे चुनाव जीते। देश की जनता ने जीता है इसलिए जीत गए। और देश की जनता ने क्यों जिताया? क्योंकि सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, इस मंत्र से काम किया इसलिए जीत।
Please come in and take your seats. Our post-lunch session on lawmakers for change, and we feature three very eloquent and forceful members of parliament, Ms. Mahua Moitra of the TMC, Mr. Manish Tiwari of the Congress, and Mr. Jamyang Namgyal of the BJP. Mr. Namgyal is on his way and will be with us any minute. All of them will speak with Ms. Sunetra Chaudhary, National Political Editor, Hindustan Times. A warm welcome to Ms. Moitra and Mr. Tiwari. Mr. Namgyal joins us any minute.
So we're beginning this conversation for a better tomorrow, and I think the perfect note to start on that is something that you are all going to be voting on, talking about, discussing in Parliament in less than 48 hours from now. I'm of course speaking about the Citizenship Amendment Bill, which has become very, very contentious. And as you know, in Parliament, there's a whip that's been issued to all parties, BJP, Congress, Trinamool Congress, which Mahua Moitra is from Manish Tiwari, senior leader of the Congress party. They've all issued whips saying every MP in Parliament has to be in there, because every aspect of this bill, which says that anyone who isn't a Muslim but is seeking citizenship of India and is from the neighboring countries will be given, as long as they came in before December 31st, 2014. It has really divided people across party lines, become very, very contentious, and many people are in the opposition are saying that it is unconstitutional because it discriminates on religious lines. But what's really interesting about this bill for someone like me is the fact that despite the fact that it is so contentious, despite the fact that there are so many critics, what's interesting is that the numbers are all for it. It's expected that it will go through very, very easily, not just in the Lok Sabha, but also in the Rajya Sabha. And that's what I want to start on. Mahua Moitra, do you want to start us on the fact that when you know the numbers are completely stacked against you, when you know that, especially in Lok Sabha, which both of you are members of, then how do you motivate yourself, and how do you go in there? What is the objective that you're seeking when you're about to debate this bill in Parliament?
See, Sunetra, Manish and I are both members of the opposition here. I think one thing is very clear, that brute majority can never replace constitutional morality. So if we had to stand up and see every day that in Parliament that we are 22, their party is 52, and they have 303 plus allies on the other side, we'd never get out of bed. So that is definitely not what drives us. We are here for a reason, and I think we've never been needed more in this country as we have today. The opposition has never been needed more in this country today, and by that I mean an opposition with a spine, an opposition with the courage to come out and say it like it is. So that's what we are doing, and that's what we intend to do on Monday. This particular bill, I mean, I think it's time that most people, you can go into the technicalities of the bill, but it's at a fundamental level, this bill just is violative of every basic thing that our constitution stands for. So if you look at it, you're looking at, when you talk about persecution, what is persecution? Persecution is in the country of persecution, right? So if if a Hindu in Bangladesh is persecuted, then a Muslim in Burma may also be persecuted. So the right of refuge comes from persecution. The right of refuge cannot come from being X or Y religion, number one. The second thing is, if you're in the country and you're an illegal immigrant and you're Muslim and I'm Hindu, and for you it is 11 years and for me it is 6 years, then for the same crime, which is breaking certain things of the Passport Act, you have a different punishment for two of them. That's also violative. And the third most important thing, if you look at the Citizenship Amendment Act, is when you have the NRC, people are trying to prove that they're Indian to be part of the NRC. In the Citizenship Amendment Bill, you have to prove that you are a persecuted religious minority from another country. So the onus is completely different. So I think basically this goes against the spirit, the letter, the tenet, the feel of our Constitution. So I think this is one of the most important debates and discussions that we can have in our lifetime.
And we're all looking forward to seeing that in Parliament. And I think one of the things that Manish Tiwari, I want to ask you, and for our audience members, Manish Tiwari has come straight from the Congress party meeting, which was meeting right now to decide how to tackle this. So this is very, very relevant right now. So Manish Tiwari, I want to ask you that, Mahua Mitra just pointed out all these points, but why is it that there are so many people who are overwhelmingly supporting it in Parliament, not just from the BJP and the government who are, it's their position, but there are so many people also who perhaps have also been on your side, but they are supporting this.
Sunitra, first of all, thank you for having me here. May I just start by saying something in Hindi? कि वो जानते हैं कि वो विधेयक क्यों लाए हैं, हम भी जानते हैं कि वो विधेयक क्यों लाए हैं, और इस देश की जनता भी जानती है कि वो विधेयक क्यों लाए हैं. Something which is so patently unconstitutional. something which would make the heart and soul of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar turn over repeatedly, you have to be absolutely driven by completely partisan reasons to introduce legislation which fails on the first principles of constitutionalism. I can list them out in great detail, beginning with the fact that there is customary international law which is called the law of refoulement. India is not a signatory to the Convention on Refugees, but India is a signatory to the Convention on Torture. And refoulement is an integral part of that principle, of that convention. So therefore, it first of all falls in the touchstone of international customary law. Number two, it is violative of Article 14, Article 15, Article 21 of the Constitution of India. It's violative of the basic structure of the Indian Constitution as enunciated in Keshavanand Bharati, upheld in S.R. Bommai, and a catena of cases from 1973 till now. So therefore, the government, unfortunately, for reasons which are best known to everybody, is trying to bring in legislation which is not going to stand the test of law. And so therefore, if they still persist on doing it, well, then that's their call. So as far as we are concerned, we oppose the bill in its present form. We are for comprehensive, holistic legislation with regard to refugees. We are in favor of holistic, comprehensive legislation with regard to illegal migrants. And we also stand for all those who are persecuted, irrespective of their faith, creed, color, region, religion, who come and seek the shelter of India. And this has been a tradition which goes back into millennia, that India has played host to anyone who's been persecuted in their native lands and who've sought shelter and refuge in India. You know, there's this famous story about the Parsis, pardon me because I have a Parsi wife, that when they came to India and they landed off the coast of Gujarat, the king of Gujarat, or the king of that particular principality, sent him a full bowl of milk, saying that there's no place for you. So he just added a spoon of sugar, and he said that we will amalgamate ourselves into the ethos of this country. That's been our tradition. That's been our culture. Those are the well springs that we come from. And if you want to desecrate and destroy that very essence of India, then I'm afraid we are not going to be a party to it.
Jamyang, I think you made it just in time at the time when Manish Tiwari was rambling off various articles of the Constitution, which, he says, many people say as well, are violated by this proposed amendment, the Citizenship Amendment Bill. Then how do you defend your party's actions in bringing it in? Because, it's in our Constitution. Secularism is in our Constitution. And this seems to discriminate on the basis of religion.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me here. जो सिटीजनशिप अमेंडमेंट बिल के चर्चा आजकल पूरा देश भर में हो रहा है, और ये जहाँ तक मैं समझता हूँ, ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के खिलाफ जाके, एथिक्स ऑफ सेकुलरिज्म के खिलाफ जाके नहीं ला रहा है. इसमें कुछ प्रोपोर्शन रखा है. फॉर एग्जांपल, ये किसी पर्टिकुलर कम्युनिटी जो किसी रिलीजन से ताल्लुक़ रखते हैं, उनके खिलाफ ये नहीं हो रहा है. देश में घुसपैठी दो प्रकार के होते हैं जहाँ तक मैं समझता हूँ. एक मजबूरन शरणार्थी यानी रिफ्यूज लेना होता है. दूसरे ग्रुप को डेमोग्राफिक चेंज करने के लिए घुस के आते हैं, या बिजनेस के लिए, या कोई कमर्शियल पर्पस के लिए आते हैं. अब कुछ लोग मजबूरन आते हैं, उनको भारत ने आज तक स्वागत किया है. और कुछ लोग जानबूझ के इस देश के डेमोग्राफी चेंज करने के लिए जो घुसते हैं, उसको टाइमली डिस्करेज भी हमें ही करना है, क्योंकि इस देश को आगे बढ़ाना है तो हम सबको मिलके बढ़ाना है। और दूसरे इसमें मेन पॉइंट हम सबको ये समझना होगा, क्योंकि इस देश में भारत ने जिस फेथ्स को, जिन फेथ्स को भारत ने जो जन्म दिया, फॉर देम दिस इज द मदर ऑफ देयर फेथ, ये कंट्री। तो इस तरह से कैटेगराइज किया है, ना कि कोई किसी सेक्युलर के किसी के वो उसके खिलाफ बिल्कुल नहीं किया है कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के।
लेकिन जामिया, आपने अभी कहा कि कुछ लोग यहाँ पे आते हैं जिनको मजबूरन आते हैं, जी आपने ये कहा, लेकिन इस बिल का ये कहना है कि अगर वो मुस्लिम है तो फिर उनको नहीं मिलेगा।
नहीं, ये पर्टिकुलरली मुस्लिम को रोकने के लिए
लेकिन है,
लेकिन इस्लाम रिलीजन का जो है बर्थ प्लेस इंडिया नहीं है। अगर वो इस्लाम होने के कारण से वो आना चाहते हैं तो ये इस्लाम के बर्थ प्लेस इंडिया नहीं है।
नहीं, मैं समझना चाहती हूँ आपसे, आप क्या कह रहे हैं। आप कह रहे हैं कि ये रिलीजन के वजह से नहीं है, जी, लेकिन आपने खुद ही कहा, आपने कहा कि मजबूरन जो लोग आना चाहते हैं वो आ सकते हैं। हमारे ट्रेडिशन ही रहा है, बहुत लोग हमारे यहाँ पे उन्होंने यहाँ पे रेफ्यूजी स्टेटस लिया है क्योंकि वो पर्सिक्यूटेड हैं। लेकिन इस बिल का ये कहना है कि आप किसी भी फेथ के हों और आपको चाहिए, आप सिटीजनशिप के लिए अप्लाई कर सकते हैं अगर आप 2014 से पहले आए हैं, लेकिन मुसलमान नहीं कर सकते। तो आपको नहीं लगता आप कॉन्ट्रडिक्ट कर रहे हैं अपने आप को?
नहीं, कॉन्ट्रडिक्ट नहीं कर रहे, क्योंकि
मुस्लिम नहीं अप्लाई कर सकते, लेकिन वो मजबूरन आए होंगे 2014 से पहले, बहुत लोग हैं।
नहीं, रीजन भी उसी में दिया हुआ है, रीजन भी उसी में दिया हुआ है, जिस फेथ के बर्थ प्लेस नहीं है वो नहीं आ सकते।
क्रिश्चियनिटी तो इंक्लूडेड है, दे आर नॉट,
वो भी तो,
हाँ,
तो आप उसको कैसे एक्सप्लेन करेंगे?
किस चीज को?
कि क्रिश्चियंस आर वेलकम।
नहीं, उसमें कंट्रीज के नाम दिया हुआ है ना, इस कंट्रीज के, इस कंट्रीज के, इस कंट्रीज के आ सकते हैं, ये 3 कंट्रीज के नहीं आ सकते।
ओके, सो Mama Moitra, I just wanted to ask you that, you know, both of you feel, you and Manish Tiwari are very emphatic about it, but how is it, would you like to explain to all of us over here, how is it then, even in Rajya Sabha, you know, it has the numbers? Is it because MPs may agree with you, the fact, you know, all the kind of various arguments that both you and Manish Tiwari are making, but they feel this is the overwhelming sentiment in the country right now and they're going along with it? Do you think that's what it is?
Look, I think when it comes to MPs voting in Parliament, there's something known as the party whip. If you've been elected on that party's ticket, it's not like fox hunting in the UK where you have the right of a conscience vote, where if there's, you can defy a party whip to vote for something that you personally feel. In this case, there's nothing like that. If you've been elected on a party ticket and the party issues a 3-line whip, there's really no space to get out of it. So I think if there are 303 BJP elected MPs, in private, whatever they may feel, they're going to turn up tomorrow and they're going to vote for the bill. It's as simple as that. If they're NDA allies that are having a ministerial berth as part of a BJP government and there's a 3-line whip to support the government, they're not going to go against that. So I think the technicality of why somebody is voting in Parliament the way they are is pretty much set in stone. And that has really nothing to do with part of the larger debate. There is no mystery about that. So to answer your question, that's pretty much what it is.
What I meant to say is there are lots of people who are otherwise also in the opposition, but they are supporting this bill.
Unfortunately, there are 2 reasons why people may support this bill. One is that this government operates only in an atmosphere of fear and scaremongering. So they have something on almost everyone in the opposition. And I'm saying this, you know, I've said this in Parliament and I feel perfectly okay saying it in public, is that they've got something on pretty much every opposition politician. And this country, there's the law and there's a grey area. So even if they want to get you, they'll follow you for 500 miles and they'll give you a ticket. So it's exactly that. So for most people who've been in political life for a large part of their careers, Every government that's in power, you control the agencies, you control the Home Ministry, you control, legitimate and illegitimate ways of snooping. You pretty much have something on somebody that falls in gray area. And this government is better than most other governments is using that very effectively. So it's this kind of fear and scaremongering that goes a long way into getting people to toe the line. And the other thing is, unfortunately, this government has made it okay to tap into people's basis instincts. So while there may have been middle-class, normal Hindus who may not have got their daughters married into Muslim families, and normal middle-class Muslims who may not have been okay with their sons and daughters marrying Hindus, they did not think it was okay to hate another community. This government has made it okay to come out and sort of say in public where people previously were even ashamed to say in private. They've made it okay to come out and say, this is not the birthplace of Islam, hence you can't come in here. It's not the birthplace of Christianity either. It defies common sense that you're saying something like that, but it's made it okay. It's okay to come out and say that you are trying to come in to change the demographics of this country. What is behind that statement? It means that what? That Muslims are coming in and having 6 children and they're going to convert us all. That's what it means. People are not saying this, but this is what it means. So this government has made it okay. What some rabid uncle of mine used to say in private at a dinner party 20 years ago, today people are saying it outright everywhere. That's what they've done to the basic structure of this country. And this is what they want to set in stone going forward with bills such as this. And let's all face up to it. This is happening. There's no point, being an ostrich in the sand. Let's face up to it. This is what they're doing. I think we can only handle it if we understand what's going on. Manish understands it. I understand it. And I think all of us need to understand it. Only then can we debate it, Sunitra.
Jamyan, do you want to respond to that? Do you accept that there is the only reason you have YSR's party, the only reason you have BJD party is that...
इसमें मैं 2 पॉइंट को रेज करना चाहूँगा। इस तरह के जो कानून जो है केवल भारत में नहीं है, बल्कि और कंट्रीज में भी है, फर्स्ट थिंग। एंड सेकंड थिंग, मोहमित्र जी ने कहा जो गवर्नमेंट में वो सबको डराते हैं, ऐसा नहीं। जब आर्टिकल 370 का जो वोटिंग हुआ तो किसी को नहीं डराया, लेकिन जो अपोजिशन में भी है कुछ लोगों ने इसको सपोर्ट किया है, क्योंकि वो लोग ये चाहते हैं कि ये देश मजबूत बने, देश की सुरक्षा हो और ये देश ढंग से चले। हमने देश चलाना है, धर्मशाला नहीं खोलना है। यहाँ पे कोई भी है कि यहाँ बस है, देश इस तरह से नहीं चलेगा, देश इस तरह से नहीं चलेंगे। हमने यहाँ से देश चलाना है और एक पूरे दुनिया में एक सक्षम भारत बना के इसको चलाना है।
Manish Tiwari, Jamyang Namgyal is making an interesting point that, we can't say that it's the threat of CBI cases which made people overwhelmingly vote for, legislation, the 370. We saw various people within your party come out and completely welcome it. And so, he makes a really valid point. It can't be that people are scared or intimidated into voting for the government.
Well, the answer, unfortunately, is in the affirmative. But, there is a larger issue involved. And the larger issue is whether you believe in the founding vision of India or not. In 1947, when we had a blood-stained partition, out of that partition emerged 2 countries, an Islamic Pakistan and a pluralistic, inclusive, secular India. There are certain people who did not believe at that point in time that India should have been a pluralistic and inclusive country. They believed that if we had a partition on religious lines, it should have gone to a logical conclusion, and we should also have been a theocratic nation. Fortunately, the founding fathers of our constitution and our country had a larger vision. And so therefore, they internalized all those ideals into a founding document called the Constitution. And that's why you have a constitution which has endured for 74 or more than 7 decades now. In 2014, the people who never believed in that founding vision of India had their moment under the sun when the people of this country decided to elect them. And so therefore, since 2014, there has been a systematic and a sustained project which has been implemented in order to hollow out and finally finish that founding vision of India. So therefore, if you see the Citizens Amendment Bill, or you see Article 370, or you see the lynchings, or you see the various other manifestations, the negative manifestations which have played themselves out, whether it is Beti, Beti Lao or whatever it is, and all that, which they have been.
Beti Padhao.
No, not that one. There's been that Ghar Wapsi campaign and stuff like that, which has been going on. If you see it through that template, it all fits in very rationally. And therefore, the people who oppose all these negative manifestations, be it Article 370, be it the Citizens Amendment Bill, or be it, the legitimization or the social legitimization which is sought to be given to mob lynching, are actually standing up to protect and defend that founding vision of India. So this battle is not about the Citizens Amendment Bill, or it is not about Article 370. It is to protect and defend and preserve that founding vision of India. That's what we are fighting for.
Now here's the thing, Mama Moitra. Would you accept that one of the problems of the opposition is that, and this is something the BJP and what Jamyang Namgyal is saying, keeps saying as well, that the problem with the opposition is that they're elitist, they're in this ivory tower, and they refuse to understand the sentiment. I want to just point out the fact that when he said, Desh hai dharamshala nahi hai, a lot of people applauded it. Would you accept that some of the criticism that the BJP levels at the opposition, saying the elitist and cut off from the sentiments of the people, some of it is true?
Sunitra, I obviously can't speak in generalized terms, but I'll tell you one thing. The House belongs to the opposition, and it's the party in power and the government that should be put in the dock. We are not here to discuss what problem the opposition has. I have a problem with the way the government is running the country. I think we should spend more time discussing what problems the government is creating. It is not about the opposition. And of course, people are going to clap. This is the exact audience that is going to clap about Desh Nahi Dharamshala Hai. This is exactly the kind of Modi-isms that penetrate and this kind of jingoistic thing that harmonizes with an audience. They love it. They love it. The BJP specializes in this kind of thing that really sort of, tickles your basest instinct, and you come out and you think it's okay. 25 years ago, when you said Desh Nahi Dharamshala Hai, nobody would say it. I mean, probably there are people in this room that are made up of refugees here who have come over from Pakistan, who come over from Bangladesh, and that's what has made India. So for them to sit here and clap and say that Desh Nahi Dharamshala Hai is a bit rich, but people do it because this is what's appealing to them, right? That's the first. The second thing that you're talking about is that about being elitist. I'm not talking about the rest of India, but I'm speaking for myself, and I think all of us here, whether it's Manish, whether it's Jamgyal, whether it's myself, we are all here because we've been elected. We are one of 543 in a country of 1.3 billion people. None of us are here parachuted and come in. So whether we are elitist, rich, poor, man, woman, I think is absolutely rubbish. The greatest leveler here is that we are sitting in parliament and we've come here the right way and through a democratic method. That's the last word on that, sorry.
Okay, good one. I just wanted to, yeah, I stand corrected. Okay, I just want to change track a little bit and talk about something that has been talked about in Parliament yesterday, this week, the horrendous rape and murder in Telangana. And I just want to ask you all of your honest opinion, because we as people watching from outside, well, we are watching from, not from outside, but from the press gallery in horror sometimes. Do you sometimes listen to your, because present company excluded, of course, we've called you because we think you're not like a lot of the other, but do you sometimes hear the kind of debate that is happening there and are embarrassed by it, and the kind of things that are said in Parliament? Jamyang, हमने बहुत लोगों को सुना जो सांसद बात कर रहे थे इस विषय में, और बहुत सारे सांसद कह रहे थे कि, और वो they're responsible people, लेकिन वो कह रहे थे कि कोई भी करें उनको मार देना चाहिए, उनको लिंच करना चाहिए. क्या आप एंडोर्स करते हैं ऐसा व्यू कि वो एक्स्ट्रा जुडिशियल और एनकाउंटर कर देना चाहिए, कोई भी अगर ये करे बिना कोई ट्रायल के कर देना चाहिए? क्या आप ऐसे? हाँ,
सॉरी, इससे पहले मैं एक चीज़ को करेक्ट करना चाहूँगा जो माओ मित्र जी ने कहा। मैंने ये नहीं कहा कि देश नहीं है धर्मशाला है, मैंने ये कहा कि धर्मशाला नहीं है देश है, फर्स्ट थिंग। एंड सेकंड थिंग एंड सेकंड थिंग, इस तरह के जो संसद में माननीय सदस्यगण जब डिबेट करते हैं या सदस्यगण का जो विचार रखते हैं, मैं समझता हूँ कि ऑलमोस्ट सभी संसद यही समझते होंगे कि देश कानूनन तरीके से चलना चाहिए, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर मेंटेन होना चाहिए। लेकिन लॉ एंड ऑर्डर के तहत अब किसी को गन शूट किया जाता है एज पर लॉ एंड ऑर्डर, लेकिन उसको डिफेंड करने के कुछ लोग जब संसद में बोलते थे कल, अब सब ने देखा, और वो भी इस तरीके से कि वो लोग इंडियन पार्लियामेंट में नहीं बोल रहे कि किसी गली में बोल रहे, ऐसे करके। ये व्यवहार देश में नहीं होना चाहिए। बाकी संसद एक प्लेटफॉर्म है, सदन है डिबेट करने का, चर्चा करने का, और उसमें एक प्लूरलिस्टिक सोसाइटी किस तरह से उभार होते हैं, वो सभी लोग उसमें बैठे हुए हैं, अलग अलग बैकग्राउंड से, अलग अलग फील्ड से आए हुए, तो वो एक ढंग से चर्चा होना चाहिए। और ये मैं समझता हूँ पूरे संसद के सदस्यों का एक सहमति है, ना कि उसमें भी संसद के अंदर भी हाथ ऐसे करके कोई गुंडागर्दी करे, ये बिल्कुल देश में नहीं चलेंगे।
अच्छा, आप उस बारे में कह रहे हैं कि कुछ ऑपोजिशन के लोग जिस
कल सब ने देखा, इसमें मैं ना किसी पार्टी का ना किसी व्यक्ति का नाम नहीं कोट करूंगा, लेकिन जो हुआ कल देश ने देखा।
Manish Tiwari, he's of course referring to many party, colleagues. What would you want to say about that? Because would you accept that, the level of debate, and you're the senior here in this panel.
The old man.
So would you accept that the level of debate has kind of fallen?
Look, Sunitra, you raise a very important point. And I think it's a matter of very serious concern as to why there is growing social acceptability for extrajudicial processes. What played out yesterday in Hyderabad very clearly looks like, smells like an extrajudicial process. But I think I would be remiss if I do not say this. There is growing social acceptability in this country, unfortunately, for these processes. And it's not that encounters, real or contrived, have happened for the first time. I grew up in Punjab, in the trenches of the fight against militancy. I can talk at length about Jammu and Kashmir, about left-wing extremist affected states, about the Northeast. And it's unfortunate that, there has been an aberration in our legal processes when it comes to upholding the right to life and liberty, which I think is the cornerstone of the Indian Constitution. But people are getting impatient with legal delays. And yesterday I had a number of conversations with a lot of people because what happened in Hyderabad disturbed me. And I hate to say this, but the overwhelming response was, it's taken 7 years to hang Nirbhaya's, the people accused of that horrendous crime. So I think as parliamentarians, we also need to be very cognizant of the fact that the faith of ordinary people in the rule of law, primarily because of the delay in judicial processes playing themselves out, is eroding very rapidly. And till the time we do not make a sustained attempt in order to correct that, our democracy is going to be in peril, because if you allow these extrajudicial processes to continue play themselves out with social sanction, then you will, not very far down the road, have social sanction for mob lynching and stuff like that also.
But many would say, why is 7 years wait for hanging? There should be no hanging. So there are lots of people,
Yes, that's a legitimate point. There are lots of people who oppose capital punishment. There are two different theories of jurisprudence, the reformatory and the retributive theory. But then, if you have a particular punishment prescribed in your legal system and the judges have awarded that punishment, I think we are remiss in not taking it to a logical conclusion. You can have a debate, and if this country comes to this conclusion that death penalty should not be there in the statute, and I know of a lot of people who have very persuasive arguments why death penalty should not be there in that statute, be that as it may. But as long as you have death penalty in the rarest of rare cases and 3 courts have come to an unequivocal determination, I think you should see it through.
So, Mohammed, you agree with this? So, are you, because I saw you nodding over there, agree with the fact that something needs to be done? Are you saying that what could be done though? So, and when you're, what I wanted to ask you was, when you're part of a discussion like this in Parliament, is there a sense of like, okay, we're going through the motions now, we all have to make our thing, or what do you think? Because, you know, this is a discussion about, you know, conversations for a better tomorrow. What do you think MPs could do which would significantly contribute or make a substantial contribution in these discussions?
I think it's very important to remember that as parliamentarians or as people's representatives, we are sitting in parliament as lawmakers, right? Again, I think it was Justice Chandrachud in one of his judgments who had said that constitutional morality can never replace sort of populism, right? So just because a lot of people may think, and legitimately so, that there have been such grave delays in the process of awarding justice, in horrific, heinous crimes, people feel khun ka badla khun, an eye for an eye, let's just get immediate justice. And that is your basest instinct. But that, frankly, is what separates human beings from animals. That's what separates a rule of law and a democratic society with this legal system in place from jungle rule. And as lawmakers, while we can understand the sentiments of people and of families and where they have waited for years and years and years for justice to come, the answer to that is not in saying that extrajudicial killings can be allowed. It is not. And we cannot qualify such statements. The minute we say that, all right, they were killed in what may be a fake encounter, but it's okay because that's the minute we have gone down the slippery slope. It's not okay, nothing can qualify it. They are 2 separate things. And as thinking people, we must have these silos separate. The need for speeding up the judicial process, the need for reforming our legal structure, the need for justice to be awarded at a speedy basis, because justice delayed sometimes is justice denied. It is, right? So I think that's important, and as lawmakers, we have to come to a point where we change laws or do whatever is necessary to sort that. But that cannot be the reason why we sort of say it is okay, and we cross over to the other silo and say that this kind of bloodthirst, this bloodlust is justified and we will put our stamp on it. There have to be 2 separate silos, and there have to be, one cannot be qualified by the other. It's almost as if lawmakers are scared to come out and say that this is wrong because, you know, people are like, oh, this is the right thing to do. I have no problem in saying that this is not the right thing to do. It cannot be. There is not jungle rule. There is a process of law. And while we can fix the loopholes, the answer can never be to sort of, you know, to say okay to a larger crime, because then, as Manish said, where do we go down the line? Where do we land up?
I'm so glad you say that. You know, Jamyang ji, मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहती हूँ कि आप तीनों बात यहाँ पे कर रहे हैं, and you know, I just want to point out, you know, Mrs. Jaitley is over here. I just want to refer to the fact that we've all seen a time, you know, when I started, I've been covering Parliament, I think for 10 years or so now, that we saw people of different parties be very, very good friends, right? So we'd see Mr. Jaitley having lunch with P. Chidambaram, we'd see other people, you know, be real good friends and all. I wonder now, I want to ask both you and Mahua Moitra, that do you all have, is it the same now? Because it looks like it's become very acrimonious in Parliament. Do you have friends from all other parties? Do you all socialize in the evening? Because before they used to, you know, one big gang is, you know, Supriya Sule, Neeraj Shekhar, you know, Nishikant Dubey, they're all different parties they are. But of late, it looks less and less so. Do you all, you know, is it still very acrimonious?
डेफिनेटली जब पार्लियामेंट में कोई डिबेट करते हैं, बोलता है, तो उसमें अपने ओपिनियन के, अपने पार्टी के या अलग अलग उस बेस पे बोलते हैं. लेकिन आउट ऑफ पार्लियामेंट वी ऑल आर फ्रेंड, कोई दुश्मनी नहीं होते, कोई किसी के जान की दुश्मनी नहीं होते, और होना भी नहीं चाहिए, क्योंकि पार्लियामेंट के अंदर एक हेल्दी डेमोक्रेटिकली हेल्दी डिस्कशन हो, उसमें कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन हो, इसलिए अपने अपने तार्क के लॉजिक के वो अपना स्टैंड लेते हैं और अपने पॉइंट्स को आगे रखते हैं, लेकिन पार्लियामेंट के बाहर जो है
तो
वो अपने सोशल लाइफ से
मनीष तिवारी, it hasn't become less, you know, more acrimonious.
और यही चीज़ें जो है हम सीनियर एमपी से यही सीखते हैं, डेफिनेटली।
You were asking me something?
Well, I want you as the senior, tell us whether
they're rubbing it in.
Sorry.
I mean, that's perfectly all. Look, I'm not a very social person, so therefore, you know,
Do you have friends in the BJP?
I love spending my evening with a drink watching Netflix or a book, so therefore I'm not a very social person. But having said that, no, things have changed.
Things have changed, I thought
Things
so,
have changed in the past 5 years. And I'll give you a small anecdote. So when I was releasing my first book, I invited a very close friend of mine. We go back 40 years in life. He was a minister in the BJP government. So I called him up, I told him, I said, look, it's my book release, you must come. He said, partner, आ तो जाऊंगा, पर कल ministry से drop हो जाऊंगा. मैं कहा फिर मत आना. Unfortunately, and I say this with great regret, since I was in charge of Gujarat between 2004 and 9 for the Congress party, this Gujarat model which has been imported to Delhi has unfortunately completely polarized us even in our relationships. And so therefore, what was there earlier, and I have no hesitation in saying it, is not there now.
Wow, okay. You know, I have so many questions. I want to keep asking follow-up questions on that, but I want to, you know, pack in a lot more as well. And Mohua Moitra, one thing I have to ask you is that we are told that we haven't had so many women in parliament before. And let me tell you the figure, right? It's 70-something out of 543. Okay, that's what they're clapping themselves on the back for. We've got 70-something women, 73 or some odd women in 543. That's the minority that it is, that women representation is in parliament. So Mohua Moitra, I want to ask you, please tell us, what's it like being a minority?
You know, I've never, unfortunately, I make enough noise for 10 people. I've never thought of myself as a minority. So, but I think the day that we stop asking women MPs what is different and ask the male MPs is the day that I think we'll reach gender equality.
I will ask them. I have follow-up questions as well. Yeah.
The second thing I want to say is that I've always thought of myself as a human being. I don't even think of myself as a particular gender. It's just the way I am. So that's probably a personality thing. So I'm probably the wrong person to ask these women questions too, number one. I mean, I can give it as good as it gets and take it as good as it gets, so I've never bothered about that. But having said that, I think what is important is our party, the Trinamool, we haven't had the women's reservation bill brought in. And it seems to me quite sad that we are bringing in bills with such alacrity that we don't even get a copy of the bill in time that we are supposed to vote for it, and the women's reservation bill unfortunately has not come in. But while the reservation bill hasn't come in, it hasn't stopped the Trinamool Congress from putting more than 33% women in parliament. So even in the last Lok Sabha, in the 16th, we had more than 33%. Even this time, we have got more than 33%. So the parties don't need bills, legislation or reservation to do the right thing. You just need to go out and give more than 33% tickets in proper seats to women, and they'll go out and win them. We are not asking for winning seats or losing. I mean, I want a very, very tough seat. So I think this question to be asked is, parties should not wait for any reservation or any kind of stick to tell them what to do. Just do the right thing. I mean, it's 50% of the population.
You know, Mohua, you're right. No one asked you that question thinking that you're sitting there like quietly and meekly in parliament, because we all know she's not, right? Yeah, she's making her voice felt, but voice heard, I mean. But why I ask that is because we can see the sexist comments that are made in parliament, in the house, and that's the reason why I asked that question. Yeah. And I want to just ask a follow-up of that too. If there's one thing that the BJP and the Congress have in common is that they both failed to give enough tickets to women. तो जामें ऐसा क्यों है कि औरतों को अभी जब हरियाणा के चुनाव में देखा बहुत ही कम 90 सीट में 10 से ज़्यादा किसी ने नहीं दिए, आपके पार्टी ने भी नहीं दिए, कांग्रेस ने भी नहीं दिए। तो ऐसा क्यों है कि आप लोग जाके विमेन वोट सबसे ज़्यादा वो किया जाता है? अगर आप देखें उज्ज्वला स्कीम और हर एक बार में वो कहते हैं कि हम औरतों से वोट मांग रहे हैं, विमेन्स वोट बैंक इज सीन एज द मोस्ट पावरफुल, लेकिन ऐसा क्यों है कि आप वोट उनका मांगते हैं लेकिन उनको टिकट नहीं देते हैं?
नहीं, मैं समझता हूँ ये केवल भारतीय जनता पार्टी का ही नहीं, बल्कि किसी भी पार्टी का जब टिकट देता है, मैंडेट देता है, तो सबसे पहले विनेबिलिटी फैक्टर को देखते हैं। ये नहीं देखते कि ये स्त्री है, ये पुरुष है, ये मेल है, ये फीमेल है, ये इसका एज ग्रुप क्या है, वो नहीं देखते हैं। ये मेरा मानना है। और सबसे पहले विनेबिलिटी फैक्टर देखते हैं और उसी हिसाब से सभी पार्टी मैंडेट देते हैं, ना कि किसी फैमिली, कास्ट, कल्चर, ये सेक्स, ये ग्रुप नहीं देखते हैं। एंड सेकंड थिंग आई मस्ट से, इंडियन पार्लियामेंट के जो हिस्ट्री में जो इस बार जो है वुमेन का नंबर भी बहुत अच्छे आए हैं और सभी पार्टीज़ के जितने भी वुमेन एमपीज आए हैं वो आउटस्पोकन है, जो संसद में प्रभाव पड़ते हैं उनके बोलने से। केवल मीडिया ही नहीं बल्कि उनका जो लॉ मेकिंग प्रोसेस है उसमें भी अच्छा प्रभाव रखते हैं।
Yes, where women make sure that their voices are heard. So that's good. I would want your opinion on this, Manish Tiwari, but I think we are running out of time, and there's a really interesting question that someone sent in for you, and that is, Praveen Davar has this question: who do you think were the two most constitutional PMs and two most unconstitutional PMs?
Well, first of all, just to carry forth the conversation that was being had earlier, I have no hesitation in admitting that not giving women enough representation has been one of the big failures of our political system. And we need to rectify it, and this whole hogwash about winnability, is a complete non sequitur, for the lack of a better word. I don't think that men make better candidates than women. I in fact used to have my own reservations about the women's reservation bill. But when I came to Parliament for the first time, and when I looked around, and whenever there was a woman MP speaking, they were speaking of more basic issues, things which touch the lives of ordinary people, which make the lives of ordinary people better. They were not as esoteric as men are usually at most of the times. So therefore, I think there is a very strong case in order to have equitable gender representation in Parliament. It will make our Parliament a better place. And I don't think that any Prime Minister is constitutional or unconstitutional. The Prime Ministership of India is the toughest job in the world, and whosoever wears that crown of thorns carries a very heavy responsibility on his shoulders. You take decisions all the times, and at times in national interest, you have to take decisions which may not be really within the pale of law, but there are certain things which are done because they have to be done, because there's an overriding national interest which defines it.
Well, with that, we're completely out of time. So I just want to thank all of you, Jamyang Namyal, Manish Tiwari, Mahua Moitra. Thank you very much for a brilliant conversation.
Brilliantly done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, all of you. May I request Mr. Dinesh Mittal, Group General Counsel, HD Media, to please come up and present tokens of appreciation to our parliamentarians. Thank you very much. Please continue to raise your voices for all our causes. Thank you, Sunetra. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our next session, which discusses nutrition and diets, what works, what doesn't. We'll quickly make the changes on our days, and we move into our next session. So continue sitting. This is going to be a very interesting session for all of you. We have also something very interesting happening post this session, which I'll share with you after this session is done. Ladies and gentlemen, our section now that discusses nutrition and diets, what works, what doesn't. We have the editor, Health and Science, Hindustan Times, Ms. Sanchita Sharma, who will be conversing with Dr. David Ludwig, Professor Pediatrics and Nutrition at Harvard University and Pediatric Endocrinology at Boston Children's Hospital, and Dr. Sachin Panda, Professor Salk Institute and author of The Circadian Code. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen.
Can we start? Thank you everyone for joining us. So all of us want to be healthier and fitter for a better tomorrow, and we have the experts here who are going to tell us exactly how to do it, and they're going to tell us how to do it without counting calories, because that's really, really tedious. So what's interesting about this session is both Dr. Ludwig and Dr. Panda have very, very different approaches to health and nutrition. So we're going to talk a little about that obviously later, but I want to start with a very, very basic question about nutrition, which is how exact is the science of nutrition? You know, because we keep getting these controversial advice. We were first told that fat was bad for you, then we were told sugar is bad for you, and then next we were told carbs are bad for you, and even advice about when to eat and what to eat. We were told 3 meals a day growing up, then it became 5 or 6 small meals during the day, and now there's intermittent fasting and time-restricted fasting. So it's really very confusing for the layperson. So what should I believe? I mean, how do I know what I hear today, whether it's going to be turned on its head tomorrow? So Dr. Ludwig, if you could start.
Yes, thank you, Sanchita. Namaskar. And I want to thank the Hindustan Times for this wonderful invitation to come back to India. My family and I are so honored to be here. So we have an expression, maybe you have it as well in the United States, when something isn't rocket science. Have you heard this? It's not rocket science. It means that, you know, it's not so complicated. So I like to say that nutrition isn't rocket science. It's actually harder. Because think of it, we have dozens, if not hundreds, of different nutrients in each meal, not just protein, fat, and carbohydrate, but all sorts of micronutrients, vitamins and minerals, and plant substances that interact among them in complicated ways. And then we're all different as human beings. We have different genes, different metabolism, so these hundreds of dietary factors interact with our bodies in different ways. But we're not just isolated bodies. We live in families. Families have culture and food habits, and each family is within a community, and a community is within the environment. And then we add on physical activity, stress, sleep, which affect all of these pathways. You'll hear about some of that from Dr. Panda. And so, of course, this is complicated. And unfortunately, whereas many other areas of science, specifically drug development for chronic disease, has robust investment. A drug company, if they want to develop one drug for one obesity-related complication, like high blood pressure, high cholesterol, they could put in $1 billion. Nutrition research is on shoestring budgets. Many studies have just a few tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars, maybe 20, 30 subjects, and maybe they last for 3 or 6 months. So of course we have a state of confusion because we haven't invested, and ultimately we're going to need better science to come up with better answers. This is a broader conversation, but you know, the confusion that exists today is a consequence of the fact that nutrition has been a poor stepchild science. We need nutrition, which is the cause of most diseases in the world today. We need nutrition to be elevated to a level at least equal to drugs, probably higher. Lastly, I'll just say that this is an idea that goes back thousands of years. Hippocrates said, let food be your medicine and let medicine be your food. We need to rediscover that wisdom.
So Dr. Panda, do you also think that researchers are still groping in the dark?
Well, nutrition science has given us many things. For example, every time we think of a vitamins or mineral, that came from nutrition research almost 80 to 100 years ago. And the big picture is this. If we turn back maybe 50 years ago, when a child was born in this country, then the life expectancy at birth was only 50 years. And over the last 50 years, every year in India, Indians have added 4 months to their longevity. So that right now, if a child is born in India, he or she is expected to live up to the age of 70, 71. So now, think of this, for the first time in human history, we are living beyond the age of 50, and a large number of us are living beyond the age of 50. So the challenge is, yes, we have increased human longevity, but are we living healthy for those extra 20 years? And for that, we need that kind of nutrition research that Dr. David Ludwig just pointed out, that we need to understand what our body needs and what kind of nutrition can nurture it.
So do you think we have enough research happening on South Asian populations, or is the research still largely focused on white populations and Caucasians?
That's a great question, and we all too often, since so much more of the research dollars that exist, there's not enough of them, but more of them are in the United States and Western Europe, and the populations that have been studied are mostly white and, frankly, mostly male in many cases. We know that in India, type 2 diabetes is a tremendous international public health threat. You know, by some predictions, the majority of the country is going to develop type 2 diabetes. Actually, America isn't that far behind, but because of some unique susceptibilities in India, you're leading the way in an unfortunate way. We need research to understand how to stop this epidemic, because it's going to sap India of much needed healthcare costs. Diabetes is not only costly to treat, but it lowers worker productivity. It's a drain on society. We need that money for many other things. And one point that we'll perhaps come back to is whereas some of the susceptibility in India may be genetic, a lot of it is diet. The Indian diet is very heavy, in part because of its vegetarian orientation. It's very heavy in processed carbohydrates. Not just rice, naan, chapati, gulab jamun, all of these wonderful foods.
You've clearly been enjoying food here in the Taj.
They're wonderful, but a message that that I'd like to deliver, and my wife Dawn, who's doing a cooking demonstration, is that we can honor Indian tradition, especially the vegetarian tradition, while at the same time cutting back on those processed carbs and replacing them with vegetarian sources of protein. We can borrow specifically from Asia, from China and Japan, their tofu, which comes from soybeans, a wonderful protein for vegetarians. It can be added very easily to Indian cuisine. It's a very neutral flavor, so it'll pick up the wonderful spices, the dals and such. Increase your protein, a little more of that, a little less rice, and we can be importantly shifting public health away from diabetes, which unfortunately is being driven by so much processed carbohydrate.
So Dr. Panda, I wanted to ask you about your new study which came out yesterday.
Yeah.
So Indians are prone to have the metabolic syndrome, which means that we tend to have high blood pressure, diabetes, we put on weight on our stomachs, so a lot of abdominal obesity. And your study shows that if you eat within a 10-hour window and fast for the rest of the time, it actually helps regulate your blood sugars, your insulin, helps you lose weight, helps you lose tummy fat, as well as helps lower your blood pressure and cholesterol. So could you just explain how it happens?
Yeah, so this is
and this is your human studies, because earlier studies were on animals. So
yeah, so to give you some background, these studies are based on the concept of circadian rhythm. And I think in the last 25 years, the biggest thing in biomedical research has been this recognition that Just like our brain has a clock that makes us to sleep so that our brain can repair, reset, and rejuvenate every single night, almost every organ in our body has its own clock. So that means just like our brain needs some downtime to repair, reset, and rejuvenate, every organ needs several hours of downtime. And that downtime comes when we fast. And in fact, when we disrupt our circadian rhythm, there are now accumulating evidence that increases the risk for obesity, diabetes, cardiovascular disease, even depression, cancer, autoimmune disease, a lot of different things, including dementia. The flip side is, the brighter side is, first, as Sanchita, you mentioned, we started working with mice, and what we found is when we give mice access to food for only 8 to 10 hours, maximum up to 12 hours, these mice eat the same number of calories from the same healthy or unhealthy diet as the mice that have 24 hours access to food. And these mice were completely protected from obesity, diabetes, cardiovascular disease. And that completely was shocking to us because last 150 years of nutrition research had told us that counting calories and what type of nutrition we eat are much more important than anything else. And then we just added one more leg to it. And now what, when, and how much we eat determines our health. Now coming to your specific question, although, in our lab we treated a lot of mice. Hundreds of mice were cured of their diabetes and obesity.
Can I be I don't have diabetes, but I'm sure there'll be lots of volunteers here.
Yeah, so then we thought, well, we have to take it one step further. So this is a nice study in collaboration with my collaborator Pam Taub in UCSD. What we did, we had, it's a very small study, and that's the cautionary note. We had only 19 patients who had metabolic syndrome. So that means they had to have at least 3 out of 5 criteria. Abdominal obesity, modes of belly fat, obesity, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, and blood glucose. And many of them had actually pre-diabetic or diabetic. And they had to eat everything within 10 hours. And it was self-selected 10 hours. So some people selected from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., some 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. And then after 12 weeks, when they came back to the lab, we realized when we measured them, we were surprised that almost all of them lost some body weight, mostly abdominal fat. Those who had high blood pressure, they dropped somewhere between 5 to 10 millimeter. That's pretty good. And then the blood sugar, only those who had hyperglycemia, pre-diabetes or diabetes, many of them normalized. It was only 12 weeks study. So I think that gives us a lot of promise that what we had seen in mice can happen in humans. Of course, the next steps are to do larger study, but at the same time, as you pointed out in your previous question, I would like to see whether it works the same way among Indian or South Asian population.
So can anyone follow this restricted diet plan? Does it, suppose people with diabetes or hypertension, does it interfere with medication?
Well, so that's why...
Have your medicines anytime you like, or do you need to plan for it?
Yeah, so as I said, this is a very small pilot study. And of course, there are now more than 40 different, what we call time-restricted eating or intermittent fasting studies going on around the world. So we have to wait for those results. But in our study, what we did, to be careful, we actually had every patient or every participant wear a continuous glucose monitor. So we are continuously monitoring their glucose in every 15 minutes for most part of the study. So coming back to your comment, I think for any healthy person, say from 5-year-old to 100-year-old, one can try to eat everything within 12 hours. So that I say almost everybody can do, except maybe the diabetic, type 1 diabetic, and diabetic patients who have high risk for going hypoglycemia. That I say the step 1. Step 2 would be those who are a little bit more careful and with some medical supervision may try to eat within 10 hours and fast for 14 hours. And then finally, the word that has become popular, intermittent fasting, that relates to 8 hours of eating and 16 hours of fasting. I think that needs some
Do you
medical
need to take a break within a week, or maybe 2 days of normal eating, or 24-hour fasting in the middle? Does that help?
So let's go back to the mouse study. What we did, we anticipated this question from Sanchita 7 years ago. So what we did was we gave the mice the weekends off, so they could cheat in the weekends. So 2 days in a week, they could eat whenever they wanted. They actually ate more. And for the 5 days, they were eating 9 hours, fasting for 15 hours. And those mice were almost as healthy as mice that ate only for 9 hours all 7 days. In our human study, what we find is our compliance is around 6 days a week. So people usually ate within 10 hours, 6 days a week. And
so one day you're the control group and you can eat everything. This is a word I've learned from him. So,
Sanchita, can I just add a quick comment? Okay. So there's one way that our research does overlap. If you're going to fast or do time restricted eating, you'll be more successful, in my view, if you first cut down the processed carbohydrates. Why is that? The breads, rice, the sugars, these digest very quickly. So within 20 minutes after eating them, blood sugar surges and a hormone called insulin surges. And insulin tells your body to store those calories tightly. And a few hours later, blood sugar is coming down, crashing, and you're hungry. So these processed carbohydrates are digested very quickly, whereas a meal with more protein and more fat and slow carbohydrates, vegetables, legumes, they take longer to digest, and so you can go from eating a meal to fasting with less stress on the body because you're not continuously surging and crashing. So these are two very complementary approaches in my view.
Thank you. And I also wanted to ask you, Dr. Ludwig, about your best-selling book, Always Hungry. And there you say that it's not overeating that makes you fat, but it's the whole process of, it's the getting fat makes you overeat. So how does that work?
Yeah, right. Well, the common theory, idea about obesity is that we just eat too much. We overeat, and that makes us fat. But there's surprisingly little evidence for that over the long term. One of the problems with viewing obesity this way is we don't have a good explanation for why we have an obesity epidemic in the first place. Why are people overeating more and more every generation with the same genetics? What's driving us? Are we just losing our willpower to say no? Did our parents have more ability to do that today? So that's not very satisfying. It seems to be missing something. And in the classic overfeeding studies, so these were done in the 60s and 70s, 40 and 50 years ago, people were invited to join studies, and they were told, we're going to feed you 1,000 extra calories a day of delicious food, and we're going to even pay you to do this. So these studies had lots of people volunteering, but soon into the study, they realized it wasn't such a good idea. Because what happens after you eat too much day after day? Within 3 or 4 days, you're uncomfortable. You lose interest in food. We just had Thanksgiving in the United States. Everybody overeats, and the next day, nobody wants to see food again. In these overfeeding studies, people lose interest in food. Their metabolism speeds up to try to get rid of that extra calories. And once the overfeeding stops, people's weight comes right back down. So rather than blaming willpower, rather than saying that people just can't control themselves, we need to be looking at what is changing in our biology that drives food intake. And let me give you a simple example. Think about a mother when she's pregnant, a woman when she's pregnant, right? We know that she gets hungry, she eats more, right? With the fetus growing. Mothers, when they're pregnant, have food cravings. But is it the eating more that's making that fetus grow? Or is it the growing fetus that's taking in the calories that's making her hungry? Well, it's the second, isn't it? Same thing is true with an adolescent during the growth spurt. An adolescent is eating, a teenage boy will eat thousands of calories, but that overeating isn't making him grow. The growth is making him overeat. And we think the same thing is happening with obesity. That when fat cells get triggered to grow, mainly by all of these processed carbohydrates, they take in too many calories, and there aren't enough calories for the rest of the body. That's why we get hungry. And if you just eat less, you're going to get even hungrier. And that's a battle few people can win. So we turn it around and we say, put the focus on the quality of what you're eating. Food quality first. Don't worry about the amount. If you eat the right foods, your body will tell you when it's had enough. That's a much easier approach. We think it's going to be more successful.
Does the quality of food, does it matter if you're on an intermittent, time-restricted fasting plan?
No, I think I'd put a slightly different spin.
Oh, nice.
The thing is, what we have seen in controlled laboratory studies and in many cases is when people sleep less, sleep deprived, or people who snore, for example, they have bad quality sleep, then the next day the brain is not rested well. And we know that when we didn't have enough good night's sleep, then our brain is fuzzy and we cannot make good decisions. In a given day, we make almost 200 decisions about food. What to eat, when to eat, how much to eat, what combination to eat, with whom to eat, how long to eat, are we full yet? So our brain is sensing all of that, and all those food-related decisions go out the door. And then the brain craves for more food, the brain craves for high calorie containing food or junk food. And then we go into a vicious cycle because the sleep-deprived brain also doesn't know when to stop. And conversely, what happens is when we have this junk food or low nutrition quality food, high fat or high sucrose diet, it disrupts our circadian rhythm so that we again go into bad sleep. So it becomes a vicious cycle. What we have seen in time-restricted eating is, of course, the first 2 weeks are difficult because you're fighting, your brain is trying to control your metabolism, but after a couple of weeks, surprisingly, what we find is people are actually getting to sleep well. So then they make better decisions about food, and their food craving goes down. And now multiple human studies on at least healthy humans, and in our study with metabolic syndrome patients, what we're finding is they're reporting they're not always hungry. The hunger level at bedtime goes down. And that way we can now flip a vicious cycle to a virtuous cycle, because now they're also, by restricting time, a lot of people reduce calorie. That's one thing happens. Second is, just like Dr. David Ludwig said, now that the brain can make better choices, people tend to eat slightly better food because you take away a lot of junk food at night time. So without counting calories, you reduce calories. Without paying attention to the food, your brain actually automatically makes better decisions.
You can actually fast and feast.
Yeah, you can kind of, you can say, I won't use the word feast because
you're
that
a doctor.
can be, yes.
Right, so how does this work for people who are traveling a lot, when there are time changes, when you're doing shift work? Because it gets very difficult to track what you're eating and what time you're eating.
Yeah, so you brought up an interesting point, and you used the word shift work, and I would come to that. Shift work usually relates to people who do night shift, day shift, police officers, nurses. We relate shift work to them. In an economy like Indian economy, there are somewhere between 22 to 25% of the working adults are in shift work. And again, multiple studies throughout the world have shown that shift work disrupts your circadian rhythm and increases risk for many different diseases, to the extent that World Health Organization has now decided that shift work is a potential carcinogen, that it can cause certain kind of cancers. So having said that, what is really shift work? If you look at the International Labour Organization definition of shift work that is borrowed from some European countries, it's staying awake for 2 to 3 hours between 10 p.m. and 5 a.m. for at least one day in a week. So now, if you think about it, there are a lot of us. almost everyone in this room knows somebody who actually delays sleep time for at least 3 hours in a week. So in that way, I would say there are 8 sets of shift work. One is new mothers. They are shift workers. Second, anyone who is caring for a sick person at home is a shift worker because there is a lot of sleep disruption. Third, high school students and college students these days, they are almost living a shift work-like lifestyle. And when you are getting your first job and you are traveling at least once a week, then that's also kind of a shift work. So in that way, you can now see there are multiple sets of shift work. So if you combine all of this, nearly 75% of the population in Western countries and maybe similar number in India actually experience 4 to 5 years of shift work-like lifestyle before the age of 50. And that lifestyle can disrupt and can predispose. Coming back to your point, we haven't done this study in humans, but in mice, if we do shift work-like paradigm, if we change the mouse light-dark cycle as if they are doing time travel, and we do time-restricted eating where the timing of the intermittent fasting, the time within which the mice eat moves with their shift, then that's less stressful on the mice and they're much more protected from many diseases.
So I have to start asking questions from the audience. Yes. So perhaps I'll address the first one to you, Dr. Ludwig. It's from Dr. Ranjit Mehta, who wants to know that he's read several articles saying that wheat is bad for you. So he says, is it true that it's really bad for you?
Wheat?
Wheat, yeah.
Yeah, well, there's a couple of issues with wheat. One is that we're not eating it the way we used to centuries ago. Wheat products now are highly processed. In America, the white bread, but you have versions of that in India, of course. So when grains are pulverized into a fine flour, and especially cooked with moisture, that starch, what is starch? Starch is sugar, glucose, in a long chain. When it's highly processed, the body can digest that starch within minutes. And this is easy to demonstrate. If there's somebody with diabetes, they know this, if they have a blood sugar meter. If they eat a couple of slices of white bread, in 20 minutes, they're going to see their blood sugar shooting way up. Whereas if you eat the same calories as beans or as whole fruit, your blood sugar is going to rise much more gently. So that's one big problem. And then there's a specialized issue which relates to gluten. Gluten is the protein, the types of proteins, there are a family of them that make wheat sticky. And that's a useful culinary property because it helps bread rise and makes for delicious baked goods. But some people are extremely sensitive to wheat. When they eat gluten, their gastrointestinal tracts get inflamed, and that's called celiac disease, and that's well recognized. But there's probably some additional people who don't have celiac, but when they eat wheat, there's low-grade inflammation. Low-grade inflammation means, you can't diagnose it necessarily with a standard test, but you might have a little more indigestion. You might have a little more inflammation that spreads around your body and your joints. It might affect your hunger. It might affect your general well-being. So one thing that people can try is eliminate wheat. There's no human requirement.
So what you're saying is people should actually maybe perhaps get tested for an allergy or intolerance, right? Otherwise, wheat is not bad for you.
You can get it tested,
yeah.
But beyond celiac disease or reactions, so much wheat products may be one of the least quality components of our diet, and we can try to just give it up. Try to give it up for a few weeks or a month and see how you feel.
Thank you so much. I'm getting lots of questions from doctors. This one's from Dr. Harsh Mahajan, and it's a fun one. He wants to know, does morning bed tea count as eating in the morning? And also, where does alcohol factor in all this? Should it be counted as calories?
Yeah, of course, we cannot do those control studies in mice. The mice will be very drunk and then they will bite me.
Dipso mice.
So the bottom line is this. If you're a doctor and if someone is coming for his or her fasting blood glucose measurement in the morning, would you recommend this person to have the bed tea, green tea, various flavors of tea before the blood sugar test? And if the answer is no, then you got the answer. So, so the point is, during this fasting period, the only thing that we allow in our studies is medication and water.
Right, thank you. I also wanted you to list perhaps, I mean, what is really worst for you? Is it fat, is it sugar, is it carbohydrates or salt? I mean, in descending order?
No, I think anything in moderation is okay because, you know, if we go back to the history, then we don't see that the rice eaters were more predisposed to X disease or wheat eaters were predisposed to Y disease. The bottom line is we have also extended the number of hours we eat. For example, we did a study in the US. We find that 50% of people eat for 15 hours or longer. And in India, we actually did a study in New Delhi, and what we find is 50% of people eat for 16 hours or longer. So that means as long as our eyes are open, our mouth is open.
Okay, there's a question from Rajesh who wants to know, does intermittent diet benefits, do the benefits vary between men and women? Is there a gender bias?
Yeah, so this is a very interesting question, and we are interested in this, whether there is a gender bias between male and female. As I said, most of our studies that we can more extensively do are in mice. Unfortunately, the female mice do not get fat easily. So if they don't get the disease, we cannot cure them. Having said that, in most of our human studies, we do see nearly similar effect in both male and female. Having said that, I must also add that most of our female participants are premenopausal. So we do not know how metabolism that changes in postmenopausal state will interact and whether it will be easy or difficult to lose weight. But at the same time, independent of weight loss, we do see improvement in blood pressure and blood sugar. So that's why more research is needed for postmenopausal women to see this effect.
This one's for Dr. Ludwig. So they're saying that Dr. Stephen Gundry in his book Plant Paradox says that lectins are dangerous. So do you agree?
Well, that could be a whole session, which you know, we won't.
But do you agree or disagree? So just one.
You know, I don't think I can say one or the other specifically. Lectins. What are lectins? So lectins are plant substances that have biological effects. The plants put them there for a reason, and you know, plants don't want to be eaten just as much as animals don't want to be eaten in their own way. Plants put in substances that can dissuade animals from eating them. You know, almonds have cyanide. You know, the modern version of almonds have so little cyanide that it doesn't affect us. But the ancestral almonds would have poisoned us if eating. You know, this argument is that lectins, these are substances in plants that can activate the immune system in humans, might be triggering autoimmune disease in susceptible people. And I think it's true in a few people, but the question is that really the way to organize our eating? You know, he thinks so, and it's been a very successful book. But I think for most people, that's probably too limited an approach to eating. That yes, we do need to pay attention to how we feel when we eat. Just back to wheat. If you're eating wheat every day, and you wake up in the morning and your joints are aching and your bowel habits aren't great and maybe you've got some brain fog and you stop eating wheat for a month and feel better, well, that doesn't necessarily mean that that's going to work for everybody, but it may work for you. And the same might be true for high lectin products. Certain kinds of beans like kidney beans have a lot of lectins.
I'm going to request you to keep your answers very short because I've got loads of questions and I'm sure people are looking for an answer. This one's for Dr. Sachin. It's from Sanjeev Bajaj, who wants to know that he has tried the 18-16 fasting and he finds that his fasting blood sugar shoots up the next morning. So that's one of the questions I asked you. So
that's why I said whenever you are doing 8 hours, it's better to check your blood sugar, and we put a continuous glucose monitor on our patients.
Then there's somebody who wants to know, can you have fruit and water while you're in the fasting phase?
Sorry, no
That's
fruit.
that's the way Indians fast, right?
Yeah, so no.
No?
No.
So what about tea and coffee without sugar and milk?
Well, so this is the ongoing debate. The point is, okay, so we give some freedom. People can drink some tea or coffee without milk or sugar, but we prefer them not to do that. 1 second, going back to two things that David brought up, Dr. Ludwig brought up. We do say in time-restricted eating in mice and also in humans, the systemic inflammation goes down and the leakiness of the gut, because the gut repairs itself every night, and you cannot repair the highway when the traffic is still flowing. Similarly, you cannot repair our gut lining when there is food inside. So we do say that improve, but we haven't done that experiment more extensively in humans.
Do you plan to do that? What's
Yes,
your next
of
step?
course, because as I said, there are 40 plus clinical trials going on around the world, and we have developed an app called My Circadian Clock that's used by 7 or 8 different clinical studies, and some of those will look at gut leakiness and gut function. And
I think we've run out of time, so
you.
thank you so much for the session. And if you all have more questions, you're welcome to mop them after the session. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And also there will be the circadian wheels available outside.
Okay, 30 seconds. I need 30 seconds. Okay. Yeah. He's got this wheel for everyone in the audience.
What's this?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I will leave the circadian wheels outside. So the way people always ask what is the best thing to do, try to be in bed for 8 hours. After waking up, give yourself 1 to 2 hours of break, and then start eating, and then you can eat all your food within 8, 9 or maximum 12 hours. Your last meal should be 2 to 3 hours before
So
going
it's
to
a
bed.
handy tool to help you, which tells you when to eat and when to fast. So there'll be some available outside, so please feel free to pick up copies. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ludwig and Dr. Panda. May I request Mr. Harshad Jain, CEO Radio Business, to please come up and present tokens of appreciation to Dr. Ludwig and Dr. Sachin Panda. And as I had mentioned to you, ladies and gentlemen, before we started, that there's a very interesting spin-off to this session. David had mentioned this as he began, that his wife, Chef Dawn, an expert, a food expert for the last 25 years, who specializes in food allergies, will be presenting some demonstration of the foods that she's been experimenting with, and all the recipes have a vegetarian option. She also owns a culinary school and trains chefs in special diets. So what you've essentially heard at this session, you'll be able to learn from and for real at this specially curated live demo, which is taking place at Mumtaz during tea. We are taking a break now for tea. There is this live demo happening with Chef Dawn in Mumtaz. For those of you interested in alternative cooking methods, please go ahead. come in. On fashion and luxury, the road ahead. And we have with us renowned entrepreneur designers, Mr. Prabal Gurung, Ms. Mary Katranzo, and Mr. Manish Malhotra, who will be in conversation with Ms. Anandita Ghosh, editor, Mint Lounge. Prabal Gurung, Mary Katranzo, and Manish Malhotra in the house. Ladies and gentlemen, could we have a louder cheer?
Good afternoon, everyone. It's not always the best to be the first session after a tea break, because if the session is boring, you actually have absolutely nothing to blame. In the words of one of our panelists here today, fashion is not the land of the stupids. And just because we are invested in fashion, it doesn't mean that we care any less about the world. Over the last 2 days here, we've been having lots of conversations across verticals on how to shape a better future. Fashion might possibly stand out a bit because we have an increasing tendency to see the world in silos, and fashion and luxury over the years have gathered all sorts of associations with waste and extravagance and vanity and unsustainability. So part of what we hope to achieve this afternoon is to try to change some of that. And I think we have the best possible people here to do that. A friend yesterday coined the word thinkfluencer, and I think Prabal Gurung, Mary Katranzu, Manish Malhotra, 3 designers from 3 fashion capitals across the world are thinkfluencers in the best sense of the word. So before we start off, I just want to start with asking each of you what you see as the biggest issue plaguing the fashion industry right now, and one promising trend for 2020 that you think could really set off for a better future, for a better tomorrow. So Prabal, since you've traveled the farthest, let's start with you.
I think, hi everyone, I'm glad to be here. I think it's just not the industry, but I think one thing that's plaguing our entire planet is the apathy. The absolute, let's say, lack of desire to really speak up when there's injustice, whether the injustice is in a social cause, whether it's injustice regarding climate crisis, whether women's rights, LGBTQ rights, or minority rights. I think, we think about fashion and we think about clothes and what goes on the runway, and, XYZ style wears, and certain, girl wears a dress and walks into the party or something like that. But fashion is a lot more than that. Fashion is an industry, it's the biggest contributor to pollution, one of the biggest contributors. And also, I think fashion, at the same time, is a visual challenger to status quo, what is out there. So whether it's through, challenging the patriarchy, challenging, the conversation, difficult conversation we have around race, religion, or I would say size, age, and all that stuff. So I think, for me, the biggest, when I see apathy and lack of empathy, that I think is what is plaguing not just the industry, in the entire universe right now. And what's the one thing in 2020 that you think could lead to a better tomorrow? Empathy and caring, literally that. There is a silver lining to all of these. There's no doubt about it. But I think one thing what fashion really can do and does well when it's done right is it can accelerate the conversation and amplify the volume. Any kind of difficult conversation that we might be having in our living room, all of a sudden when it comes out, whether it's through runway, whether it's through advertising, whether through anything that we do, who we dress and where it's made, who's making it, I think we can have that kind of a conversation. And fashion is the perfect place right now, because when I look in America, when I look at it, whether it's the athletes, whether it's the rappers, the musicians and actors, everyone is interested in fashion. I think, if I'm not mistaken, the Met Gala, right, that happens, I think the number of views, the impressions is bigger than NFL right now. Right. Fashion is the biggest player right now, so it becomes a responsibility that we create fabulous dreams and desires and make fun and have a fun time, but at the same time, don't forget the substantive conversation around it. I'm sorry, I'm talking too long. Go ahead.
Mary, before you tell us what you think is awful this year and what's great next year, I want to say that both Prabal and Mary are celebrating, 10 years of their label this year, and they've known each other right from the start.
Yes, I've been. So Mary just finished her 11th. I just finished my 10th, and I've been a big stalker of Mary's work because, and I've loved her, because when she came out with the whole, you actually changed how that particular era in fashion with digital prints.
Right.
You completely, I never thought, I never, because I was such a traditionalist, and I never thought, it could be, done in that way. And, I would say the work, surrealism in your work, and all that stuff. It was like, I was like from New York looking into London, I was like, damn, that's major.
Yeah, so there's a little fan club.
I'm totally. Her recent collection that she did in Greece, right? It was phenomenal. I had tears in my eyes. It was so phenomenal. It was like, the reason why I say this is all of us, all three of us are in, yes, we make beautiful clothes, we do runway shows, we're also, at the end of the day, we're in business of making money also. We need to survive. And that kind of clothes that you did there, it takes such an audacity and courage to do it. So for me, it was really, really inspiring. So yes, I'm a fanboy here.
He literally is the most eloquent speaker, and I must say, first of all, thank you. It's nice to be brought up in a generation where there's a dialogue and a mutual sense of respect. And Prabal, did WhatsApp me straight after my show at the Temple of Poseidon. So he's not just saying he means it. It meant the world to me because, you know, everyone, as he says, and Manish, you know it too, we're kind of in a lane and it's a very competitive business and it's the pace is relentless. And to take a moment to say, you know, I appreciate what you did. I'm inspired by that. I look at, you know, the generation we came up together and you look at what each designer is doing because you're part of that dialogue. And we create a language and it's so relevant. And we've like seen each other. We have a lot of common friends. And it's always a conversation on, you know, what is the future of fashion and where are we going individually, independently as designers, but also as a whole, as a community. So it's very difficult to kind of pinpoint what is let's say, one particular issue that plagues fashion. And I think your answer was so inclusive of what it actually means right now to be responsible and to use your platform responsibly, because I think we have to remember that when you're designing, it's not only how somebody feels individually and that you give them the confidence to be the best version of themselves, it is also, I guess, the industry that's always been so reflective of our times. So in order for a designer to be that filter of what's happening in the environment around them, they need to be so sensitive to that environment and then through their filter, use their platform for good. So I think for me, the biggest issue now is that there's this uncertainty on how you use your platform while being able to be sustainable first as a business and sustainable within your industry as a designer. And that to me almost requires as an industry people to come together. It's a very sometimes individual lane that we're on and path that we're on because it's so relentless. But I feel it's important to say we as a community can use our platform and we can affect change. We can do practical good. We can heighten that sense of community. People, you know, who dress can use fashion and are using fashion as a wellness tool. So we as designers need to be in sync with our times, and that means being inclusive in terms of size, race, gender, all levels of representation, and make sure that we're using that representation. So I think the biggest issue is for the fashion industry as a whole to come together. You know, you giving me a compliment, me giving you a boost, us just getting to know each other, but inspiring each other, being at this panel here in India and thinking, you know, we're on a similar path, but how can we use our platform at a center stage?
But I want to tell the audience about your Temple of Poseidon show because it's related to what we are speaking about. So to celebrate her 10 years, Mary had a really kind of hard gig trying to convince the 450 BC monument, you know, the managers of the Temple of Poseidon to give her permission to host a show there. It's the first time ever that the monument has been let out for something like this. And the show was a charity show to raise money for a children's cancer charity in Greece, and that single show raised more money than the charity has raised in 30 years. So there is something to be said about using fashion. And of course, you know, in a similar vein, after the 2015 Nepal earthquake, Prabal really became the international face of, you know, leading the philanthropic effort for relief. And you raised $1 million for that. So we're here with a very illustrious bunch of people. Manish's annual Mijwan Foundation kind of consistently, you know, leads money and resources to craft clusters across India. So, but this begs the question, leads us to, I think, on the other hand, the criticism against all of this is that, you know, how do you draw the line between fashion and activism? Must fashion stay true to fashion? Or are we moving towards a world where too many designers are trying to really use fashion to make too much of a statement? What do you have to say about that?
Maybe we should let Manish talk
now.
Good evening, everyone. I suddenly feel really old here on this platform with the two young 10-year-old designers in the business. It's 14 years to my label and of course 29 years to costumes in movies.
30 years next year.
30 years next year. And the fourth generation of actors. So it's I think that fashion, like movies, like cricket, is a platform which the young to the oldest really enjoy and look at. So I think in these kind of platforms, we should all definitely speak about sustainability, look into all of this. But I think there's a lot of dialogue today on all of this. But I think it's like taking care of your parents. This is something that should come naturally to us, and we should be aware of our environment and take care of everything, whether it's been, as you spoke about, having different genders, racism, or whether it is about classism, or it is about all of that. So I think it is a must, and I'm so glad that it is out there, but it is something that has to be a part of our work. And if we have to progress, and if we have to move, we have to really take in consideration that we have to use our platforms, like maybe a fashion show, or maybe, you know, in a platform like this, speak about it and get more and more people aware, especially the youngsters, the youth, who look at fashion today. They're so aware. Like I had this friend of mine whose 14-year-old son knows what shoes to buy. So when he's so involved in what he's buying and he's constantly looking at what's in and out, these are the platforms that we should definitely speak about it and get more and more people conscious. And about recycling, even as designers, wastage, or, you know, and in terms of all that we do, it's really important, I think.
I also think, you know, from the perspective of the consumer and the audience you talk to, you know, what you represent as a brand is not just your aesthetic. It's also the brand values that you really nurture as a company. So to me, there's no distinction in creating a show where you want to create beauty and you create harmony. The context in which that show exists is equally important to somebody feeling an affinity towards your work. So, you know, people are drawn to you for so many reasons. It could be your warmth, it could be your inclusiveness, it could be because you're bold, it could be because you're colorful, it could be so many different, because you cut a great dress, you drape well. But it's not separated why somebody is drawn to a brand from the values it represents, whether that is about inclusivity or whatever activist, let's say, a projection of the beliefs of the designer, of the brand as a whole, are equally important to the design that comes out of that house or of that independent brand. So I think they are interlinked more and more, and people don't maybe are not able to maybe translate that into words, but what you buy and what you want to affiliate yourself with is connected to much more than the beauty it holds.
Manish, this brings us to something we spoke about yesterday, about, you know, how when you visualize sustainable fashion, there's now this kind of boring, stereotypical images. I mean, like it's this loose khadi, anti-fit dress that's definitely not sexy, definitely not flattering a woman. And I think a lot of young designers who are graduating feel they need to follow that narrative to appear conscious. But you can have good practices, you can be socially responsible and still make incredibly sexy and fitted dresses. So what do you have to say about that kind of projection?
Well, I think it's social media, it's fashion weeks, and there's so much of platform today where, of course, sustainability has become a word like how couture was a couple of years ago.
It's a hashtag,
I mean, it's become a hashtag, and, you know, everybody speaks about it, and then you see a lot of clothes which are not styled or put a lot of more thought to. So it kind of gets eyeballs, as so as to say, and so I think that's where we kind of get in, and like I said, it is something that we all have to be conscious about, not just designers, each one of us today, for a better tomorrow, environmentally, and as, you know, educating the youngsters. But I think there is a thin line, and that also should be voiced sometime at panels like these or at fashion weeks and on social media, where young designers and the youth is not there to abuse that word of sustainability or use that to your benefit. And, you know, you have to look into that, and we have to all come together and say, no, that is sustainability, we agree, but we also need art, we need fashion, we need work for our craftsmen, and we need a lot more employment. And like Mijma is something that Shabana asked me started 10 years ago, and we started with 40 women, and today we have about 450 women who work. And they're employed, they feel a sense of empowerment, and each year that we do a fashion show where film stars walk and about 50 models walk, we get them to see it, we take the video to them, and they feel so good about it. It's not charity, it's all about empowerment. They feel good that they're doing something. And now we're putting up another center with about 200 more people who are going to work on a home line for me. And I think that is what we need to create a lot. And also, we glamorize the clothes, because I kind of like to do that, and I don't feel sustainability or handloom is always preachy. It doesn't always have to be like, oh my God, look, I'm creating this work for craftsmen, and it's going to be, I'm
so
a
it's
huge
not separate
person.
boxes,
No,
they can exist
it's all
together.
a part of one industry, you know. So when it comes to handloom and when it comes to textiles, conversation and sustainability, it suddenly gets into a very preachy, self-praisey genre is what I feel. So I think all of us as designers somewhere need to connect and need to give back.
Right. Prabal, you've dressed, a host of public figures. You've dressed Michelle Obama, which made a lot of news in India as well back then. You've dressed Kate Middleton. Public figures and, the choices they make as to what they wear now is also a statement. How is that helping young designers and the kind of statements you want to put out? And who is one person that you would really, really like to dress?
Just not one. There are millions of women that I'd like to dress.
Come on,
of course, So
name one, name three, name three.
So like for me, when I started the brand in 2009, deep in recession, they had asked me what kind of women I was dressing. At that time, fashion was divided into two groups. It was, if you cared about, like if you were an intelligent woman, you didn't care about fashion. If you cared about fashion, you were not a smart girl. That was the kind of the world. When I came in there, I wanted to kind of like, I was surrounded by women who loved creativity, they were leaders in their own fields, they loved to look good, and they were unapologetic about
your mother and Gloria Steinem is what you've said in past interviews.
Yes. And just to kind of the bragging rights for me is the Gloria Steinem one, who's been my biggest hero. I mean, I've been such an fan of hers and admirer of her work, and then she ended up coming to my show, and that was the only show she's ever been to, and so to me that was like a validating thing. But going back to, I kept on saying like it is a thinking man's sex symbol. That's what I said, which inherently meant that intelligence and style doesn't have to be mutually exclusive. It's not mutually exclusive, it is. So I wanted to celebrate I always say, as a man, my job and as a designer is to not dictate, but give options to women. Especially in this time right now, we're almost 2020, where the patriarchy is such still a force in majority of the world. The things, like the culture and the politics that's happening across the globe, I always believe that minorities and women need to be in a position of power on a decision-making table. They need to be more than 50% of it, and so I've always celebrated that. So when I have someone like, our former First Lady Michelle Obama, like let's say Kate Middleton, Oprah Winfrey's of the world, like, when they wear it, what it really does to me is they convey this, the conversation and what I stand for, a celebration and unabashed femininity, because I truly, truly believe there's nothing more unnerving than a woman in a full feminine glory to the patriarchy. That is, to me, is the biggest thing.
I think we should clap to that. This explains why you've been called the most feminist man in fashion and the most woke man in fashion.
It's so funny, but I never set out. I wanted to make pretty clothes. I wanted to sell a dream, and I said, I wanted to create a luxury brand with a soul, and soul to me is an ability to see someone in front of you. Through your work, you validate their existence, their presence, and that they matter. So that to me was really important. And I never set out to become a feminist or something like that, but it's part of it. Like I always look at it. I'm in business because of women. I sell them my clothes. They keep me in business. I've been supported by, whether it's Anna Wintour, whether it's in Michelle Obama, I've been supported by them. And when their rights are attacked by the present government there, it is absolutely impossible for me to keep quiet, because I don't think it's fair. I think it's my responsibility to speak up. And going back to what you talked about, like fashion, whether it should be part of, like it's too activist, and we're living in different times. Because of digital media and everything, we're all open. We're all into each other, in each other's lives, whether it's through Instagram and whatever it is. So it affects us. We can't pick and choose causes any longer. If you care about, like, say, if you care about what my clothes, and you care about the causes that that I stand for, and I think it is the most exciting time to be alive, to see these youngsters who are challenging our generation older than us, the climate crisis. The biggest crisis that's threatening the universe is the climate crisis. It is the youngsters that are challenging the conversation that are being brought forward. I find it to be alive at this particular time, in spite of all the challenges, cultural, social, political. It is the most amazing time. You see that the power no longer just lies with experience and age. Power lies in courage. That's what it is. So
right.
it's
and
exciting.
We are breaking things all the time and going against power. That's been 2019 in everything. What I want to ask you, Mary, taking forward what Prabal said, how do you draw the line between, say, creative expression and social responsibility? Because you are also running a business. Mm-hmm. You mentioned yesterday that to do the Temple of Poseidon show and to prepare for it, you had to skip an entire season. There was a commercial cost to it. So as you want to be sustainable in your business as well. It's not a social welfare organization. So how do you take those calls? When do you decide it's worth it? And I think you can specifically use the example of this show to kind of, as a case study to talk about it.
I think, actually, I'm going to step on what Prabal said. As a woman in business, and starting at a time similar to Prabal, where I felt that was acting as a limitation instead of acting as an asset, I thought about how women make decisions, and I was like, okay, a woman, in order to make a decision, has to think very carefully. It has to be a calculated risk. It has to be presented in the best possible way, and she has to have thought about it over and over and over again before she feels the confidence to go forward with it. And when I started my career very naively, I was exactly the same. I was the meticulous student that I would take a risk, but I would have to think about it, and I would be, let's say, in every decision, quite instinctive, because that's what you had to do if you didn't have experience. Now, I think, as a woman entrepreneur, you have to be bold in your choices, and working within the fashion industry, you have to be bold. You have to have a unique voice. You have to be able to stand behind that voice. You have to be able to rely on people who believe in you, because you can never be a single unit that kind of forges into the future alone. And when the opportunity came to do a show at the Temple of Poseidon, everyone around me told me it's not humanly possible to put it together in 2 months. And the more people saying no, the more it drove me to be able to make it be the most important use of a platform that we've been given up until now, because going back to your roots, I think emotionally pushes you in a very different way.
So it was worth it for you because of what this would mean even for the future of your business? It was
Absolutely,
worth it for you
and
to
I did
skip a
every
season.
single thing that I would have given 90%, I would give now 150%. It was also the first time that I visited Mumbai, because we do all our embroideries in India, and I was like, every time we do our embroideries here, and I never have the time to visit. I was like, this show is different. I want to meet every single partner, supplier, friend, collaborator that's part of this show, because this show, to me, was such a huge risk. I was risking so much, as you said, financially, that it had to make it, I had to make it be worthwhile. So actually I came here, we did most of our embroideries with a company called Amir, who heard about it, saw how passionate and driven I was, and came on board as a partner, supporting us, to the point that Rizvi at some point called me, and he was like, Mary, the only way to finish this collection is start suspending people from the ceiling, because it's literally impossible. So what I'm saying is, when you're being bold and you take a decision that goes kind of against the grain, and you do so with so many people behind you, you have a different heightened sense of responsibility against your country, against the Ministry of Culture and the Archaeological Committee, who gave us a landmark location, against the charity, because we were raising money for those children, against your team that really gave it their all. And it makes you see how inspiring a show could be, because we do the same thing over and over again. And there comes a time that you need something that will inspire you to do more, to give more of your heart, give more of your soul, and put everything in it. So to me, I've never seen so many people. I counted, and we had 90 different partners in order for this show to happen across 15 countries. So that's what it takes. And I couldn't have felt more rewarded and fulfilled after that we did something with our platform. And you could see that everyone who attended that show, from the press to friends, felt the same way, because everyone wants to feel that they're part of an industry that can do good. And fashion certainly can. It's a reflection of everything that's happening around. You just need to use that stage and use, people who are writers, who have those words, and words do matter, to communicate that to the world. And I think we're all doing that in a sense, by traveling and communicating a different message, we're becoming that communication. So I think that's what's different now, that you find your voice.
Right. Prabal, how important is it for you to represent your culture and your background overtly in your designs? I mean, your work is very international. I do know your mother had told you around the time of the earthquake that, remember, you're representing Nepal. Is that a burden that you carry on your shoulders, or do you think just being the best designer you can be is more important than trying to shove in some Nepali embroidery somewhere?
No, I think, first of all, I'm in the craft of business of making beautiful clothes, trying to make the beautiful best possible way. So yes, you have to be the best designer possible. That's your first goal always. Regarding, taking, I don't look at it as a burden. I look at it as a privilege that I have to represent a country, and not just Nepal. Like, my majority of my growing up happened in India, in Delhi and Bombay, and Mumbai. Sorry, and so for me, that is my identity. That is the very reason that I'm just not another designer there, but I'm a designer from this part of the world, from Nepal, and who lived in India, and have that conversation. It is the same thing that because of my roots and things that I get made, my cashmeres are made in Nepal, embroideries done in India. All of that stuff has allowed me to kind of have an identity. So the last collection that I did, there was an incident where I was talking about defining new America, the Americana, because for the longest period of time, Americana has been dictated by the greats, with due respect to them, Ralph Lauren, Donna Karan, Calvin Klein. And when I look at America, it doesn't look just that. It is truly a melting pot. It looks like this room here. It looks like all of us together, and that's what my dining table looks like. And so I was having this, conversation with an investor, potential investor. Eventually, it became a potential investor.
Are they in the room here?
Well, I spot him. No, I'm just kidding. So basically, we had this conversation, and I talked about the new Americana. I wanted to define it. And then one of the investors said to me, "Well, you don't look American. So how are you going to define it?" So, and I knew what the subtext of that statement was very clear to me, and I mentioned, you basically are saying I don't look white, and then it was the most uncomfortable silence for him, not for me, because I started a dialogue. That led me to do this collection about Americana. So how I did that was took the iconographic of the Americana, what American sports wear, and turned it into a fashion. So the fashion show in itself had its own legitimacy. It was beautiful clothes. It was like all this stuff, craftsmanship and everything. But that's what I think. All three of us, that's what we are, and all designers, all creative people. We are storytellers. So we entice people we create stuff, we tell stories, so all of you come to our world, and we have deeper conversation about fashion and about things that we care about. At the end of the day, we are also humans. We are affected by social causes and things that's happening around us. So I think, for me, it becomes, I would say, what the identity, fashion, and everything becomes intertwined, So that's pretty much it. I don't know.
Manish, as you get into your 30th year next year, you've actually thrown a lot of balls in the air over the last few years, getting into jewelry and beauty and home. And you did say that next year is when you have to kind of consolidate all of that. You're also working on possibly the most ambitious film project of your career so far. That's also happening next year. So it's a lot of it. So, in the words of Spider-Man, with, increased responsibility. So as a fashion designer, sphere of influence is increasing. You're no longer just somebody who's making clothes. You're getting into, someone's makeup pouch and home, and you're everywhere. Do you think that with that comes greater responsibility?
Well, absolutely, because for 30 years it's been, so when I'm doing this film called Takht, which is a film which Karan Johar is making on a Mughal period, it requires tons of research, embroidery, and it kind of opens a complete new path for me, which probably I didn't look into. For, like I'm from Ahmedabad to Gujarat Ahmedabad to Hyderabad to Delhi, Agra, traveling, looking for clothes, looking for embroidery influences. And it's something that I'm really, really enjoying. In fact, the actor Shabana Azmi told me the other day that I have never seen you so stressed, in the recent.
Is this you looking stressed?
No, not now. Now I'm a bit relaxed. I'm listening to all of them, and you know. So, but I've been really stressed on this film, and we had look test with Anil Kapoor, Ranveer Singh, Vicky Kaushal, right in those Diwali days, and it was absolutely crazy. But it's challenging, and I think that at the 30th year of your career, if you have a film that challenges you so much with such a huge star cast, and the belief that every actor and the producer and the director have in me, which is even a bigger sword on my head, is very challenging, and it takes a lot of time, and it stresses you out. I mean, I do get stressed before every show of mine, and I think it's also going to somewhere push me in my mainstream work to experiment, to look at things that I didn't till date, you know. And I think that how many clothes are people going to buy? I mean, while we speak about sustainability and we say, you know, look at your ghar cholas, look at your bandanis, look at those, you know, those beautiful saris that your mother or your grandmother have, and please, you know, wear them again and, you know, get that culture back and don't just leave them or dump them. And we speak, that's also part of sustainability, where you say, use your outfits that you have, and you have such lovely heirlooms that probably your grandmother had or your aunt had, and use that again. So I encourage that a lot with my clients.
So Bhaskar was telling me a bride came in to you as a potential client, and you actually lost a lot of business because you said you have no business getting a new lehenga made. You should wear your mother's sari.
Because she showed me the most beautiful ghar chola sari that I had seen, and I told her, you should be using this sari. Why are you, you know,
Is
and
that
then we
going to be the
look.
future of your business, where you're actually not
So that
going
just
to be
means I'm not a
making...
good businessman. But I think that sometimes that's your gift
Yeah.
back. You like what you're seeing, and you know, as an artist or as somebody who loves the creative things and beautiful things, you encourage that. So I think when people come to my huge store, there's a lot more than clothes that I want to offer. Whether it's beauty, it's jewelry, it's home, it's things that I like to do, and you know, also challenges you. I'm meeting different people, different youngsters I'm speaking to about what else can we do. So I think, like I said, that we are putting up a huge setup in Mijwa, in Awadh, for about 200 people who are going to now work on the home collection.
Right.
So while we have 450 women working for our Mijwa collection, which is chicken curry, for the clothes, there are going to be 200 more people employed for home. So it kind of, you know, you employ more people, you're challenged a lot more. I think that's a natural process, and at least it's a process I'm really enjoying, and I love to work. I hate Sundays. I hate weekends.
So while, you know, social sustainability has been your focus, I feel it's impossible to have a panel on fashion without addressing the elephant in the room, which is environmental sustainability. And I think particularly this year, you know, as journalists, we're trying to see trends and planning stories. Sequins and glitter has been this annoying overriding trend this year.
I love sparkle.
But they're one of the worst possible things for the environment, the microplastics in it. So just as a, you know, as a technical question, what will Manish Malhotra do without the sequins? Are you thinking of sustainable ways to
Well, I'll think of a nice manipulation and of fabric, and I'll say wear that beautiful necklace with it. That will add the sparkle. So that's where jewelry comes in.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think, you know, there's many ways to be carbon neutral. And I think, to me, in, you know, this journey that we're taking towards being more responsible, because I think, you know, the word sustainability is being bandied around so much so that it's actually, it feels now that the connotation is becoming negative to me, because it's like there's no person that you meet in a conversation,
it doesn't seem serious
regardless
because
of
everyone's
topic,
saying it.
that word is not being used, and I think it needs to be also used responsibly. So for me, what we've tried to do, the show that I last did was not to be sold commercially. We did it as a gift, as my love letter to Greece, and something that we wanted to dedicate to raising awareness for Elpida. Beyond that, we had incredible requests coming from women who saw the show, not necessarily attended it, but saw that show happen, requesting pieces that they wanted to make made to measure. And I know it's a big business in India, and it's also, I think, looking at couture, you know, maybe 10 years ago we used to say couture is dead. Or within, you know, London we used to say couture is dead. Now it's like come a 360 where you know that couture is actually the most sustainable part of fashion today, because you're producing for your customer, you're doing a piece that's meant to measure around them. It's slow fashion, and it's against the throwaway fashion that has been pretty much the trend for the past 10, 20 years. So back to your point about reusing, you want to create unique pieces that have a voice, a unique voice that make women feel special, that they can keep in their closets for their entire life and pass it on for generations to come. So
they become heirlooms.
Like heirlooms. And to me, the show that I did and what I hope to do in the future is create collections where you're able to, I don't want to say make them bespoke for every single customer, but what I do want to say is that you make pieces made to measure that will stand the test of time, that will be timeless. And there's so many ways now that people are considering sustainability. Most of the embroideries we did was with upcycled sequins. And even that, upcycling, we upcycle as an independent business, we upcycle in our toiling process every single season. Past season's print. We do collaborations where what we use is prints from our archive or fabrics that we've developed 10 years ago. There's a way for people to be sustainable without having to shout about it. It's what you said before, it should come naturally. It shouldn't necessarily be a conversation. Now I'm creating a sustainable collection.
Poster conversation.
It's not about a poster conversation. It's about thinking responsibly and also communicating those values out and creating a community around you that believes in the future of fashion, or else fashion will die.
I mean, I think, sorry to interrupt, and I think one thing in the conversation of sustainability, I always think I think we should start off with this deepest gratitude that we're having this conversation about sustainability. That's in the forefront in fashion. The second thing is not to get overwhelmed that you have to be 100% sustainable. Even the brands that we think are 100% sustainable, they aren't. And the leaders of the
cannot be sustainable.
So
by nature.
I think I always feel like one step at a time. The first step was to have a conversation. It's led to us talking about it. I mean, cut to let's say 2 or 3 years ago, we wouldn't be having this. We were not having this conversation.
About in trends, out
Exactly. We'd be talking about my obsession with Manish Malhotra's Rangila days. We'll be talking about.
We should talk about that.
So that's how I know about
That's
him.
Another session. Not
So anyway, so I think the main thing is gratitude that we're having this conversation, and not to get overwhelmed that we have to do 10%. That's all it takes individually. If we can just collectively do 10% of sustainable practices, collectively that is a massive movement.
Great, that's a good note to end on. Do we have time to take
We
don't have time for questions? Okay. Thank you so much. You've been a wonderful audience.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
To make up for the fact that we couldn't take questions, you're free to stalk these three wonderful people outside. So, and then hear about you talking about Rangila and Manish.
Exactly, and sing about it too.
Thank you very much,
Thank you
Prabal,
very
Mary,
much.
and
Thank you
Manish.
so much.
Kindly stay on. If I could request Mr. Prashad Sanya, Chief Content Officer, HD Media, to please come up, Digital, to please come up and present tokens of appreciation to Prabal, Mary, and Manish. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at our concluding session now. A quick photograph and we're moving into the next session. We've already got our Chief Minister here. So please remain in the hall and seated, please. We're just quickly making the changes. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're at the last session of the 17th Hindustan Times Leadership Summit, and this features the Chief Minister of Delhi, Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, in conversation with Mr. Kunal Pradhan, Executive Editor, Hindustan Times. but all right, okay.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the last session of the HT Leadership Summit this year. I'm delighted to introduce to you a man who has traversed a long, unlikely, and frankly quite incredible journey. He's an IT engineer, a taxman, an activist, a social worker, an anti-corruption crusader, a politician, and now a chief minister, who, after an unprecedented victory in 2015, is ready to face the electorate again. I call upon Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, Chief Minister of Delhi, to share his vision for a safer, cleaner, greener, better, and most importantly right now, pollution-free Delhi. Mr. Kejriwal, please.
सबसे पहले हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स को बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। आज मुझे आपके सामने अपनी बातें रखने का मौका दिया, आपसे इंटरेक्ट करने का मौका दिया। हमारे 5 साल लगभग पूरे होने को आए सरकार में। कल हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स के डिनर पे जब मैं गया तो मुझे एक देश की काफ़ी नामी हस्ती हैं, वो मिले। उन्होंने मुझे कहा कि अरविंद, आई यूज्ड टू बी योर फियर्सेस्ट क्रिटिक टिल अबाउट अ few years बैक, लेकिन आपने हमारा पिछले 5 साल में जो काम किया है, आपने हमारा दिल जीत लिया है। सो मुझे लगता है कि पिछले 5 साल के हमारे कामों की यही समरी है कि जो लोग पहले हमें मोहब्बत करते थे, उनकी मोहब्बत और ज़्यादा स्ट्रॉन्ग हुई है। जो लोग हमसे हमारे क्रिटिक्स थे, वो अब हमें मोहब्बत करने लगे हैं। और जो लोग थोड़े बहुत बच गए हैं, अभी 2 महीने बाकी हैं 5 साल पूरे होने में, इन 2 महीने में उनका भी दिल जीत लेंगे हम लोग। 5 साल में काफ़ी उतार चढ़ाव आए और हमारे कई सारे एक्सपीरियंसेस हैं। अगर उसको मैं सम अप करने की कोशिश करूं तो मोटे मोटे तौर पे 3 चीज़ें निकल के आती हैं। पहली चीज़ कि सत्ता ईमानदारी से चलाई जा सकती है, सरकार ईमानदारी से चलाई जा सकती है। पहले लगा करता था कि पता नहीं सरकार चलाने के लिए कितनी तिगड़म करनी पड़ती है, कितनी बेईमानी करनी पड़ती है, लेकिन 5 साल में यह साबित हो गया कि सरकार भी ईमानदारी से चलाई जा सकती है। चुनाव ईमानदारी से लड़े जा सकते हैं और जीते जा सकते हैं, और अच्छे खासे बहुमत से जीते जा सकते हैं ईमानदारी से। दूसरी चीज़, हमारे देश के अंदर 70 साल में देश ने काफ़ी तरक्की की है 70 साल में, लेकिन राजनीतिक क्षेत्र में एक ऐसा माहौल बन गया था, निराशा का माहौल। इन 5 सालों में जो काम हुआ है दिल्ली के अंदर, इतने सारे क्षेत्रों में, शिक्षा में, स्वास्थ्य में, बिजली में, पानी में, इसमें उसमें, इतने सारे काम हुए हैं, और ऐसे ऐसे काम हुए हैं जो पहले कभी नहीं हुए, कि एक उम्मीद जगी है कि यार हो तो सकता है, चीज़ें बदल तो सकती हैं। नहीं तो कौन सोच सकता था कि सरकारी स्कूल इतने अच्छे हो सकते हैं? कौन सोच सकता था कि सरकारी अस्पताल इतने अच्छे हो सकते हैं? कौन सोच सकता था कि बिजली 24 घंटे भी आ सकती है, बिना पावर हिट के बिजली भी आ सकती है? अभी थोड़े दिन पहले मैं हमारे सरकारी स्कूल के कुछ बच्चों से मिला। पिछले, आपको जान के ताज्जुब होगा, जॉइंट एंट्रेंस एग्ज़ाम होता है आईआईटी में एडमिशन लेने के लिए। जो बच्चे आईआईटी में एडमिशन लेते हैं उनको 12वीं के बाद एक जॉइंट एंट्रेंस एग्ज़ाम देना पड़ता है। बहुत मुश्किल होता है, मैंने भी दिया था अपने टाइम में, बड़ा मुश्किल होता है पास करना। हमारे दिल्ली सरकार के सरकारी स्कूलों के पिछले 3 साल से हर साल 300 से ज़्यादा बच्चों का जॉइंट एंट्रेंस एग्ज़ाम क्लियर हो रहा है पिछले 3 साल से। क्या हम सोच सकते थे कि हमारे बच्चे, सरकारी स्कूलों के बच्चे, 300 से ज़्यादा बच्चे जेईई पास करके आईआईटी के अंदर जाएंगे? तो मैं अभी उनसे इंटरेक्शन कर रहा था, जो 300 बच्चे, 300 साढ़े 300 बच्चे जिनका इस साल हुआ था आईआईटी के अंदर जेईई जिन्होंने क्लियर किया था, और मैं ताज्जुब रह गया उनकी अंग्रेज़ी सुन के। हमारे सरकारी स्कूलों के बच्चे क्या फर्राटे की अंग्रेज़ी बोल रहे थे। हम सोच नहीं सकते थे, ये सोचा नहीं जा सकता था इस देश के अंदर कि सरकारी स्कूलों के बच्चे इतनी अच्छी अंग्रेज़ी भी बोलेंगे। इस साल दिल्ली के सरकारी स्कूलों के नतीजे 12वीं क्लास के 96.5% नतीजे आए हैं, और दिल्ली के प्राइवेट स्कूलों के नतीजे 92.5% नतीजे आए हैं। दिल्ली सरकार के स्कूलों के नतीजे प्राइवेट स्कूलों से ज़्यादा अच्छे आए हैं। क्या हम पहले सोच सकते थे सरकारी स्कूलों में स्विमिंग पूल होंगे? क्या हम सोच सकते थे सरकारी स्कूलों में लिफ्ट्स होंगी? आज दिल्ली के कई सारे सरकारी स्कूल ऐसे हैं जो मुझे लगता है दिल्ली के 70-80% प्राइवेट स्कूलों से ज़्यादा बेहतर काम कर रहे हैं। और इसका क्या मतलब है? इसका मतलब है 16 लाख बच्चे, 1.6 मिलियन स्टूडेंट्स दिल्ली के सरकारी स्कूलों में पढ़ते हैं, जिनका आज तक भविष्य बिल्कुल अंधकार में होता था। लगभग 10 लाख फैमिलीज़ के 16 लाख बच्चे, अब इनका भविष्य अच्छा बना है। अब ये इस देश की मेन स्ट्रीम में आए हैं, जो कि पहले कहीं बिल्कुल मुख्य धारा के बाहर थे, जिनका कोई भविष्य नहीं था। एक गरीब आदमी अपने बच्चों को सरकारी स्कूल में भेजा करता था, उसका कोई भविष्य नहीं होता था। गरीब का बच्चा बड़ा होकर गरीब बनता था। अब गरीबों के बच्चे बड़े होकर इंजीनियर बनेंगे, डॉक्टर बनेंगे, वकील बनेंगे। हम सब के साथ एक दिन इसी हॉल के अंदर बैठ के, वो भी एचटी लीडरशिप समिट में आया करेंगे। अगर हमें अपने देश को डेवलप्ड कंट्री बनाना है, और मैं यहाँ जितने लोग बैठे हैं सबका सपना है कि हमारा देश डेवलपिंग से डेवलप्ड कंट्री बनना चाहिए। दुनिया का एक भी ऐसा विकसित देश नहीं है जहाँ पे शिक्षा अच्छी नहीं है। जापान, इंग्लैंड, यूरोप, अमेरिका, कोई देश उठा के देख लीजिए आप, पूरी दुनिया में एक डेवलप्ड कंट्री आप मुझे बता दीजिए जो अपने बच्चों को अच्छी शिक्षा नहीं देता। सो अपने बच्चों को अच्छी शिक्षा दिए बिना हम अपने देश को डेवलप्ड कंट्री बना ही नहीं सकते। अगर हमें भारत को डेवलप्ड कंट्री बनाना है, अगर वो सपना देखना है अपने को, तो अपने को अपने बच्चों को अच्छी शिक्षा देनी पड़ेगी। और अगर कोई भी पार्टी आपको चुनाव के पहले आके कहे कि हम भारत को ये बना देंगे, वो बना देंगे, ऐसा कर देंगे, वैसा कर देंगे, उनसे पहला क्वेश्चन ये पूछना, एजुकेशन पे क्या करोगे? अगर वो एजुकेशन पे उनका कोई सपना नहीं है, अगर एजुकेशन पे उनका कोई एजेंडा नहीं है, तो वो देश को आगे कभी नहीं बढ़ा सकता। मेरा अपना ये मानना है कि पिछले 5 साल में दिल्ली ने ये करके दिखा दिया कि स्कूल अच्छे हो सकते हैं, शिक्षा अच्छी हो सकती है। 5 साल के अंदर हम शिक्षा अच्छी कर सकते हैं। मुझे लगता है अगर सारा देश मिलके, राजनीति से ऊपर उठ के, अगर हम इसको मिशन मोड के ऊपर पूरे देश में हम ये ठान लें कि हमें अपने स्कूलों को अच्छा करना और बच्चों को शिक्षा अच्छी देनी है, मुझे लगता है पूरे देश में भी 5 साल में हम ये अचीव कर सकते हैं। दूसरी चीज़, अभी 2 साल पहले ग्रेटर कैलाश की आरडब्ल्यूए ने मुझे अपने एक एनुअल प्रोग्राम में बुलाया। उनका वो एनुअल जनरल बॉडी मीटिंग वगैरह थी। उसमें उन्होंने फिर मेरी भाषण के पहले उन्होंने मेरे सामने अपनी कुछ डिमांड्स रखी कि सर ये करवा दीजिए, वो करवा दीजिए। उसमें उन्होंने अपनी एक डिमांड रखी कि ग्रेटर कैलाश में एक मोहल्ला क्लिनिक बनवा दीजिए। मैं आश्चर्यचकित रह गया। मैंने कहा मोहल्ला क्लिनिक एक सरकारी डिस्पेंसरी को कहते हैं, सरकारी डिस्पेंसरी होती है मोहल्ला क्लिनिक। आप तो ग्रेटर कैलाश में तो अमीर लोग रहते हैं, आपको मोहल्ला क्लिनिक की क्या ज़रूरत है? उन्होंने कहा नहीं सर, हमने मोहल्ला क्लिनिक देखा, हमें मोहल्ला क्लिनिक चाहिए। हमने 2 मोहल्ला क्लिनिक बनवा दिए ग्रेटर कैलाश में। अभी कुछ दिन पहले मैं उधर से गुजर रहा था तो मैं अचानक उधर मोहल्ला क्लिनिक में चला गया देखने के लिए कि किस तरह के लोग आ रहे हैं वहाँ। ऐसा तो नहीं कि वहाँ पे कोठियों में काम करने वाले नौकरों के लोग ही बच्चे ही और वहाँ के उनकी फैमिलीज ही इलाज करा रही हैं। मुझे जान के देख के बहुत अच्छा लगा कि उन कोठियों में और बड़े बड़े बंगलों में रहने वाले अच्छे अच्छे लोग, अमीर अमीर लोग उस सरकारी डिस्पेंसरी में अपना इलाज कराने के लिए आ रहे थे। मैंने उनसे पूछा और उन्होंने सबने कहा कि उनका बहुत अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस होता है, घर के बगल में मोहल्ला क्लिनिक है। मैंने डॉक्टर से पूछा, डॉक्टर ने कहा कि बड़े बड़े अस्पतालों की प्रिस्क्रिप्शन लेके आते हैं। इसका मतलब पहले उस बड़े अस्पताल में इलाज करा रहे थे और अब यहाँ पे आ रहे हैं। मैं ये नहीं कह रहा मोहल्ला क्लिनिक में कोई बहुत बड़े बड़े इलाज होते हैं, लेकिन छोटी छोटी बीमारियाँ, खांसी जुकाम बुखार, जिसके लिए आप दूर अपने बड़े बड़े हॉस्पिटल में जाया करते थे, नाउ देयर इज़ अ क्लिनिक जस्ट नेक्स्ट डोर, आप मोहल्ला क्लिनिक में जाके इलाज करा सकते हैं। मोहल्ला क्लिनिक का ये जो कॉन्सेप्ट है, पूरी दुनिया के अंदर इसकी चर्चा हो रही है। फॉर्मर यूएन सेक्रेटरी जनरल मिस्टर बान की मून वो इंडिया विजिट के ऊपर आए और वो जब दिल्ली आए तो सबसे पहले वो पीतमपुरा की झुग्गियों के अंदर मोहल्ला क्लिनिक देखने पहुंच गए। स्वीडन की फॉर्मर प्राइम मिनिस्टर, उनका नाम भूल गया मैं, वो दिल्ली विजिट करने के लिए आई और वो पीतमपुरा की झुग्गियों के अंदर मोहल्ला क्लिनिक देखने के लिए पहुंच गई। और उसके बाद बान की मून ने और उन्होंने स्टेटमेंट दिया कि उन्होंने दुनिया के कई देशों के अंदर प्राइमरी हेल्थ सिस्टम स्टडी किए हैं और उन्होंने कहा कि दिस इज परहैप्स वन ऑफ द बेस्ट सिस्टम्स फॉर यूनिवर्सल हेल्थ सिस्टम इन द वर्ल्ड। आज दिल्ली के जितने सरकारी हॉस्पिटल थे, हमारे लगभग 35 सरकारी हॉस्पिटल्स हैं, सारे हॉस्पिटल्स में हमने सारी दवाइयाँ, सारे टेस्ट, सारा इलाज, सब कुछ फ्री कर दिया है, अमीरों के लिए भी गरीबों के लिए भी। हमारा अपना ये मानना है कि आप लोग टैक्स देते हैं, जनता टैक्स देती है, उस टैक्स के पैसे से कम आज हम कुछ बेसिक चीज़ें हैं जो आपको हम गारंटी कर रहे हैं। आपको अच्छी शिक्षा हम गारंटी कर रहे हैं, आपको अच्छे अस्पताल हम गारंटी कर रहे हैं। आज मुझे कहते हुए मुझे अभी एक सुप्रीम कोर्ट के सीनियर एडवोकेट मिले कुछ दिन पहले। उन्होंने बताया कि उनका बेटा एक दिल्ली के बहुत बड़े स्कूल में पढ़ता था, लेकिन वो काफ़ी दूर था उनका स्कूल। उनके बगल में एक अभी हमारा स्कूल ऑफ एक्सीलेंस खुला है दिल्ली सरकार का। वो बोले मैं स्कूल घूम के आया और स्कूल इतना अच्छा लगा, उन्होंने अपने बेटे को प्राइवेट स्कूल से निकाल के हमारे दिल्ली सरकार के स्कूल में एडमिट कराया है। क्या हम पहले सोच सकते थे कि लोग अपने बच्चों को प्राइवेट स्कूल से निकाल के सरकारी स्कूलों के अंदर एडमिट कराएंगे? आज दिल्ली में 24 घंटे बिजली आ रही है। क्या हम सोच सकते थे? कुछ साल पहले तक, मेरे को याद है 2015 के फरवरी में हम चुनाव जीते थे और 2014 की गर्मियां मुझे याद हैं, जब 7-7, 8-8 घंटे के पावर कट दिल्ली के अंदर लगे थे। उन गर्मियों के अंदर 2014 की गर्मियां मुझे याद है। सरकार बनने के 2-3 साल के अंदर मैं खुद गर्मियों के दिनों में मैं खूब जूझा था, जब इधर पावर कट लग रहा है, उधर पावर कट लग रहा है, इधर से खबर आया करती थी, उधर से खबर आया करती थी। पिछले 5 साल के अंदर हमने मेहनत करके 2 काम किए हैं। एक तो दिल्ली के लिए सफिशिएंट पावर की अवेलेबिलिटी इंश्योर की है, जितनी दिल्ली को ज़रूरत है बिजली की उतनी बिजली की अवेलेबिलिटी इंश्योर की है। और दूसरा, जितने ट्रांसफार्मर खराब थे सारे ट्रांसफार्मर बदले हैं, जितनी केबल खराब थी सारी केबल बदली है। आज दिल्ली की कुछ चंद कॉलोनियों को छोड़ के, जिसकी लिस्ट मेरे पास है, उस पर भी हम काम कर रहे हैं। उन चंद कॉलोनियों को छोड़ के पूरी दिल्ली के अंदर आज हमने आपके लिए 24 घंटे अच्छी पावर सप्लाई इंश्योर की है। अब दिल्ली के अंदर पावर कट नहीं लगते। कई लोग मेरे से पूछते हैं पोल्यूशन के लिए आप कहते हैं कि पोल्यूशन कम हुआ। पोल्यूशन कम होने का एक सबसे बड़ा कारण ये है, पहले जब आप बाजार में जाया करते थे, हर दुकान के बाहर वो होंडा वाला लाल रंग का जनरेटर मिलता था, वो रस्सी से खींच के चला करता था। याद है आप लोगों को? देखा था आप लोगों ने? हर दुकान के बाहर वो लाल रंग का जनरेटर होता था। अगर पावर चली जाती थी तो पूरे मार्केट में और घरों के अंदर वो जनरेटर चला करता था। कितना पोल्यूशन होता था? एक एस्टिमेट के हिसाब से 6 लाख के करीब जनरेटर होते थे। सारे जनरेटर बंद हो गए, सारे इन्वर्टर बंद हो गए, सारी बैटरी बिकनी बंद हो गई दिल्ली के अंदर। अभी एक खबर आई थी 70% फॉल हुआ है इन्वर्टर की सेल में पिछले 1 साल के अंदर दिल्ली के अंदर। तो आज दिल्ली में 24 घंटे बिजली है और 25 लाख परिवारों का बिजली का बिल पिछले महीने 0 आया है। सो अच्छी बिजली मिल रही है, 24 घंटे बिजली मिल रही है, मुफ्त में बिजली मिल रही है, 0 बिल आया पिछले महीने। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के क्षेत्र में बहुत काम किया। दिल्ली के अंदर आपको जान के ताज्जुब होगा, दिल्ली देश की राजधानी है, लेकिन दिल्ली के अंदर ऐसी कम से कम 50 से 60% दिल्ली ऐसी है जहां पे सड़कें बनी और टूट गई है तो अलग बात है, वहां कभी सड़कें बनी नहीं है। 70 साल में कभी सड़कें बनी नहीं थी, वहां पे गलियां कभी बनी नहीं थी दिल्ली के अंदर। मैं एक बहुत बड़े अखबार के बहुत बड़े एडिटर से बात कर रहा था, उन्होंने कहा नहीं अरविंद तुम झूठ बोल रहे हो, ऐसा हो ही नहीं सकता। दिल्ली में ऐसी कौन सी जगह है जहां पे सड़कें नहीं बनी, गलियां नहीं बनी? ऐसी दिल्ली कच्ची कॉलोनियां दिल्ली की, देयर आर 1797 कॉलोनीज, अनऑथराइज्ड कॉलोनीज इन दिल्ली, जहां पे कभी सड़कें नहीं बनी, कभी गलियां नहीं बनी, कभी नालियां नहीं बनी, कभी पानी के पाइपलाइन नहीं डली, कभी सीवर की पाइपलाइन नहीं डली। उन 1797 कॉलोनियों में से 1797 कॉलोनीज में से 1281 कॉलोनियों में 1281 कॉलोनीज में हमने सड़कें बनवा दी हैं, नालियां बनवा दी है, पानी की पाइपलाइन डलवा दी है, सीवर की पाइपलाइन। आज उनको इज्जत की जिंदगी मिल रही है उन लोगों को। जब हमारी सरकार बनी थी 58% दिल्ली में पानी की पाइप्ड वाटर सप्लाई थी, 58%। आज 5 साल के बाद 93% दिल्ली में पानी की पाइप्ड वाटर सप्लाई है, केवल 7% दिल्ली बाकी है। अगले 1 साल के अंदर वो भी ठीक कर देंगे। वहाँ भी डल रही है, पानी की पाइपलाइन डल रही है, 1 साल में वहाँ भी डल जाएगी। उसका अगला हमारा सपना है, अभी पानी 1 घंटा 2 घंटा 3 घंटा आता है। पहला हमारा टारगेट था कि दिल्ली के घर घर के अंदर पाइपलाइन का नेटवर्क बिछा के आपको टूटी से पानी दे, और टैंकर माफिया ख़त्म करना चाहते थे हम लोग। टैंकर माफिया रीजनेबली ख़त्म कर दिया आज दिल्ली के अंदर हमने। अब हमारा नेक्स्ट स्टेप है कि 24 घंटे आपको पानी मिलना चाहिए और सीधा टूटी खोल के आप सीधा पानी टूटी से पी सकें, ऐसा साफ सुथरा पानी आपको हम देना चाहते हैं। पोल्यूशन एक बहुत बड़ी मेजर प्रॉब्लम है दिल्ली की, हम मानते हैं, लेकिन पिछले 5 साल के अंदर 2 चीज़ हुई हैं। दिल्ली में ट्रैफिक बढ़ा है, इंडस्ट्रियल एक्टिविटी भी धीरे धीरे बढ़ी है। दिल्ली में वो सब चीज़ें हुई हैं जिसकी वजह से पोल्यूशन बढ़ना चाहिए था, लेकिन फॉर्चुनेटली 5 साल में दिल्ली में पोल्यूशन बढ़ा नहीं है, दिल्ली में पोल्यूशन कम हुआ है। इसके ऊपर डिबेट हो सकता है कितना कम हुआ है, अलग अलग फिगर्स हैं, लेकिन पार्लियामेंट के अंदर एक रिपोर्ट प्रेजेंट की गई है जिसके हिसाब से पिछले 5 साल में दिल्ली में 25% पोल्यूशन कम हुआ है। एयर क्वालिटी इंडेक्स 2014-15 के आसपास 155 था, इस साल एवरेज एयर क्वालिटी इंडेक्स 115 था, तो 25% दिल्ली के अंदर पोल्यूशन कम हुआ है। ये क्यों कम हुआ है? इसका एक सबसे बड़ा कारण मैंने बताया, अब 24 घंटे बिजली आती है, जनरेटर दिल्ली के अंदर अब बंद हो गए हैं। दूसरा बहुत बड़ा कारण है ईस्ट वेस्ट पेरिफेरल नेटवर्क बन गया है, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट ने बनाया है। तो जितने ट्रक दिल्ली के अंदर आया करते थे वो सब ट्रक अब दिल्ली के बाहर से निकल रहे हैं। और भी बहुत सारे स्टेप्स लिए गए थे, लेकिन 1 महीना जो ये अभी प्रेजेंट, जब पराली का धुआं हरियाणा और पंजाब में जो फसलें जलाई जाती है वहाँ से जो धुआं आता है, उस धुएं की वजह से जो पोल्यूशन है उसके सामने हम थोड़े हेल्पलेस हो जाते हैं। अदरवाइज पूरे साल में रीजनेबली पोल्यूशन, आप अगर 10 अक्टूबर के पहले के 4-5 महीने के सैटेलाइट पिक्चर्स और एयर क्वालिटी इंडेक्स की हमने स्टडी की थी, उसके 5 महीने पहले तक डेली पोल्यूशन एयर क्वालिटी दिल्ली की गुड कैटेगरी में थी, मॉडरेट कैटेगरी में थी, लेकिन 10 अक्टूबर के बाद से जब से पराली का धुआं आया तब से खराब हुई है। हमने कई सारे नए एक्सपेरिमेंट्स करके देखे। डेंगू यूज्ड टू बी अ मेजर प्रॉब्लम इन दिल्ली। 2015 में जब हमारी सरकार बनी थी, देयर वर 15,000 केसेस ऑफ डेंगू इन दिल्ली, 60 लोगों की मौत हुई थी। मैं खुद जैसे ही हमारी सरकार बनी, एक हॉस्पिटल से दूसरे, दूसरे से तीसरे मैं खुद जा रहा था और देख रहा था बेड्स की कमी पड़ रही थी। आज इस साल जो एक मैसिव कैंपेन हम लोगों ने चलाया, जिसमें जनता ने बढ़ चढ़ के हिस्सा लिया, इस साल सभी एक्सपर्ट्स का ये मानना था कि डेंगू एक साइक्लिकल बीमारी है और इस साल बहुत ज़्यादा चांसेस थे कि डेंगू बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़ेगा। पर इस साल द नंबर ऑफ केसेस ऑफ डेंगू इज़ लेस देन 1500। 2015 में 15,000 केसेस थे, इस साल 1500 से कम केसेस थे, 1300 कुछ केसेस थे, और देयर वाज नॉट अ सिंगल डेथ ड्यू टू डेंगू दिस ईयर। एक हम लोगों ने स्कीम शुरू की जिसका बहुत अच्छा रिजल्ट आया, फरिश्ते स्कीम। कोई भी एक्सीडेंट हो जाता है सड़क के ऊपर, हम देखते हैं कि उसको कोई भी उठा के नहीं ले जाता, उसको कोई भी, नो वन केयर्स अबाउट हिम, लोग गुजर जाते हैं उसको देख के। उसके दो कारण होते थे, एक तो ये कि पुलिस तंग करेगी, पुलिस हमसे पूछताछ करेगी, और दूसरा ये कि मैं हॉस्पिटल में लेके जाऊंगा, हॉस्पिटल वाले कहेंगे पैसे तुम दो, मैं कहाँ से पैसे दूंगा, तो कोई भी उसको नहीं। इसके ऊपर हमने काम किया और हमने ये कहा है कि अगर आपको कहीं भी कोई भी एक्सीडेंट मिलता है, आप उसको उठा के तुरंत नियरेस्ट हॉस्पिटल में ले जाइए। एक गोल्डन आवर होता है, कहते हैं कि अगर एक्सीडेंट के अगले 1 घंटे के अंदर उसको, मरीज को, विक्टिम को अगर हॉस्पिटल पहुंचा दिया जाए तो उसके बचने के चांसेस 90% ज़्यादा बढ़ जाते हैं। सो उस गोल्डन आवर के अंदर उसको हॉस्पिटल में पहुंचाना बहुत ज़रूरी होता है। सो हमने कहा कि नियरेस्ट जो भी, चाहे जितना बड़ा महंगा हॉस्पिटल हो, चाहे कितना ही महंगा हॉस्पिटल हो, उसका सारा इलाज का खर्च अब दिल्ली सरकार देती है। और पिछले 1.5 साल के अंदर जब से ये स्कीम है, हम लोग 3000 से ज़्यादा लोगों की जान बचा चुके हैं इस स्कीम के जरिए। एक हमने नया एक्सपेरिमेंट किया, डोर स्टेप डिलीवरी ऑफ सर्विसेज। इट वाज अ कंप्लीटली न्यू कॉन्सेप्ट। अगर आपको सरकार से कोई भी काम कराना है, आपको ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस बनवाना है, आपको राशन कार्ड बनवाना है, आपको वोटर कार्ड, आपको कुछ भी काम कराना है, आपको सरकारी दफ्तर जाना पड़ता है, छुट्टी लेनी पड़ती है, लाइन में लगना पड़ता है, फिर वो बाबू जब आपका नंबर आता है तो 2 ऑब्जेक्शन लगा देता है, फिर उसके बाद दोबारा लाइन में लगना पड़ता है, फिर हार के आप किसी दलाल को पकड़ लेते हैं और दलाल को पैसे दे के आप अपना काम कराते हैं। अब हमने आपको एक नंबर दे दिया है 1706। अगर आपको सरकार से, अभी सारे काम उस पर नहीं है, अबाउट 80 और 90 सर्विसेज हैव बीन पुट ऑन दिस, अगर आपको सरकार से वो काम कराने हैं, आप उस नंबर पे फ़ोन कीजिए, आप कहिए मुझे अपना राशन कार्ड बनवाना है, वहाँ से वो पूछेंगे कि सर आपके घर हम कितने बजे आए हैं, गवर्नमेंट आपके घर आएगी काम करने के लिए। सो आप उसको टाइम बताइए कि भाई मैं तो रात को 8 बजे अपने घर आता हूँ काम से, आप 9 बजे रात को आइएगा। दिल्ली सरकार से रात को 9 बजे कोई आपके घर आएगा आपका काम करने के लिए, आपका राशन कार्ड बनाने के लिए। वो अपने साथ एक छोटी सी स्कैनिंग मशीन लेके आता है, तो आपके जितने डॉक्यूमेंट्स हैं आपको पहले से बता देते हैं कि ये आपको डॉक्यूमेंट्स तैयार रखने हैं। आप वो डॉक्यूमेंट्स तैयार रखिए, वो आपके घर आएगा, आपके डॉक्यूमेंट्स वगैरह सब स्कैन करेगा, आपको डॉक्यूमेंट्स की रसीद दे देगा, और 10 से 15 दिन के अंदर वो डॉक्यूमेंट बन के आपके घर अपने आप पहुंच जाएगा। आपको कोई छुट्टी नहीं लेनी, किसी दलाल के चक्कर नहीं काटने, किसी लाइन में नहीं खड़ा होना, कहीं जाने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। जैसे आप पिज़्ज़ा ऑर्डर करते हैं, ऐसे आप अपना राशन कार्ड और इलेक्शन कार्ड भी ऑर्डर कर सकते हैं। एक क्वेश्चन उठता है कि इतने सारे काम किए, पैसा कहाँ से आया? अभी अभी CAG की एक रिपोर्ट आई है। CAG वो बॉडी है जिससे सब डरते हैं, सारी सरकारें डरती हैं। CAG वो बॉडी है जिसने इस देश के सबसे बड़े घोटाले निकाले हैं, कोयला स्कैम, 2G स्कैम, कॉमनवेल्थ गेम स्कैम, ये स्कैम वो स्कैम। अगर CAG आपके दफ्तर आ जाए तो सारे सरकारी अफसर और नेता घबराते हैं। CAG ने अभी हमारी 5 साल की ऑडिट करने के बाद उन्होंने फाइंडिंग दी है दैट दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट इज द ओनली गवर्नमेंट रनिंग इन सरप्लस इन द एंटायर कंट्री। हम फायदे में चल रहे हैं, नुकसान में नहीं चल रहे, घाटे में नहीं चल रही हमारी सरकार। और उन्होंने कहा कि पिछले 5 साल से चल रही है, उसके पहले घाटे में चल रही थी दिल्ली सरकार। पिछले 5 साल से दिल्ली सरकार फायदे में चल रही है, घाटे में नहीं चल रही है। CAG से ये सर्टिफिकेट मिलना कोई हंसी खेल नहीं है। HT की रिपोर्टिंग थी अभी, HT ने, हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स ने बहुत बड़ी रिपोर्ट किया था CAG की रिपोर्ट को। ये CAG से 5 साल खत्म होने पे ये सर्टिफिकेट मिलना कोई हंसी खेल नहीं है। तो ये कैसे हुआ? जब हमारी सरकार बनी, दिल्ली सरकार का टोटल बजट 30,000 करोड़ का था। आज दिल्ली सरकार का टोटल बजट 60,000 करोड़ का है। 5 साल में डबल कर दिया। हमारे से पहले 2010 से 2015 के बीच में, 2010 में दिल्ली का बजट था 25,000 करोड़, 2015 में हुआ 30,000 करोड़। तो 5 साल में हमसे पहले हर साल 1,000 करोड़ रुपए बढ़ता था। हमारे टाइम में 5 साल में हर साल 6,000 करोड़ रुपए बजट बढ़ा है। पिछले 5 साल के अंदर 30,000 करोड़ से 60,000 करोड़ हुआ। वो कैसे हुआ? सबसे पहला काम हमने किया, हमने दिल्ली में रेड मारनी बंद कर दी व्यापारियों के ऊपर। जैसे ही हमारी सरकार बनी, हमने रेड राज खत्म कर दिया, रेड मारनी हमने बंद कर दी। हमने जनता पे विश्वास किया। मैं इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट में था पहले, और हमें वहाँ सिखाया जाता था कि लोग टैक्स इवेजन क्यों करते हैं। उसका एक बहुत बड़ा कारण ये होता है, जब जनता को ये विश्वास नहीं होता कि जो पैसा मैं कमा के 24 घंटे कमा के सरकार को टैक्स के रूप में देता हूँ, अगर जनता को लगता है कि यार मैं तो कमा के टैक्स के रूप में देता हूँ और ये तो सारे नेता और अफसर मिलके चोरी कर लेते हैं, फिर मैं क्यों दूँ? फिर आदमी टैक्स इवेजन करना चालू करता है कि मैं क्यों दूँ, मैं तो बेवकूफ़ बन रहा हूँ, मैं तो टैक्स देता जा रहा हूँ। जब दिल्ली के अंदर ईमानदार सरकार आई और लोगों ने देखा कि हमारे मोहल्ला क्लिनिक बन रहे हैं, स्कूल अच्छे बन रहे हैं, सड़कें अच्छी बन रही हैं, ये लोगों ने धीरे धीरे वॉलंटरी कंप्लायंस करना चालू किया। मैंने खुद जा के व्यापारियों की मीटिंग करी। मैंने व्यापारियों को कहा, मैंने कहा तुम लोग इतना पुण्य का काम करते हो, धर्म का काम करते हो, तुम लोग मंदिरों को पैसा देते हो, धर्मशाला को पैसा देते हो, प्याऊ को पैसा देते हो, स्कूल बनवाते हो, अस्पताल बनवाते हो। तुम्हारे में से कितने लोग हैं जो अपनी कमाई का 10% बच्चों की, गरीब बच्चों की शिक्षा पे खर्च करते हैं, गरीब लोगों का इलाज कराते हैं? तुम अगर 300 रुपए 400 रुपए एक बच्चे को अडॉप्ट करने के लिए हर महीने उसकी फीस देते हो, अगर वो तुम मुझे टैक्स के रूप में दे दो, मैं 16 लाख बच्चों का भविष्य अच्छा कर सकता हूं। ये लोगों को बात समझ में आने लगी। खूब मीटिंग्स ली हम लोगों ने व्यापारियों की, और धीरे धीरे वो वॉलंटरी कंप्लायंस बढ़ने लगा, लोगों का भरोसा बढ़ने लगा। अभी आपको एक बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग किस्सा है। अभी दिवाली के टाइम पे किसी का, मनीष जी फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर हैं, उनके पास कोई व्यापारी आया, उन्होंने कहा जी आपके GST वाले बहुत तंग कर रहे हैं, दुकानों पे आके दिवाली के पहले उगाही कर रहे हैं। मनीष ने सारी एनफोर्समेंट टीम को बुला के कहा खबरदार कोई अगर दफ्तर के बाहर निकला तो दिवाली के टाइम पे, और व्यापारियों को एक व्हाट्सएप नंबर दे दिया कि अगर कोई इंस्पेक्टर आपकी दुकान पे आए, उसकी फोटो खींच के मुझे इसके ऊपर व्हाट्सएप कर देना। सारे इंस्पेक्टर घर पे बैठ गए, कोई इंस्पेक्टर, किसी की हिम्मत नहीं हुई किसी व्यापारी को जाके तंग करने की। दूसरा हमने स्टेप उठाया कि टैक्स के रेट्स बहुत कम कर दिए। पहले साल हमने एक एक्सपेरिमेंट किया, हमने टिम्बर, कपड़ा, चप्पल, मार्बल और एक और 5 आइटम्स के ऊपर हमने टैक्स रेट्स 12% से 5% एकदम से कर दिए, 7% टैक्स रेट्स कम कर दिए। और हमें बड़ा अच्छा लगा कि टैक्स कम होने की बजाय उन सारे आइटम्स के ऊपर टैक्स कलेक्शन बढ़ गया, रेवेन्यू कलेक्शन हमारा बढ़ गया। अगले साल हम लोगों ने बहुत सारे आइटम्स के ऊपर सीधे 12% से 5% टैक्स रेट कर दिया। कंप्लायंस इतनी ज़्यादा बढ़ गई जो आज आप लोगों के सामने है, जैसे मैंने बताया कि 30,000 करोड़ से 60,000 करोड़ हमारा रेवेन्यू हो गया। और दूसरा जो अननेसेसरी एक्सपेंडिचर है वो हम लोगों ने काफ़ी कम किया, करप्शन हम लोगों ने काफ़ी कम किया, जिसकी वजह से जैसे एक वजीरपुर का फ्लाईओवर बना, 325 करोड़ की उसकी सैंक्शन कॉस्ट थी, हमने उसको 200 करोड़ रुपए के अंदर कंप्लीट कर दिया। कभी आपने सुना है कि सरकारी काम सैंक्शन कॉस्ट से कम में होता है? नहीं तो 300 करोड़ का फ्लाईओवर बनते 1500 करोड़ में तो बनते हुए सुना है। 300 करोड़ का सरकारी फ्लाईओवर 300 करोड़ का 225 करोड़ रुपए में बनते हुए आपने कभी नहीं सुना होगा। हर चीज के अंदर पैसा बचाया। कई लोग मेरे से पूछते हैं, अभी हमने महिलाओं की बस राइड फ्री कर दी है, बसों के अंदर सारी महिलाओं की यात्रा फ्री है। टोटल खर्चा 140 करोड़ रुपए है। और अभी गुजरात के चीफ मिनिस्टर ने अपने लिए एक हेलीकॉप्टर खरीदा 190 करोड़ रुपए का। तो मैंने अपने लिए हेलीकॉप्टर नहीं खरीदा, मैंने उस पैसे से अपनी महिलाओं की बस राइड फ्री कर दी। तो कुछ पूछते हैं पैसा कहां से आता है, पैसा यहां से आता है। एक चीज जो मैंने देखी है अपने, मैं तो आप लोगों से उम्र में भी बहुत छोटा हूं और एक्सपीरियंस में भी बहुत छोटा हूं, पर मुझे ये लगता है कि जो मैं स्टेटमेंट देने जा रहा हूं तो हो सकता है आपको थोड़ा सा एग्जैजरेटेड लगे, बट आई सिंसियरली बिलीव इन इट, कि जब ऊपर वाले ने इस सृष्टि की रचना की थी तो पूरी दुनिया के अंदर पृथ्वी पे जो सबसे खूबसूरत जगह बनाई वो भारत थी। हमारे देश को उसने सब कुछ दिया है। हमारे देश में पहाड़ हैं, नदियां हैं, सभी किस्म की फसलें हैं, सभी किस्म के मिनरल्स हैं, सब कुछ है हमारे देश के अंदर। और जब ऊपर वाले ने इंसान को बनाया तो सबसे इंटेलिजेंट आदमी उसने भारत में पैदा किया। हमारे देश के लोग जब यूएस से जाते हैं, फ्रांस जाते हैं, अमेरिका जाते हैं, लंदन जाते हैं, जितने टॉप के मल्टीनेशनल्स हैं आप उठा के देखो, हर मल्टीनेशनल में ऊपर 2 या 3 में आपको इंडियन बैठा हुआ मिलेगा। लेकिन हमारा देश पिछड़ा हुआ क्यों है? हमारे देश का सिस्टम खराब है। मैं ये मानता हूं हमारे देश के लोग इतने एंटरप्राइजिंग हैं, इतने एंटरप्राइजिंग है। एक रिक्शा वाला भी एंटरप्रेन्योर है, एक चाय बेचने वाला भी एंटरप्रेन्योर है, हर आदमी को धंधा करना आता है हमारे देश के अंदर। ये सरकारों ने इतना ज़्यादा कस के रखा हुआ, इतने ज़्यादा कानून, इतने ज़्यादा, अगर थोड़ा सा अगर खुला छोड़ देना हमारे देश के लोगों को, अगर हमारे देश के बिजनेसमैन को, हमारे देश के व्यापारियों को थोड़ा सा खुला छोड़ दें, इस दुनिया को तो पता नहीं कब का जीत लेंगे हम लोग। कुछ लोग आरोप लगाते हैं मेरे ऊपर कि केजरीवाल तो फ्रीबीज बड़े देता है। मैंने आपका टैक्स नहीं बढ़ाया, उल्टे टैक्स कम कर दिया, 12% से 5% कर दिया, सारी चीज़ों पे टैक्स कम कर दिया। आपका बजट मैंने नफ़े में रखा है, नुकसान में नहीं करा, फायदे में करा है 5 साल में। तो अगर मैंने करप्शन खत्म करके पैसा बचा लिया और वो पैसा आपको मैं वापस कर रहा हूं, आपकी बिजली सस्ती कर दी, आपकी पानी सस्ता कर दिया, आपका ट्रैवल सस्ता कर दिया, तो बताओ मैंने क्या गुनाह किया? अगर ये मैं खा जाता तो कहते बड़ा अच्छा चीफ मिनिस्टर है, वेरी गुड चीफ मिनिस्टर। मैं पैसे खाया नहीं, मैंने आपको वापस कर दिए। और दूसरा सिंपल सी कैलकुलेशन है, आज दिल्ली में लोगों को 200 यूनिट तक बिजली फ्री मिल रही है, लगभग 2000 रुपये महीना हर परिवार के बिजली में बच रहे हैं। पानी 20,000 लीटर मुफ्त मिल रहा है, लगभग 1000-1500 रुपये महीना सबका पानी में बच रहा है। लोगों के सरकारी स्कूलों की फीस 0 है, बहुत सारे लोग अपने बच्चों को सरकारी स्कूल्स में भर्ती करा रहे हैं। प्राइवेट स्कूलों की 5 साल से फीस नहीं बढ़ने दी दिल्ली के अंदर, हर साल फीस बढ़ा करती थी, पहले अनाप शनाप फीस बढ़ती थी, हमने एक स्कूलों की फीस नहीं बढ़ने दी 5 साल से। कम से कम 2-3 हज़ार रुपये लोगों का स्कूलों में बच रहा है, बस में बच रहा है, कितनी चीज़ों में। मिनिमम वेज हम लोगों ने बढ़ाए हैं, पहले 9,000 रुपये थे, हमने 15,000 रुपये कर दिए। हर परिवार का कम से कम 5,000 रुपये महीना बच रहा है, हर परिवार का कम से कम 5,000 रुपये महीना। तो हर परिवार का साल में 60,000 रुपये महीना बच रहा है। दिल्ली में 50 लाख परिवार हैं, 30,000 करोड़ रुपए हमने आम जनता की जेब में सालाना डालने चालू कर दिए हैं। दैट मच डिमांड वी हैव क्रिएटेड इन द इकोनॉमी। आज हमारी इकोनॉमी की सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम क्या है? प्रोडक्शन हमारी प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, हमारी इकोनॉमी की सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम डिमांड है। सामान बन रहा है, बिस्किट्स बना रहे हैं पार्ले वाले, लेकिन बिस्किट बिक नहीं रहा। ऑटो वाले ऑटो बना रहे हैं लेकिन बिक नहीं रहे, सामान बिक नहीं रहा। यही तो प्रॉब्लम हो रही है हमारी इकोनॉमी के अंदर। आज सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम डिमांड की हो रही है। आज हमने दिल्ली के अंदर 30,000 करोड़ रुपए की डिमांड एनुअली क्रिएट करी है। इससे अच्छी इकोनॉमिक्स और क्या हो सकती है? अगर मैं 2-4 बड़े बड़े इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट्स को टैक्स कंसेशंस दे देता, ये देता, आई डोंट थिंक दैट वाज अ गुड इकोनॉमिक्स। बेटर इकोनॉमिक्स इज जब मैंने मास स्केल के ऊपर जनता के बीच में उनकी जेब में पैसा डाल के अगर मैंने डिमांड क्रिएट की है। तो जैसे मैंने कहा कि सबसे बड़ी चीज़ हमने जो नाउमीदी पूरे देश के अंदर छा चुकी थी, यार कुछ बदल नहीं सकता, आज दिल्ली को देख के पूरा देश कह रहा है यार हो तो सकता है, बदल तो सकता है। अब अपने को यमुना साफ करनी है आने वाले दिनों में, वो बहुत ज़रूरी है। बड़ा बुरा लगता है, यमुना के साथ सबका सेंटिमेंट जुड़ा हुआ है। दिल्ली साफ करनी है। दिल्ली कितनी गंदी है, जहाँ देखो कचरा ही कचरा है, जहाँ देखो मलबे के ढेर लगे हुए हैं, बदबू आती है। हम दूसरे देश की राजधानी में टोक्यो में जाते हैं, वॉशिंगटन में जाते हैं, लंदन जाते हैं, कितनी साफ़ सुथरे शहर मिलते हैं। दिल्ली को भी अपने को सुंदर शहर बनाना है। दिल्ली की सड़कें हमें बिल्कुल इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड की बनानी है। उसके लिए हमने पायलट प्रोजेक्ट शुरू किया। 40 किलोमीटर की सड़कें हम पायलट बेसिस के ऊपर, आपको बिल्कुल जैसे यूरोपियन सड़कें हैं वैसी सड़कें अगले साल 1 साल के अंदर, पहले 40 किलोमीटर हम तैयार कर रहे हैं, उसके बाद पूरी दिल्ली की सड़कें आपको यूरोपियन स्टैंडर्ड्स की मिलेंगी। पोल्यूशन को कम करना है, ट्रांसपोर्ट अच्छा करना है। ट्रांसपोर्ट की डायरेक्शन में फॉर्चुनेटली अब बहुत बड़े स्केल के बसें खरीद रहे हैं। जैसे आपको मेट्रो कंफर्टेबल लगती है, वैसे अब आपको बसें भी अच्छी मिलेंगी। पानी हमें 24 घंटे देना है, साफ पानी देना है। और अगर कोई आप लोगों के सजेशंस हैं जो आपको लगता है कि हमें दिल्ली में करना चाहिए, आप भी अपने सुझाव दीजिए। लेकिन मेरा छोटा सा 5 सा, मैं एक आउटसाइडर हूँ, बाहर से आया हूँ। ये जो राजनीतिक सिस्टम है ना, ये जो हमारे देश का पॉलिटिकल सिस्टम है, इतनी सारी पार्टियाँ, ये सब, ये एक परिवार की तरह है इनका सबका। मैं एक बाहर से आउटसाइडर था जिसको उन्होंने खूब किक किया कि किसी तरह से चला जाए, किसी तरह से निकल जाए। हम भी डटे हुए हैं, छोड़ नहीं रहे। तो मुझे ये लगता है कि हमारे देश को डेवलप्ड कंट्री बनने में 50 साल की ज़रूरत नहीं है, 10 साल के अंदर हमारा देश डेवलप्ड हो सकता है। सवाल केवल नीयत का है। अगर अच्छी नीयत हो तो सब सफल हो सकता है। तो शुरू में मैंने कहा था कि 3 चीज़ें हमने देखी। एक तो ये कि सत्ता ईमानदारी से चल सकती है, दूसरा ये कि हो तो सकता है, संभव है, और तीसरा हरियाणा में जो चुनाव हुए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी जब दूसरे राज्यों में जाके चुनाव लड़ती है, हरियाणा में चुनाव किस बेसिस पे हुआ? जाट वर्सेस नॉन जाट। गुजरात में चुनाव किस बेसिस पे हुआ? पटेल वर्सेस नॉन पटेल। दूसरी जगह में चुनाव किस बेसिस पे होता है? हिंदू वर्सेस मुसलमान। लेकिन जब दिल्ली में आती है बीजेपी तो उसको कच्ची कॉलोनियों की याद आती है, फिर उसका हिंदू मुसलमान दिल्ली में नहीं चलता। फिर दिल्ली के अंदर उसको पानी की बात करनी पड़ती है, दिल्ली के अंदर उसको स्कूलों की बात करनी पड़ती है। आज अगर दिल्ली में हमने ये सारे काम ना किए होते तो दिल्ली में भी हिंदू मुसलमान का कार्ड चलता। लेकिन आज जब दिल्ली के अंदर बीजेपी वाले घर घर जा रहे हैं तो लोग कह रहे हैं कि यार इन्होंने तो स्कूल अच्छे कर दिए, इन्होंने अस्पताल अच्छे कर दिए, तुमने क्या किया? तो वो कहते हैं हम भी कच्ची कॉलोनियाँ कर रहे हैं, देखो। तो राजनीति का डिस्कोर्स दिल्ली के अंदर बदला है, ये भी बहुत बड़ा सुधार हुआ है। थैंक यू सो मच। वो कह रहे हैं मेरा टाइम खत्म हो गया। थैंक यू सो मच।
देखिए, आपने दिल्ली को जो चीज़ें दी जिनसे आपको काफ़ी गुडविल भी मिला है, लेकिन आपने हमें सवाल करने के लिए ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं दिया। लेकिन कुछ सवाल पूछेंगे आपसे केजरीवाल जी। देखिए, एक तो पोल्यूशन के बारे में आप बात कर रहे थे। आई थिंक स्पेशली नाउ इन दिस सीजन पर्टिकुलरली इट इज़ द मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट प्रॉब्लम दैट दिल्ली फेसेस। Today, for example, is a relatively good day in Delhi. The AQI is 368, which is very poor. So Delhi में हम बोलते हैं कि today is a good day, today the AQI is very poor. Kejriwal ji, you were talking about how stubble burning is a very important factor. We are now at a stage where most of the stubble burning is has already stopped. Yeah. Today, Amrinder Singh, the Chief Minister of Punjab, was on this forum. And he was saying that, I just left from Punjab. There's no smoke there. I came to Delhi. Suddenly the visibility is 400 meters. My plane couldn't land on time. So, I know there is this long discussion about stubble burning, but definitely there is much more that Delhi can do to fight pollution. Do you accept that?
No, I completely accept. दिल्ली में पोल्यूशन है, दिल्ली में पोल्यूशन ज़्यादा भी है, और सर्दियों के अंदर जैसा हम जो टेक्निकल थोड़ा समझते हैं, टेम्परेचर इन्वर्जन का फिनोमेना होता है, जबकि रात को ठंड की वजह से सारा पोल्यूशन नीचे बैठ जाता है और रिलेटिवली दिन में वो रहता है. सो ये जितना पोल्यूशन आज दिल्ली में है, वी एडमिट इट इज़ बिकॉज ऑफ दिल्लीज ओन सोर्सेज. जैसा मैंने कहा कि इट्स अ वर्क इन प्रोग्रेस. पिछले 4-5 साल में कुछ तरक्की हुई है, लेकिन अभी और भी बहुत कुछ करना बाकी है. दिल्ली का अपना वेहिकुलर पोल्यूशन है, दिल्ली का अपना इंडस्ट्रियल पोल्यूशन है, दिल्ली का अपना डस्ट की वजह से पोल्यूशन है. एक जो अच्छी चीज़ हो रही है, अभी तक अगर मैं किसी से पूछूं कि भाई दिल्ली में आज अभी इस टाइम पोल्यूशन किस वजह से है, हमारे किसी के पास जवाब नहीं है. कोई कहेगा 2013 में एक IIT कानपुर की स्टडी हुई थी, कोई कहेगा 2017 में एक टेरी की स्टडी हुई थी. डेली बेसिस पे पोल्यूशन अलग अलग टाइम में अलग अलग वजह से होता है. नवंबर में अलग वजह से होता है, अक्टूबर में अलग वजह से होता है. रियल टाइम बेसिस पे इस वक्त पोल्यूशन के क्या क्या सोर्सेज हैं, वो अभी कोई किसी के पास मशीन नहीं थी. फॉर्चुनेटली वी हैव टाइड अप विद वॉशिंगटन यूनिवर्सिटी. हम पूरी एक लैब सेटअप कर रहे हैं. हमें उम्मीद है कि अप्रैल से वो चालू हो जाएगा. और जब आज एज अ चीफ मिनिस्टर, अभी इन्होंने कहा 368 पोल्यूशन है, अच्छा नहीं है. एयर क्वालिटी इंडेक्स 368 इज़ बैड. लेकिन अभी मेरे को एज अ चीफ मिनिस्टर मुझे पता ही नहीं कि ये पोल्यूशन किस वजह से है. अगर मुझे अभी पता चले कि भाई फलाने इंडस्ट्री की वजह से है, तो मैं बंद कर सकता हूँ ना वो इंडस्ट्री. मैं कह सकता हूँ इसको बंद करो. अगर मुझे पता चले इस वजह से है, आज अगर मुझे पता चले व्हीकल्स की वजह से है, तो मैं ऑड इवन इंप्लीमेंट कर सकता हूँ. लेकिन वो अभी हमारे पास डेटा नहीं है. और अप्रैल से फॉर्चुनेटली वी विल स्टार्ट गेटिंग रियल टाइम डेटा कि अभी दिल्ली का पोल्यूशन के सोर्सेज कौन कौन से हैं, सोर्स अपॉर्चनमेंट. उसके बाद हम इस पे और ज्यादा काम कर पाएंगे.
नहीं, बिकॉज देखिए क्या है ना, वन बिग एक्यूजेशन ऑन एवरीबडी, all the stakeholders in this is that between October and January,
it's bad.
Everybody talks about pollution.
Yes.
But from February onwards, till next October, everybody stops talking about
exactly.
it. That there is not a concerted effort all year round.
Right. वो अब हम करेंगे.
जी.
Right.
And because of which the base pollution is also very high.
Exactly.
So the point is, who has to find a solution? Do we have to find a solution?
All
Does
of us
Punjab
together.
have to find a solution?
All of us together. All of us together. कुछ सोर्सेज जहाँ पे पंजाब की वजह से, पराली की वजह से हम पंजाब से मदद मांगेंगे. जो दिल्ली का पोल्यूशन है उसमें दिल्ली में सब लोग मिलके करेंगे. जैसे ऑड इवन इतना सख्त मेजर था. पहली बार जब मैंने ऑड इवन किया था, मेरी पार्टी वालों ने कहा, गूगल पे हम लोगों ने सर्च किया, जहाँ जहाँ पूरी दुनिया में ऑड इवन इम्प्लीमेंट किया गया था, इट प्रूव्ड टू बी पॉलिटिकली सुइसाइडल. तो सबने मेरे को कहा कि तुम सुइसाइड कर रहे हो, तुम ये ऑड इवन करोगे, जनता नाराज हो जाएगी, अगला चुनाव हार जाएंगे. हमने जनता में जाके इसका खूब अच्छे से जनता को एजुकेट किया. एंड आई एम सो हैप्पी कि जनता ने इसको ऑड इवन को लैप अप किया. जनता बहुत खुश हुई दिल्ली की, और हमने दिल्ली के लिए नहीं पूरी दुनिया के लिए एक मिसाल कायम की. तो और भी जब भी हम सख्त कदम कोई उठाएंगे, मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि दिल्ली की जनता साथ देगी उसका.
I want to ask you this question in a slightly different way. A lot of people feel that the number one problem in Delhi right now is pollution. Do you, as Chief Minister of Delhi, agree that that is the number one problem in the city?
Actually, किसी के लिए पोल्यूशन नंबरिंग करना ठीक नहीं है. किसी के लिए पोल्यूशन नंबर 1 हो सकती है, किसी के लिए ट्रांसपोर्ट नंबर 1 हो सकती है, किसी के लिए उसका रोजगार नंबर 1 हो सकती है, किसी के पास नौकरी नहीं है, वो कहेगा मेरे को नौकरी दिला दो, मेरी नंबर 1 ये है. सो अलग अलग लोगों के लिए नंबर 1 हो सकती है, पर पोल्यूशन इज एन इम्पॉर्टेंट प्रॉब्लम. आई एग्री विद दैट.
Kejriwal ji, another accusation that people have about the government is that the approach that you take when you're dealing with a lot of issues for Delhi, for which you need the central government's help, support, intervention, is a very confrontational approach rather than an approach of a negotiator. That, instead of discussing things, it turns out into a blame game, a fight. How do you respond to that?
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है. जैसे हमने पूरी कोशिश की है हर चीज़ में, जो भी काम हमें उनसे कराने हैं, हम हाथ पैर भी जोड़ते हैं, सब कुछ कोशिश करते हैं. अब मैं आपको एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल देता हूँ. जैसे पूरी दिल्ली में CCTV कैमरे लगवाने थे, तो CCTV कैमरे लगने चाहिए कि नहीं लगने चाहिए? लगने चाहिए, सब लोग मानते हैं. अब पूरी दिल्ली में जब से CCTV 3 लाख CCTV कैमरे हम लोग लगा रहे हैं, और लगभग 1-1.25 लाख कैमरे लग चुके हैं अभी तक. तो जहाँ जहाँ कैमरे लगे हैं वहाँ पे अब जो क्राइम है वो पकड़ा भी जाने लगा है, उसका काफ़ी असर हो रहा है. 2.5 साल तक CCTV कैमरे की फाइल LG साहब के पास पड़ी रही, LG साहब ने साइन नहीं किया. तो फिर एक दिन मैं और मनीष जी जाके बैठ गए उनके, हमने कहा जी साइन करो, तब तक हम जाएंगे नहीं। फिर 10 दिन बैठे रहे हम वहीं पे, फिर उन्होंने कर दिए साइन। सो अपने लिए थोड़ी कर रहे थे। अब ना अगर हम थोड़ा सा प्रेशर डालते हैं तो आप कहते हो कि लड़ता बहुत है, तो मैं आप ही के लिए लड़ता हूँ, अपने लिए। मेरे बच्चों की तो नौकरी लग गई है, तो अपने बच्चों के लिए तो लड़ता नहीं हूँ, मैं आप ही के लिए लड़ता हूँ।
नहीं तो लेकिन ये जो आप जो बात करें आप, दिस पॉलिटिक्स ऑफ धरना, do you see it as a legitimate form of politics even for a chief minister?
It's a last resort. भाई अब हो गई फाइल साइन, लोगों के सीसीटीवी कैमरे लग रहे हैं, लोग तो खुश हैं।
केजरीवाल जी, इलेक्शन आने वाला है, थोड़ा इसके बारे में बात करते हैं। Last time when you fought the campaign, when you won such a thumping majority, your campaign line was Kejriwal versus who? Basically you were highlighting the fact that the BJP doesn't have a leader and Kejriwal versus who. This time, 5 years later, you have been in power. Is it again going to be a personality-driven campaign, or are you going to talk about issues, the work that you have done? Or because already मैं ऑटोज पे देख रहा हूँ सब जगह I love केजरीवाल के पोस्टर सबके लगे हुए हैं. So is it going to be a personality campaign?
पर वो आंसर तो आज भी नहीं मिला, केजरीवाल वर्सेस हु, उनका कौन है, दूल्हा कौन है उनका? बारात तो आ गई लेकिन दूल्हा नहीं है उनका। लेकिन आज दिल्ली में 5 साल में जो काम हुए हैं, मुझे लगता है काम की चर्चा बहुत ज़्यादा हो रही है। जैसा मैंने कहा कि जो बीजेपी को अब कच्ची कॉलोनियाँ याद आई हैं, वो इसी वजह से याद आई हैं कि दिल्ली के अंदर कामों के ऊपर वोट पड़ रहा है। जहाँ भी जाइए लोग, आपको ये जान के ताज्जुब होगा, इस बार हमारी पार्टी का कैंपेन जो है एकदम उल्टा हो गया है। हमारे पूरे दिल्ली के अंदर अभी जितने नेता जाके पब्लिक मीटिंग्स कर रहे हैं, उसमें नेता भाषण नहीं दे रहे। नेता जाके खड़ा होकर पहला क्वेश्चन पूछते हैं कि जी 93 से 98 तक बीजेपी की गवर्नमेंट थी, बीजेपी ने क्या काम किए? किसी को याद नहीं आता। 98 से लेके 2013 तक शीला जी की सरकार थी, क्या काम किए? लोग कहते हैं बसें लेके आई, दिल्ली मेट्रो लेके आई, फ्लाईओवर बनाए, 3 काम बताते हैं। 2015 से केजरीवाल जी की गवर्नमेंट है, क्या काम किए? हर एक का हाथ खड़ा हो जाता है। कोई कहता है जी स्कूल अच्छे कर दिए, कोई कहता है अस्पताल अच्छे कर दिए, कोई कहता है जी मेरे बच्चे का ये कर दिया, कोई कहता है जी तीर्थ यात्रा करवा के लाई, कोई कहता है जी सड़क बनवा दी, कोई कहता पानी दे दिया, कोई कहता सीवर की पाइपलाइन दे दी। आज जनता, हर सभा के अंदर जनता बता रही है खड़ी होकर कि 5 साल के अंदर हम लोगों ने क्या क्या काम किए। चुनाव इसके ऊपर होगा इस बार।
आपकी पर्सनालिटी कल्ट के ऊपर
वो अपने आप ही लोगों को प्यार है।
अच्छा, तो बीजेपी के स्टेट चीफ हैं मनोज तिवारी जी, डू यू सी हिम एज द कैंडिडेट अगेंस्ट यू?
वो गाते बहुत अच्छा है, नहीं आपने सुना है? वो रिंकिया के पापा बहुत अच्छा गाते हैं, वो इज वेरी गुड।
सीट कितनी टारगेट कर रहे हैं आप? लास्ट टाइम यू वन 67 सीट्स आउट ऑफ 70।
इस बार बीजेपी का स्लोगन होगा अब की बार 3 पार।
और आपका स्लोगन क्या होगा?
हमारा होगा अब की बार 67 पार।
अच्छा, एक चीज जो पिछली बार, मैं जल्दी जल्दी आपसे सवाल पूछ रहा हूँ, मेरे पास समय नहीं है। एक चीज जो पिछली बार आपने बहुत उठाई थी, वो थी फुल स्टेटहुड की मांग। देखिए, एक सवाल भी आया है जीबी बगई से, वो पूछ रहे हैं कि अबाउट राइजिंग क्राइम, राइट? दिस इज समथिंग दैट you know as Chief Minister of Delhi, you don't have control over the police. Therefore, there is not much that you can do. Of course, you talked about CCTV cameras, etc. Will you once again push for full statehood? One. And second, what do you think you could do differently if you had the police under you? What do you think you would be able to do if you had police, land, law and order, public order under you?
देखिए, अगर आपको याद हो, पहले जो हमारी 49 दिन की सरकार थी, उस 49 दिन की सरकार में एक चीज लोग याद करते हैं, 49 दिन में दिल्ली से करप्शन खत्म हो गया था। कम नहीं हुआ था, खत्म हो गया था। हम लोगों ने पूरे दिल्ली के अंदर मैसेज दिया था कि अगर कोई रिश्वत मांगे तो मना मत करना, उसकी रिकॉर्डिंग कर लेना और रिकॉर्डिंग करके हमें भेज देना, हम उस अफसर को जेल भेज देंगे। 49 दिन के अंदर 32 अफसरों को जेल भेजा था। पूरे दिल्ली के अंदर इतना खौफ पैदा हो गया था कि अब अगर कोई रिश्वत मांगेगा, ट्रैफिक पुलिस, चौक पुलिस, दिल्ली के क्रॉस सेक्शंस के ऊपर पुलिस ने पैसे लेने बंद कर दिए थे। किसी भी दफ्तर के अंदर, एंड द पीपल गॉट एम्पावर्ड। कहीं भी अगर कोई पैसे मांगता था, लोग कहते थे फ़ोन निकालूं, तेरी रिकॉर्डिंग करूं। जब हमारी नई सरकार बनी, पहले 3 महीने तक वही खौफ था। उसके बाद हमारी एंटी करप्शन ब्रांच जो होती थी, जिसके ज़रिए हम लोगों ने ये किया था, वो सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट ने हमसे छीन ली और उसके बाद हम ये नहीं कर पाए। मेरा ये कहने का मतलब यही है कि आज दिल्ली में हम अगर स्कूल ठीक कर रहे हैं, वही 55,000 टीचर हैं, वही प्रिंसिपल हैं, वही सब लोग हैं, उन्हीं के ज़रिए किया है। आज अगर हमने दिल्ली के सरकारी अस्पताल ठीक किए हैं, वही डॉक्टर हैं, वही मेडिकल सुपरिंटेंडेंट है, वही सारा स्टाफ है, उसी के ज़रिए किया है। राजनीति बदल गई। तो अगर दिल्ली पुलिस हमारे अंडर में आती है, वही दिल्ली पुलिस होगी, वही पुलिस वाले होंगे, वही थानेदार होंगे, वही इंस्पेक्टर होंगे, लेकिन आप उस बदलाव देखोगे। मैं हमेशा ये कहता हूँ, हमारी देश की राजनीति अगर सुधर जाए, आज सड़कें खराब है क्योंकि राजनीति खराब है, आज स्कूल खराब है क्योंकि राजनीति खराब है, आज अस्पताल खराब है क्योंकि राजनीति खराब है। अगर राजनीति ठीक हो जाए, सब चीज़ें ठीक हो सकती है।
एक और सवाल केजरीवाल जी, देखिए पिछले 5 साल में बहुत अप्स एंड डाउन्स हुए। आपकी पार्टी के लिए अभी लोकसभा इलेक्शन में एक भी सीट नहीं मिली, पूरा चल रहा था कि कांग्रेस के साथ होगा अलायंस, नहीं होगा। इवेंचुअली बीजेपी गॉट मोर देन 50% वोट्स इन ऑल द सीट्स। बीच में आप पंजाब गए, आपको लगा कि वहाँ पे जीत जाएंगे, गोवा गए, नहीं हुआ। कई लोगों को लग रहा था कि केजरीवाल जी दिल्ली के चीफ मिनिस्टर तो बन गए हैं, लेकिन ये अब नेशनल एम्बिशंस देख रहे हैं। आर यू नाउ totally committed to being a Delhi chief minister, and is the Aam Aadmi Party going to be a proper Delhi party, or are you going to again once again try to seek opportunities outside?
आपका ये क्वेश्चन थोड़ा लोडेड है, गड़बड़ है। आर यू नाउ, तो आप दिल्ली के लोगों से पूछ लीजिए। दिल्ली के लोगों को लगता है कि 5 साल में हम लोगों ने काफ़ी काम किए हैं, दिल्ली के लोगों के लिए काम किए हैं, और उसी वजह से आज हमें वोट भी मिल रहा है। और इन्हीं कामों को लेके पूरे देश के अंदर हम जाके लोगों को काम के बारे में बताते हैं। जैसा मैंने बताया, हम राजनीति के बाहर के लोग हैं, हम आउटसाइडर्स हैं। ये पूरे जो इनका सारी पार्टियों का परिवार था, हम इससे बाहर से आए हैं। तो उतनी जल्दी हमें ये टिकने नहीं देते। तो दिल्ली के अंदर हमने पैर जमाए हैं, और बाहर के लोगों को भी ये बताना कि दिल्ली के अंदर किस तरह से राजनीति परिवर्तित होने से काम हुआ है, वो बताते रहते हैं हम लोग। तो जहाँ जहाँ लोग मौका देंगे, वहाँ हम लोग काम करेंगे।
आप पंजाब जाएंगे इस बारी?
जब पंजाब का चुनाव आएगा, ज़रूर पंजाब में जाके चुनाव लड़ेंगे।
आप मेन ऑपोजिशन पार्टी है वहाँ पे, यू विल अगेन?
हमारी मेन ऑपोजिशन पार्टी है, ज़रूर चुनाव लड़ेंगे, क्यों नहीं चुनाव लड़ेंगे।
वन लास्ट क्वेश्चन। नॉर्मली देखिए, जहाँ पे भी हम देखते हैं चीफ मिनिस्टर और डेप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर है, स्टोरीज आती हैं कि आपस में झगड़े हो रहे हैं, वो बनना चाहते हैं, वो उनको रोकना चाहते हैं। ये आपकी क्या स्पेशल रिलेशनशिप है मनीष सिसोदिया जी के साथ कि यहाँ से एकदम कुछ नहीं आता? इट सीम्स टू बी अ वेरी डिफरेंट काइंड ऑफ पार्टनरशिप फ्रॉम व्हाट वी हियर फ्रॉम अदर प्लेसेस।
बिकॉज पर्सनल एम्बिशंस नहीं है, और पर्सनल कोई उसे कुछ कमा के नहीं ले जाना, कोई मुझे कुछ कमा के नहीं ले जाना। अगर हमारा कुछ पर्सनल होता तब तो कुछ ये था कि मेरे को ये मंत्रालय क्यों नहीं मिला, वो क्यों नहीं मिला। तो उनको, वो भी खुश है, मैं भी खुश हूँ। जनता के लिए काम करने का मौका मिलना चाहिए। 5 साल 7 साल पहले तक कौन जानता था इस देश में कि कौन अरविंद केजरीवाल है, और इस देश में कौन जानता था कौन मनीष सिसोदिया है। हम बहुत छोटे लोग हैं। इस देश के लोगों ने बहुत प्यार दिया, बहुत मोहब्बत दी, और बहुत विश्वास किया हम लोगों के ऊपर। और जो मौका मिला है हम लोगों को, हम अपने आप को बहुत खुशकिस्मत समझते हैं कि इतना बड़ा मौका हम लोगों को मिला है। जितना मौका है, उस मौके से हम जितना काम कर सकते हैं, उतना काम देश के लिए करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
आप लोग डिसएग्री करते हैं बातों पे?
बहुत ज़्यादा करते हैं। डिसएग्री करना भी चाहिए।
Does the boss win each time?
Boss is always right.
Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. On that note, we'll call it an end. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kejriwal. May I request Mr. R. Sukumar, Editor-in-Chief, Hindustan Times, to please come up and present a token of appreciation to Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, the Chief Minister of Delhi. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the close of 2 days of the Hindustan Times Leadership Summit. May I request Mr. Sanjay Thapar, Business Head, Events and Marketing Solutions, HT Media, to please come up and give the vote of thanks.
Good evening. We come to the close of 2 days of brainstorming at the 17th edition of the Hindustan Times Leadership Summit. As we stand today, the world around us is changing fast. Not surprising, therefore, that the theme for this year's summit was Conversations for a Better Tomorrow. And over the past 2 days, we've discussed, deliberated on what the exciting future may look like. For a summit of this scale and stature to succeed year after year, it takes the support of the work of an army of people and partners to whom we'll be always grateful. On behalf of Hindustan Times Leadership Summit, I would like to take the opportunity to thank our speakers and moderators for making each session exciting, enlightening, and engaging. A note of gratitude goes off to our sponsors, the Aditya Birla Group, Publicis Media, Better You, Governments of Delhi, Chhattisgarh, Punjab, Yes Bank, Hyundai, Ministry of Tourism, Sotheby's, LIC, Centrum, Power Grid, Orissa Tourism, ICFI, Petronet LNG, Pernod Ricard, Damilano, and Parker. Thank you, Network 18, for being our media partners for the extensive television coverage, and our creative partner, Libratum, for helping us source the right talents. Hotel Taj Palace, thank you for your continued care and hospitality. Thanks also to our event management agency, Viscraft, and Rini Simon Khanna, our most graceful MC. And last but not the least, I would like to thank each and everybody at HT Media who have given their best to make this summit a memorable one. Thank you all once again, and look forward to seeing you in 2020. Good night.